The challenge of a lifetime has begun. Oh, oh, oh. Are you ready? Oh, oh. Now you're on your own against the enemy. Oh, but you know, oh, the only way out is victory. The story unfolds and the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory. The story unfolds and the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Good morning, trainers, and welcome back to day 2 of the Pokémon World Championships in 2022 here in London. Good morning. You're awake. I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We had such a great day yesterday of fun and night announcements and exciting matches, and today it continues as our players compete for over $1 million in prizes. We'll be crowning our first world champions today after the finals of Pokemon Tournament DX. And you can catch all the action online at pokemon.com/play. I know you're ready to get right into it, right, trainers? Yeah. Casters, I know you're ready. Let's head to you.
Welcome everyone to day 2 of Pokemon World Championships in London. My name is Caleb Pang.
And I am 2-0 Butters.
And yesterday we had our last chance qualifier. Today we kick it off with our champions and runner-ups from regionals and international championships, battling in one of the toughest Pokemon Go PP gauntlets to date.
That's right. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The pinnacle of Pokemon Go PvP. It's a pleasure and an honor to be presenting the 2022 Pokémon World Championships. Today is day one of a two-day tournament. Thank you for joining us on our journey to find out who will become the first ever Pokémon GO World Champions. But first, let's take a quick look at our tournament format.
This is the 2022 Pokémon World Championships. We have exciting competitions for trainers of Pokémon TCG, the Pokémon video game, Pokémon GO, Pokémon Tournament DX, and Pokémon Unite. Trainers from around the world will be competing for the title of World Champion, as well as more than $1 million in prizes. Day 1, there will be an open entry, double elimination, best of 3 last chance qualifier. The top players from day 1 will continue play the following day. Day 2 is our main event and will be played as a double elimination best of 3 tournament, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are all best of 5. Day 3, both masters and seniors brackets continue play until we've crowned our world champions. Who among the greatest competing will earn this coveted title? Find out, tune in, and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
The energy here in London is electrifying, but even if you're not here in person at this event, you can also be a part of the festivities. If you didn't get a chance yet, you can redeem exclusive code to receive avatar in-game item t-shirts exclusive to 2022 Worlds in London.
We also have some fantastic in-game events. The celebration event. Zacian and Zamazenta make their return to Pokemon GO in 5-star raids for the first time in almost a year. And if you didn't know, Zacian is a dominant Pokemon in the Master League of Go Battle League. Also, World Championships 2022, Pikachu makes its Pokemon GO debut in raids, field research, and time research. If you're lucky, you might just encounter a shiny one. Challengers with Pokemon teams inspired by the ones used by trainers who have won all the Pokemon Regional Championships will appear at Pokestops. Time research will be available that rewards an elite charge team, an elite fast team. Community Day featured attacks will be available on certain Pokemon upon evolution.
Now, if you still love the events, there's going to be more coming your way upcoming next weekend, August 27th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. local time. We have the global debut of 3 Ultra Beasts. Those are Pheromosa, Xurkitree, and Bustle, and we have the return of the Ultra Beast Nihilego, all in 5-star raids throughout this event. On top of that, if you're a shiny hunter, Shiny Muna will be making its debut in Pokemon GO. So if you're lucky, you may encounter a shiny in the wild. There's a bunch of special research, stickers, and other cool parts of this event, so you don't want to miss out on August 27th.
One more exciting thing, we have a Twitch time research code. Exclusive time research codes will be shared periodically in the Pokemon GO Twitch chat. These time research codes will provide trainers with an introduction to battling plus a choice of Pokemon encounters for them to craft a competitive league in the Great League Go Battle League.
Yeah, and you know, Butters, I was watching back on the stream from yesterday and I saw a lot of engagement in chat, trying to get these codes, trying to start building their rosters for Pokemon GO PvP and Great League. And like I mentioned, a couple of my friends started battling just yesterday for the first time in Pokemon GO Battle League. So very exciting, a great way to kickstart your team with especially a lot of these really strong Pokemon that we'll probably see on the main stage today.
Yeah, make sure and get that time research code and check out the celebration event because you can get more of some of the meta Pokemon that you will see throughout this 2-day tournament.
Yes, yes. We're definitely see a lot of those Pokemon used by some of the best trainers on stage. And speaking of some of the best trainers, yesterday we kicked it off with the last chance qualifiers. And I believe in our first matchup, we had 23 EJB featured on the main stage. And guess what? From what I hear, Butters, 23 EJB made it through the last chance qualifiers and is here on day 1 fighting against all the other champions and runner-ups from the regionals and international championships.
He did it. It's the dream. He made it from the Pokemon GO last chance qualifiers on the stage, the very first battle. Now he's going to be probably on stage again for the day one of a 2-day tournament to see who will be crowned the Pokemon Go World Champions. It's crazy, right? I mean, the first battle ends up being one of the champions that move on to day number 2. Also, we should mention the other champion who was a Stone Collector, right? And with a Samurott, brought a Samurott and made it all the way through last chance qualifiers to qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, let's talk about how unique this is. Stone Collection is, I think, the only person to bring a Samurott to last chance qualifiers, and probably will be the only person to bring a Samurott to the World Championships as well. So super unique, pretty spicy Pokemon. You rarely see it. There's so many strong water types in Open Great League and Pokemon Go PvP, and Samurott is almost never a part of that conversation. I would say not almost never, never.
No, you can say that because I've never seen it in tournament play before. And wow, it's fun to watch. It has Fury Cutter and Hydro Cannon and usually Mega Horn.
Yes.
And so it's just so fast. It's just Fury Cutter, Fury Cutter, Fury Cutter, and it gets to so many Hydro Cannons. And the thing is that I really like about it is that it kind of can outpace and beat some of the best water types like the Walrein. It can beat the Swampert because it's just resisting those Powder Snows and Icicle Spears, resisting the Hydro Cannon. So it's in a really good place among the fellow water types in the meta.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I remember specifically a few months ago, Stone Collection brought that Samurott to their local regionals. And I believe Stone Collection finished in the top 4 for that regionals, just missing the cutoff to qualify for World Championships. But the thing I love the most is Stone Collection stuck with that Samurott, even though it didn't succeed to the amount that he wanted to, still sticking with it, knowing the matchups and saying, you know what? I don't care. I'm still going to run it. I'm going to run my favorite Pokemon last chance qualifiers and make a run for World Championships, and it paid off. So really incredible to see that storyline play out, and I'm excited to see more Samurott on stage, to be honest. It looks super strong.
Yeah, mastering the matchups. I know you mentioned earlier, he knows every single matchup for Samurott, which I'm not sure anyone else in this building can say that, to be honest. So look forward to seeing that today. And as we transition from last chance qualifiers into the tournament, this is day number 1. We're going to be finding out the teams, the new meta. I mean, how much will it be affected by what they saw yesterday? Because, I mean, the thing is, only 2 competitors made it. So it's a lot of noise yesterday, right? It's a lot of different teams, different strategies, but it really doesn't affect them. Do they just stick to what they had? Or, I mean, are they prepared? They have to be preparing for Samurott, right?
Yeah, I mean, for those that already qualified, they're probably looking at the last chance qualifiers and seeing what is EJB running, what is Stone Collection running. You know, those are 2 potential opponents they may face. But on top of that, there's dozens of other competitors they may face as well, and they don't know any information about what these trainers may be bringing. You know, before we started recording today, you know, me and Butters were just chatting, and we're saying, what is some of the most interesting things we may see today? And what did you say specifically?
Well, I'm not sure if, I mean, it's kind of a meta Pokemon, but it's been a little dropped out of the meta. I was thinking if this Steel-type meta kind of switches a little from Registeel to Galarian Stunfisk, and the Grass-type meta switches from Trevenant into Venusaur, as we saw so many Shadow Venusaur yesterday, I think Cresselia could be a good Pokemon, because even if there's a Ghost-type in Sableye, you can hit Moonblast on it, and specifically, if the fighting meta is the Medicham and Scrafty and Obstagoon, Cresselia is just fine versus all that as well. So that's what I'm kind of looking for in the meta today. But I'm also thinking, I think there's going to be some more Shadows unleashed. I was telling Caleb, maybe we're going to see a finals with 3 Shadow Pokemon. That's my first prediction, is that a final team is going to make it with 3 Shadow Pokemon on the roster.
Okay, all right. So bold prediction there. You've given up on the electric Pokemon Dream, is what I'm hearing here, right?
Sadly, yes. I mean, it would be the dream if it was a Shadow Electric Pokemon, the absolute dream, but it's not about my dreams. It's about their dreams and becoming the Pokemon Go World Champions, and I'm not sure if a Shadow Electric type is going to help them.
Yeah, no, I feel you there. You know, my dream was to see that Bastion in the finals, but that may not happen. But my prediction is, I think we didn't see this yesterday in the last chance qualifiers, and I don't think we've really seen it in many of the regionals nor international championships in this Play Pokemon season. But I think Shadow Victory Bell may have a place in the meta today. You know, if anyone that plays Pokemon Go, Great League, Go Battle League, you'll know how strong that Shadow Victory Bell is. It's taking out Steel types a lot of times, just muscling through with those Shadow Razor Leaves and just chewing through pretty much every Pokemon it could face, outside of a few Pokemon like Talonflame or maybe even Altaria. But that makes it such a huge threat with so many waters in the meta, so many fighting Pokemon with the poison typing of, Shadow Victory Bell. It's going to be very, very strong, and that's my prediction. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it, and I wouldn't be surprised if it does really well, because I myself, no matter how much I like or dislike the strategy, I've lost to Shadow Victory Bell quite a few times.
I will say, I don't know how good Shadow Razor Leaf is in a Show 6 format, but if we're talking about bench pressure, that's some serious bench pressure if you're running 2 Shadow Razor Leafers on your bench. I mean, I'm pretty sure your opponent won't want to run a single water type. So if you have your team balanced to have the other 4 really weak to water types and just have 2 Shadow Razor Leafers sitting on the bench and never using them, that might be the strat. I don't know how much you'll see it because, like you mentioned, sometimes on these Show 6 tournaments, maybe they have Reggie and Talonflame. Maybe they have a Shadow Venusaur as well. So I don't. They might have some good targets. Maybe you'll see a Double Charm. Who knows? Maybe you'll see some Alolan Ninetales, Wigglytuff. But I think the thing is, some of these trainers are kind of building their team to be not one times weak to certain strategies. I think that was an early mistake that some trainers made, being one times weak to like an Alolan Ninetales. And then some trainers, I know Dilap is here today, he likes the Alolan Ninetales.
Yes.
Trent, who's been in a lot of these top 8s, they'll have this Alolan Ninetales and just heavily ride on it to victory. But now you see the Shadow Nidoqueen, you see Fire types, you see Registeel, sometimes you see Registeel and Galarian Stunfisk. So I believe these teams are a little more balanced, but also a lot more variety, Caleb.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. Let me raise the stakes even more.
Okay.
All right, not only, and I'm going to predict there's going to be a Shadow Victory Bell at least once or twice in today's tournament. I think there's going to be at least one instance where that Shadow Victory Bell locks into a Swampert, maybe even a Shadow Swampert, and that thing's going to get KO'd in a second on the screen. That's my prediction. I'm just throwing it out there. We'll see how on point we are, but
Bold prediction went from once to maybe once or twice. And speaking of predictions, we're gonna start seeing the real teams because we have our first matchup available. So let's head on down to the main stage for our first matchup of day number 1 to find out who will be the first ever Pokemon Go World Champions.
yeah, we are back on center stage here too, and this is going to be an interesting way to start off. Like I said, these are some of the best trainers in the entire world, which means these are all going to be incredible battles. They've already ran through multiple gauntlets, getting here, some of them competing in multiple regionals, multiple international championships, some maybe just going through one of them and sweeping the entire tournament. Either way, I think we have some very qualified trainers here, and I'm excited to see how they tackle the meta.
We see Cindy on stage, which was, of course, the Vancouver's regional winner, famous for bringing out the Shadow Kanto Ninetales with Ember. We'll find out if she has that today when we check out the team sheet in this first battle of the match. I mean, a dominant performance at that Vancouver regionals to become the champion now, day number 1 at Worlds, as we're going to find out the teams. I think I might have to call, I saw a little sneak peek, I think I might have to call a little shenanigans, a bit of shenanigans at you, Caleb, because we're going to get into these team sheets. I think your prediction is going to become correct.
Well, it is what it is. Going against Cindy, it's going to be Zygomatic. Zygomatic, pretty much famous for using that Talonflame and Scrafty core. We're using almost, I think, the same exact team that they ran in North America International Championships back in Ohio. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how both trainers face off against each other here too. Zygomatic making Talonflame look unstoppable against a lot of these teams, despite there being numerous water types and a few rock Pokemon such as Galarian Stunfisk throwing super effective rock size at it too. Yeah,
and Cindy's team seems to be the Shadow Nidoqueen, the Galarian Stunfisk, Walrein, Araquanid, Medicham, and Purified Sableye. One little difference from Zygomatic's team, I believe he heavily relied on the Talonflame Scrafty core throughout a lot of tournaments, and now change the fighter, change to Medicham as we get a change in the teams. I thought that was the case because I did see that it is in fact a Shadow Victory Bell on Cindy's team, along with the Wigglytuff. So I'm calling shenanigans. I think Caleb had some inside information to make him look like a prophet. But also the Metacham, Swampert, Galarian Stunfisk, Altaria. I think this is the team. I know for sure that is a Shadow Victory Bell. So we might get that updated as well. But wow, bringing the Shadow Razor Leaf Victory Bell to the World Championships.
Hey, you know, Butters, I'm off to a good start. I'm feeling pretty good already, you know. I feel like I'm making some good reads on the competition today. Like I said, at least one Shadow Victory Bell. And we are starting off already with a Shadow Victory Bell on the team. And here's the best part. Zygomatic has a Swampert on the team too. Can I be a prophet 2 times in a row with that prediction? We'll have to see. That'll be an interesting situation. But Cindy actually bring the Shadow Victory Bell and a Wigglytuff. And honestly, this is a really weird team. We rarely see it. I don't remember the last time we saw a Shadow Victory Bell in any of the tournaments this Play Pokemon season for Pokemon Go. And definitely not, to my knowledge, on any streams.
Yeah, and against this matchup, maybe not too favorable because Zygomatic is famous for his Talonflame play. I think one of the best Talonflame players I have seen so far. Often devotes a lot of Protect Shields to it, kind of bounces around with it, keeping it healthy, and finishes a lot of games. It has the Registeel, also has the Trevenant to resist that Shadow Razor Leaf. Also has 2 options for the Wigglytuff. It has the Registeel and the Talonflame, so I'm not sure how much action that will get. And Altaria. Altaria is a pick that is a little bit scary because the meta can start becoming a little bit Walrein Registeel. But look, there's no Walrein. There is the Alolan Ninetales, though, which might be an even worse matchup for that Altaria.
Yeah, Alolan Ninetales is pretty scary, but Altaria having positive matchups against the Scrafty, the Swampert, the Talonflame, and the Trevenant. And with shields up, those Dragon Breaths are really going to add up against the Registeel. Just like how I said, the Shadow Victory Bell is going to start chewing through even the Registeel as well. You know, it looks bad with the Talonflame, but I think Zygomatic actually has a team composition disadvantage here because you have the Altaria that's pretty hard to stop outside the Alolan Ninetales, and you have the Shadow Victory Bell that beats the Scrafty, the Swampert, and can even beat the Registeel when you have shields there. And Trevenant is probably not going to appreciate a lot of those Razor Leafs either, even though it's resisted. It's kind of like the Shadow Venusaur from yesterday. Those Frenzy Plants still hurt the Trevenant, or you still have to respect the potential Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, and a key factor is Cindy's Swampert. Is amazing versus Zygomatic's team. Really only one answer, which is the Trevenant, and double weak to it with the Registeel and Talonflame, neutral to it with Swampert, Scrafty, and Alolan Ninetales. So I think you're right. I think it's going to be a lot of Swampert in Altaria core. And how do you fill out that core? Do you bring the Shadow Victory Bell? I'm not quite sure, but I think there is going to be a lot of Swampert Altaria, so that is probably going to force the Trevenant out of Zygomatic.
Yes, yeah, I think the Trevenant is pretty safe for Zygomatic here, but you have to watch out for that Wigglytuff too. Double resisting all those ghost damage. You only can really throw C-bombs here, and Wigglytuff, one of the bulkiest fairy types in Pokemon in Great League as well. So, you know, Sydney bring a very interesting team here. I believe also, at least of the broadcasted regionals, Sydney was probably one of the first competitive players that went really far in tournaments running a very, you know, spicy Pokemon, which was the Shadow Ember Canto Ninetales back in Vancouver. Now she is probably the first person ever to bring a Shadow Victory Bell to the competitive stage too. So very curious to see how she makes the adjustment here and bring a completely different Shadow Pokemon, but also one that may prove to be very viable here.
Yeah, maybe some people were thinking the Shadow Canto Ninetales was silly at the beginning of the Vancouver regionals, but look how wrong they were. She's an innovator. She's a creative Pokemon master. So I'm really excited to see how she will play this out today. Maybe some kind of ABB with a Wigglytuff Altaria to maybe bait out the Registeel. A lot of options here. I don't know, Zygomatic, I don't think he prepared for the Shadow Razor Leaf Victory Bell. But the good thing, Zygomatic is one of the crispest, cleanest players that I have seen. So he is going to make the right calls, the right adjustments, and you know he's going to play with precision.
Yeah, Zygomatic placing, I believe, 3rd place in the North America International Championships in Ohio against a very stacked field of competitors there too. Cindy, on the other end, went through Vancouver, sweeping the entire bracket, staying in the winner's bracket throughout the entire weekend. So, 2 very formidable trainers, and they're going to show off in this first game of day 2 at Worlds. And we have Shadow Victory Bell into the Trevenants.
What a way to start the Pokemon Go World Championships. It's a Shadow Racer Leaf Victory Bell. It has the Acid Spray. It has the Leaf Blade. Look how much damage it is swapped. But it's swapping on the Shadow Ball here, so this will do a good amount of damage onto the Altaria. We're going to see what Zygomatic has in the back, and it is that Registeel or Alolan Ninetales. So going with the Alolan Ninetales to get the full charm down.
Yeah, you know, I like this catch from Cindy there too, expending a lot of that energy and not getting to that Sky Attack, but you still have the Shadow Victory Bell here, but you also have the Galarian Stunfisk. Galarian Stunfisk able to handle these charm even better, and let's see how Cindy adjusts. I wouldn't be shocked if the Galarian Stunfisk is what comes in, and that's exactly what happens here. Not needing to shield these Weather Balls as much compared to the Shadow Victory Bell.
It's a great call because now you can Rock Slide this Alolan Ninetales as you take the Weather Ball here. This is not going to do too much to this bulky Galarian Stunfisk. Now you can try to set up momentum to do well in the back. We know Trevenant just threw a Shadow Ball worth of energy, so you need some Rock Slides to hit it. And at this point, and here comes one more Weather Ball. Now this is getting a little dangerous for the Galarian Stunfisk, but we do see Registeel in the back, and Registeel doesn't have any fast move pressure.
Yeah, you know, I think relying a lot on the Shadow Victory Bell here. You know, if there is a Talonflame in this game, it would have been disastrous for Cindy, but Cindy actually making the call in the read that there's unlikely to be a Talonflame here and getting a lot of energy now here on this Galarian Stunfisk, and now swapping back over to Shadow Victory Bell and is going to throw this Leaf Blade being caught on the Registeel.
And I feel like, I don't know, you're resistant. You don't want to get Acid Sprayed here, but that did a good amount of damage for not very effective against the Registeel. And look at how low Cindy's health is. There's no health on the Victory Bell. There's no health on the Galarian Stunfisk, but Registeel can't do any damage.
Yes.
Use Protect Shield the Zap Cannon, but it's just doing lock-ons.
Yeah, you know, this is one of the situations where, yes, grass damage is resisted on Steel, but this grass shadow damage is really adding up here. Even though you did not want to shield it, you probably forced to shield at Leaf Blade sometime. And let's see if Zygomatic dispense a shield. Does not. And this Leaf Blade is going to land, putting the Registeel quite low. It does get to that final Zap Cannon.
I cannot believe this, letting the Shadow Victory Bell go. There's no health left. You're letting it, there's no shielding it. Galarian Stunfisk can even survive a charm. It has the Mudshot down. It gets the Mudshot down. It has to be able to survive a charm, and Trevenant just has so many Shadow Claws, so this is tough for Cindy. Zygomatic looks like he's going to win this with 2 shields remaining.
Yeah, you know, I think that might have been a situation where maybe shielding a Weather Ball on the low Ninetales might have been useful here. But, you know, of course, hindsight is 20/20, and this Trevenant is going to clean up the Galarian Stunfisk, too. So I think a great catch on the Shadow Ball. Unfortunately, the backhand matchup was a little tough for Cindy there. Yeah, so let's see how Cindy adjusts there too. But we saw that Shadow Victory Bell doing quite a bit of work against the Registeel there too, almost taking it out by itself, spending only 1 shield.
I mean, I could not believe what I was watching because it was this low health Victory Bell just chunking through that Registeel. But unfortunately, there was just too much health on Trevenant. Zygomatic chose to run a Trevenant, and then 2 things good against Altaria in the back. With the Alolan Ninetales and the Registeel. Cindy made a great swap on that Shadow Ball, but then it just got nowhere because the Alolan Ninetales just came out and charmed it down before it could even get to a Sky Attack.
Yeah, and I wonder in that situation, what if you try to force switch advantage with the Shadow Victory Bell, especially if Zygomatic is throwing that Shadow Ball. If you shield that Shadow Ball, those Razor Leaves really start adding up. And unless Zygomatic starts shielding that, you can probably win switch advantage. And even though Altaria is not great against the Registeel, you at least have the Galarian Stunfisk against the lone Ninetales, and that'll put you in a much better spot, I think, alignment-wise.
That Razor Leaf versus Trevenant was doing an alarming amount. It seemed like that Trevenant was half health, but by the time it got the Shadow Ball, I could not believe what I was watching. So I think you're right. Not only were you right that Shadow Victory Bell was going to be here, but it's being played as well. But a pretty dominant win there in game number 1 from Zygomatic, able to win with 2 shields remaining. So we're going to see how Cindy is going to adjust for this game number 2.
Yeah, you know, I was actually a little surprised Zygomatic didn't bring the Talonflame, knowing that it has such a great matchup against the Galarian Stunfisk, which shields up the Victory Bell, the Wigglytuff, and the Metachamp too. It really has to watch out for the Swampert and Altaria, but I think Zygomatic was a little bit worried about the Swampert and the Altaria there. Altaria, like we mentioned, is very strong outside against the lone Ninetales, and probably the Registeel to a degree. So definitely interesting to see how Zygomatic adjusts there too. I think Talonflame is definitely one of the few Pokemon that Cindy does not want to see, and unfortunately her first opponent of the day is the Talonflame master here, Zygomatic.
Right, I think Zygomatic was afraid of that Altaria, but that's why he put two things strong against it in the back. So we're gonna see they're about to be locking in for this game number 2. Maybe Zygomatic does bring that Talonflame, and we do have a lock-in. What are we gonna see? More Shadow Victory Belts, another Trevenant lead, and it's into the Galarian Stunfisk this time, which is slightly negative, but not terrible.
Yeah, we see Zygomatic actually locking in the same exact team as game 1 here. Now, this is not a great matchup for Cindy, but Cindy definitely wants to avoid this Trevenant against the Swampert in the back here too, so this is probably the best case scenario to just stay in here and whittle down this Trevenant as much as possible. Let's see if she goes for a catch or not. Just no shielding the Shadow Ball and content with just taking the damage and throwing probably these Rock Slides.
It's Zygomatic going for the energy efficient move, which is the Shadow Ball. And the Rock Slide is going to be going through. At some point between Mud Shots and Rock Slides, 2 of them will knock out a Trevenant. You're at the second one now. Do you throw before the Seed Bomb? No. Zygomatic does get to that Seed Bomb first, so this will probably force a Protect Shield unless Cindy wants to fast move down this Trevenant.
Yeah, and I think this is a good utilization of the shields because essentially you really want to whittle down this Trevenant. You could even potentially win Switch Advantage here, which would be pretty crucial. But again, it's really going to be the Swampert that's going to have to put in a lot of work here because that Altaria is not going to have a great time, especially against a lone Ninetales here. And again, going for a potential catch, but not catching it. And now here comes the Alolan Ninetales again here. And this is not a fun matchup for this Altaria.
And that's the key factor, Caleb, is this Altaria just has nowhere to go as Cindy does throw off this Sky Attack here. Instant no shield by Zygomatic, and Zygomatic's just going to keep charming through. At least you got the Alolan Ninetales to half health, so within Rock Slide range at least, right?
Yeah, within Rock Slide range, this Alolan Ninetales may win charging priority against this Galarian Stunfisk, which is not a great spot to be in. I wonder if Cindy actually comes in with the Swampert maybe to absorb the damage and not have to expend that last shield. No, go straight for the Galarian Stunfisk, but again, here comes that Weather Ball, and it's just going to let this Galarian Stunfisk go.
Yeah, smart call by Zygomatic to throw right away on charge move priority, expecting that Rock Slide through it so he could win charge move priority. Now is that another Weather Ball, throws it right before the Hydro Cannon is available. But the thing is about that pivot from Cindy, now the Trevenant still has some health from Zygomatic. I know Registeel's in the back, but Trevenant is still about 30% health.
Yeah, this is tough to getting as much as she can against this Alolan Ninetales. But unfortunately, the Swampert is quite low, and the Trevenant might be able to Shadow Call this down. You have to save the shield for the Trevenant, though, because the Trevenant does have the Seed Bomb ready, putting Cindy in a very difficult position here, having to spend this last shield and still need to take out the Trevenant and the Registeel. This is an uphill battle.
Yeah, this is tough for this Swampert here. At least this Trevenant is within Hydro Cannon range, but there's just no health remaining. There's a Protect Shield left. Looks like Zygomatic wants to go for a lock on down victory as this Trevenant gets knocked out, and this Registeel is finally going to get some revenge against a Swampert that it usually loses to. It's going lock on down, and down goes Swampert.
Yeah, what a intense match there too. You know, I think game 1, catching that Shadow Ball at least made the matchup a little bit closer, expending a lot of the energy on the Trevenant. This time around, Zygomatic not falling for it and not throwing the energy when he had it, so making that matchup against the Swampert later on much harder for Cindy there too. Again, you know, that's probably one of the few teams you do not want to see if you're running the Shadow Victory Bell and the Wigglytuff there, but unfortunately that was going to be the first pairing of the tournament today. But this is a double elimination bracket, so this is not the last time that Cindy will be battling and may come back on stream later on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You don't want to be facing the Talonflame Master with a Shadow Razor Leafer and a Wigglytuff user. And a Zygomatic, who I think was the most impressive player at day 1 of NAIC, in my opinion, is already putting on an impressive performance here. So much precision. He just seems never bothered, never worried. And I mean, as you see in game number 1, he just wins the game with 2 shields, a pretty dominant 2-0 there.
Yeah, I remember talking to you at North America International Championships, going to day 2, the top 8, to determine who were going to be the top 4 come to Worlds. You said you thought that Zygomatic was going to take the whole thing. Zygomatic still placed top 3, so a pretty solid prediction still, and I think I agree with you. One of the strongest players we've seen in this Play Pokemon inaugural season for Pokemon GO so far, and definitely excited to see what he does in future rounds.
If only I could see the future like my co-caster Caleb here, and I would have picked the right NAIC winner, just like you picked the right Spice Pokemon that we would see in the very first battle, which was the Shadow Razor Leafer. And like you mentioned, double elimination tournament. So Cindy is not out of it yet. A really unique team. She's kind of known for her unique teams, I would say, especially what she did in Vancouver to make it all the way through the winner's bracket, never dropping out of the winner's bracket, and winning the whole thing with the Ember Shadow Kanto Ninetales, which, I mean, I'm not disappointed that I didn't see it today, but I mean, when you put on such a masterful show with a Pokemon and then you drop it for the World Championships.
Yes. You know, and sometimes that's making a prediction on the meta or maybe seeing how your opponents read. Maybe some opponents are going to say, you know what, I expect the Shadow Kanto Ninetales from Cindy, so I'm going to bring a bunch of water types this time, and then the Shadow Victory Bell is going to have a great time. Zygomatic taking the other approach here and saying, Talonflame is my staple. It's really strong. I love Scrafty as well. Pairing up with that Registeel and the Alolan Ninetales. And feels comfortable just bring pretty much the same exact team that they brought a few weeks ago back in Ohio. Yeah,
the only difference to that point, it is almost the same exact team. It's just Medicham instead of Scrafty. And you're absolutely right. When you're trying to be creative and trying to have unique strategies, I think a key factor is catching people off guard. And so in Vancouver, you maybe catch them off guard with that Ember Shadow Kanto Ninetales. But now, it is everywhere. You see a lot of people run the Shadow Kanto Ember Ninetales, so people are prepared. They know the matchups a little better now, so you gotta stay one step ahead of the competition. So I do understand why she switched it up for the Pokemon GO World Championships. Yeah, regardless if you like Shadow Victory Bell or not, you gotta give respect to Cindy for even running that. One of the first people in the world to run that in competitive play Pokemon tournaments here too. So very excited to see, and you know, I'm pretty happy that my first prediction was correct here. We still need a Shadow Victory Bell against a Swampert sometime today. That's my hope and dream. But until then, we're looking for the triple shadows for you now, Butters. Yeah, I think I will get that. You know, at least that was an easy one to predict. I think one team will have the triple shadows. But yeah, really interesting way to start the day with that Shadow Razor Leaf Victory Bell. I don't know if it's the only player to use it in competition, but it's definitely the first player that I've ever seen use that Shadow Razor Leafer in competition. You do see it a lot in the Go Battle League leaderboard. I know you were saying your boy Bastion and then Shadow Razor Leaf Victory Bell. And what was it? Medicham? Medicham is a pretty dominant line. Yeah, it's not my strategy per se, but it's a pretty strong one, especially in the Blind 3 format. But that's where the Show 6 format is very different here, because you can see it coming, so you can adjust and make predictions on what is actually going to be there. There's not always going to be a Shadow Victory Bell, but there might be, and that's where you have to be playing a little safe there too. And you know, surprisingly, we didn't see the Talonflame once. I thought we'd see the Talonflame a little bit more, and maybe that was Zygomatic's plan. Bait Cindy into thinking that the Talonflame's coming out, so she over-prepares with the Swampert and the Altaria, and then you just pretty much sweep the Alolan Ninetales. And it's a little unfortunate too, because Cindy unfortunately didn't have any of the lead advantage in any of those two battles. Yeah, and the Altaria just had nowhere to go. I think Zygomatic just expected that Altaria, had two answers to it in the back. And both times, I think Cindy tried to make some really nice swaps, did swap on it one time and land the Shadow Ball on the Altaria, but the second time tried to swap on a Seed Bomb, I believe, but just ran into that Alolan Ninetales. Maybe if it was able to land into the Registeel, it would have been a little bit better, because then maybe Swampert could get some momentum. Because if you can get the Registeel low enough with the Altaria and then Mudshot down, come out just energy loaded, maybe you could sweep with the Swampert, but just the Alolan Ninetales was too much for Cindy's team. Yeah, no, definitely. But, you know, again, this is the World Championships in London, and these trainers are really qualified and really strong too. So all these trainers are fighting against some of the best in the world. And yeah, none of these matches are going to be, there's no slouches that they're going to be facing. I'll just put it that way. Yeah, speaking of qualified and strong competitors, we have our next pairing live on the main stage here. As we go down to our next matchup. I mean, we already started off the day, and I'm seeing a little preview of the teams here. It's already some more spice. I'm just really happily surprised by the extreme variety we are seeing throughout the last chance qualifiers and so far here, day number 1. Yes, and we have back on stream here, we have 23 EJB fighting through the last chance qualifiers and making it to the World Championship stage here, earning himself a spot. And I believe, if memory
recalls correctly here, he was running the Fire Spin Shadow Cancel Ninetales too. So even though we didn't see a Shadow Cancel Ninetales from Sydney there, we may see one in the second match here today.
Right, and he is facing Iomero, who was the second place victor in Indianapolis Regional. Second place, the King, I believe, and they ran the exact same team against each other, had an epic 5-game series. We'll see if he brought a similar team here today. I know 23 EJB was also running the Pelipper, which I saw got a lot of love on Twitter. I saw some posts saying your Pelipper was too much for me, I couldn't handle it. So Pelipper making it all the way through last chance qualifiers. As we get into the teams here, I'll read out Iomero's team, and wow, it's the Walrein, it's Lickitung, Purified Sableye, Skarmory, Shadow Machamp, and Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, what an interesting team too. Okay, so this is the first time we've seen a Shadow Victory Bell in any of the Play Pokemon tournaments and any of the Play Pokemon broadcasts. Is this the first time we're seeing a Shadow Machamp now?
It has to be.
It might be. It really might be. And this is a very unique one. But let's go into 23 EJB's team. 23 EJB had the option of running a different team today. And I actually spoke with him before today's production. And he said, you know what? I'm going to stick with what works. You know, if someone wants to change their team just to adjust for my team, then that's fine. But it worked yesterday, and just dropping just one Pokemon on this team of 6 can change everything and make it not work. So 23 EJB feeling confident in the Registeel, the Walrein, the Purified Sableye, the Shadow Cancel Ninetales, the Pelipper, and the Medicham. Now here's one thing though, 23 EJB could be changing the movesets on these Pokemon. So maybe it's an Ember Shadow Cancel Ninetales, or maybe you have the Power Punch Medicham. A lot of things could change here, but I think 23 EJB might be running the same exact team and same exact movesets.
No, I think you're right. I think you trust what he says, and that's why you're so good at the predictions. Get the little inside info there. And yeah, I mean, you look at Pelipper here. Pelipper has a lot of play against that Shadow Machamp, the Nidoqueen, the Walrein, the Lickitung, Sableye. Only really has to worry about Skarmory, which is also a rare pick. You don't see Skarmory that often because of how badly it loses the Registeel. And 23 EJB does have Registeel on his team.
Yeah, you know, the last time I saw Skarmory at high-level competitive play and play Pokemon, I believe was in Europe International Championships, the first international championships we broadcasted this season. And that was, I believe, in the losers finals with Dancing Rob and Freyka, I believe. And I think both of them are here today in World Championships because they both qualified. And it was, they both had Skarmory, they both had Sableye. It was a very close, similar mirror matchup. And I believe they even tied on Game 5 of the losers finals. They had their rematch.
Yeah.
So, but that was pretty much the last time we saw Skarmory, and that was months ago in competitive play. I think Skarmory has fallen a little bit out of favor in the meta for Great League Pokemon Go PvP, but it looks like Iomero is up to something here and is like, you know what? I don't need a steel tank like a Registeel or a Galarian Stumpus or a Bastiodon. I'm going to run the Flying Steel, the Skarmory, one of the oldest and most relevant Pokemon in Pokemon Go PvP since the early days when the game just dropped.
Maybe trying to counter all those Shadow Venusaurs that we saw yesterday. But a key factor here is Iomero just has no answer for Shadow Ninetales. Shadow Ninetales is good against Iomero's entire team. Probably the best answers are Sableye and Nidoqueen and Lickitung, but it's just really good. You know, Machamp could probably do well against the Shadow Ninetales as well, but it's just the thing is, it's so safe. If you put it in the right position, get a Fire Spin down, it could really close for you. We saw how much an Overheat did to a Sableye yesterday, almost one hit knocking it out, and then Pelipper came in with the Wing Attack to finish the job. But I just feel like Shadow Ninetales is just extremely safe against Iomero's team.
Yeah, Shadow Ninetales does look pretty strong here too. I'm definitely going to be very curious how Iomero addresses it. You know, Shadow Machamp is also very strong. Like you said, it has decent matchups against a lot of teams outside that Pelipper and outside that Medicham. Medicham is a very scary Pokemon to face here, but we are going into our first battle between these two competitors, and it's going to be starting off with a Medicham into the Sableye. This is going to be a great spot for the Sableye, and we see an instant swap to the Walrein.
Oh, and I was maybe thinking there was going to be a Shadow Machamp there, but no, it's the Lickitung to answer the Walrein. And Lickitung is a great answer for the Walrein, but this matchup is kind of close because the Licks aren't same type attack bonus, and neither is the Power Whip.
Yeah, and you see alignment here is actually pretty crucial here because he really wants that Sableye against the Medicham instead of the Walrein against EJB's Medicham here. So alignment is definitely going to be on Iomero's mind here. Is Iomero going to bait with the Body Slam or go Power Whip? Does go straight for the Body Slam. Let's see if we get a shield or not. And it looks like EJB's really thinking about it and gets a shield. That's a huge early shield bait from Iomero.
That is really impactful because now you're almost at the next Power Whip. You can take this Icicle Spear, so you can either force it. Oh, actually Protect Shielding it. I thought maybe you'd let it go and throw the Power Whip and force another Protect Shield, but decides to stay in there, try to go for that alignment like you mentioned. And are you baiting again? Another bait by Iomero here. And now 23 EJB has to decide to give up all his Protect Shields or not.
Oh, and doesn't shield. It's actually a crucial no shield here. Do we get to the next Body Slam? No, the Icicle Spear is reached first here too. And I'm looking at 23 EJB's team here, and that Shadow Cancel Ninetales looks quite good. But actually, Iomero letting it go. This might be exactly the advantage Iomero needs, because Iomero needs energy to handle that Shadow Cancel Ninetales.
That was a soft loss, but maybe a little bit too soft because look, you can't Shadow Claw down this Walrein, and this Sableye is just taking so much pressure here. It's trying to go for a Shadow Claw down, but this Walrein is going to get dangerously close to another Icicle Sphere as the Sableye is loaded with energy now, and you would have to come in with the Ninetales. I don't think you want to risk putting in your Medicham here.
Yeah, you know, I think Iomero is still determined to Shadow Claw down here. This Sableye is going to have to do a lot of work here. Unfortunately, the Walrein is not great against the Ninetales nor the Medicham, so Iomero is going to have to make some magic happen with this Sableye, but like you said, Sableye is very low on health at this point.
Yeah, and look how much that foul play did. It did about half to the Ninetales. So 23 EJB has to devote his last Protect Shield, and he's going to have an uphill battle trying to Fire Spin down. Here comes the swap into Walrein. Walrein has to get all the way to an Earthquake to knock out at this point, but it's met by the Medicham, and this is a power-up punch Medicham, which is a key factor in this matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of crucial here, but one key thing to note is 23 EJB did not leave with a Weather Ball ready. Got a little bit of energy, but does not have that Weather Ball ready for the Sableye. If the Sableye could farm down this Medicham with still a shield remaining, if this Walrein could put it low enough, this could be the win condition for Iomero here.
And interesting to throw the Icicle Spear after the Power Punch. Maybe you want to throw it before the Power Punch, before that one-stage attack boost on those counters. As you throw the next Icicle Spear here, Medicham is going to be able to get the counter down, survive this. There's no Protect Shields remaining for EJB, and there's one Protect Shield remaining for Iomero. You're going to try to go for the Power Punch. This isn't enough for Sableye, though.
No, it's not, but these Power Punchers are still really boosting up these counters, and counter, even though resist is starting to do a lot of damage. Switch Timer's not up yet for the long Ninetales, and the Sableye is really close. Actually, who's going to get to this charge move first? Oh no, the Weather Ball was ready, and the Sableye is going to get knocked out here.
He banked it, and the Weather Ball knocks out Iomero Sableye. The Shadow Kanto Ninetales, which was so good in that matchup, wins the game number 1. 23 EJB continuing his dominance from the last chance qualifier into day number 1 of these Pokemon Go World Championships.
Yeah, what a play by EJB there too. I actually even missed that. I thought that EJB did not have the Weather Ball ready, but EJB says, no, I know what I'm doing. I just battled through the last chance qualifier. I'm working my way through the World Championship competitors now too to try to fight for a spot on day 2 in the final top 8 here. And we see EJB pulling it off despite a really negative matchup with the Medicham into the Sableye there.
Yeah, that was crazy because swapping in with the Walrein was able to win the one shield against the Lickitung, which should technically be a counter. I don't know if the Walrein got too many Powder Snows ahead or because the Lickitung was going for too many Body Slam baits, but not only won the switch advantage, kept the shields even, and put so much pressure on the Sableye with the Icicle Spear and all that Powder Snow damage.
Yeah, you know, Lickitung a very strong Pokemon, but Walrein is no joke either. Walrein, not even a Pokemon that requires the XL candies to get even higher in its levels, but still very bulky, very strong too, and dishing out a lot of damage with those Powder Snows, generating quickly those Icicle Spears against the Lickitung. Lickitung, one of the bulkiest Pokemon Great League. Even Lickitung is going to struggle a little bit there if it cannot land the Power Whip.
And yeah, that's why Walrein is the king of Open Great League, in my opinion. Probably the best Pokemon there. You see it on both teams. How is Iomero going to deal with that Shadow Kanto Ninetales? It has a lot of neutral matchups, so I think the thing 23 EJB is doing is just trying to position it, just trying to find the best moments for it, do a little dancing around, hold the Weather Ball, use it to win a game. But look at this, it's fighter v fighter. but one of them has 4 arms, but it's a bad matchup.
Yeah, no, for just having more arms doesn't always help you here. And it is going to be the Machamp into the Medicham here. And we actually see a swap here. This is a very interesting swap now because I don't know how EJB is going to win switch advantage here because you're always going to be behind one Shadow Claw into Iomero's Sableye. And we do see an early shield from EJB here.
I mean, the thing is, though, look at Iomero's backline. It just has the Machamp and Lickitung. So Medicham is good against the backline no matter what. So even if you do not win switch advantage, you can probably just power up punch through the backline as the foul play lands. And now this foul play for Iomero is going to get protect shielded. So it looks like EJB does want to have alignment.
Wow, okay, so we see 2 shields from EJB right off the bat there, too. Not wanting to risk any damage here, but now we have the Lickitung that could probably finish us off, or maybe you come in with the Machamp. Machamp, even though throwing resistant counters, are still going to really chunk down even the Sableye here.
I mean, we can see, because we can see all the teams, that was a really good call to go for alignment from 23 EJB, because if he aligns the Registeel into Lickitung and then Medicham into Shadow Machamp, it might be a wrap. We're going to see if Iomero can do something with a 2 Protect Shield, Shadow Machamp in the back.
Yeah, you know, I didn't catch it. Was the Shadow Machamp running Cross Chop and Rock Slide, or was there the Payback? Because Payback will really change things here.
Yeah, he needs a little payback to deal with the Medicham, because I do not think Rock Slide or Cross Chop will be enough. Finally having to throw a body slam really precise there right before the foul play was available from 23 EJB's Sableye.
Yeah, you know, I think that's a really good call to shield that return there, negating a lot of damage that would have been hitting the Lickitung there too. Even 2 shield Shadow Machamp may not be enough. You might run yourself into a situation where you can't use any shields. Now here comes the Registeel, and you see an immediate counter swap into Medicham when the Shadow Machamp comes in here too. And this is going to be really tough because you don't really want to shield these power punches, but it's going to keep adding more and more damage to this Medicham, and Medicham is going to resist all of the moves on the Shadow Machamp.
And we were trying to see if it has payback. It does not. It's running the Cross Chop and the Rock Slide, so it's going to be forced into a double Cross Chop here. The thing, it's just too much pressure. The Cross Chop is going to be not very effective. I don't think 2 Cross Chops will knock out a Medicham, so it looks like this Medicham is going to stay alive, going to keep on countering to the Registeel.
Yeah, this Lickitung does have a body slam ready. Let's see if we could get the body slam off. That would be absolutely huge if you could get that to proc. And here comes, no, EJB is ready for this Lickitung, and Iomero is forced to let this go because you don't want to get hit by a Focus Blast or Zap Cannon later from the Registeel. But this is so tough. You're taking so much damage in this process. And look at this Medicham just putting in so much work, almost taking out both the Machamp and the Lickitung as well. And I think Iomero might be conceding here, understanding the situation is pretty bleak.
Lickitung was desperately trying to lick through. Finally got there, but now this energy just hits a brick wall of Registeel, or a steel wall, I should say. And pretty dominant once again, 2-0 by one of our last chance qualifiers victors. 23 EJB takes it.
Yeah, you know, you love to see it too. 23 EJB working really hard to fight through the gauntlet yesterday of the last chance qualifiers and staying in form and on point against a runner-up from Indianapolis Regionals earlier this year. So 23 EJB really earning his stripes here and understanding that, you know what, I can hang with the big dogs as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Medicham just went off. It's the power-up punch Psychic, which we have seen a little bit more now, because if you run that Ice Punch and Psychic, you're just not a great answer to Registeel or Lickitung, because those matchups become quite neutral in that situation. But you saw here with the power-up punch, the Licks were just doing the same amount, but Medicham's counters were just ramping up, and it was able to punch through that Lickitung, really punch through the entire team, because there was no answer to it with the Shadow Machamp and 2 things weak to it.
Yeah, you know, and we saw Iomero give up switch advantage very willingly there too, whereas EJB was fighting really hard to maintain switch advantage. It was kind of an interesting sight because you see 20 EJB double shielding that Sableye, and Iomero not caring at all about the Sableye too, but 2 very different mindsets. It would have definitely been a tough matchup either way because, like you said, the Power Punch Medicham is going to do very well against the Lickitung. Lickitung can actually do a decent amount of damage to Medicham if there wasn't that Power Punch or Dynamic Punch, but because EJB had that in mind, it made the matchup tough even if Iomero won alignment there too. So I think it was just a tough matchup either way for Iomero.
Yeah, and the thing, I misspoke. Iomero wasn't triple weak to Medicham, did have that Sableye and did swap it out first, right? So the way it works, it would always be a Shadow Claw ahead. It was a very quick swap by 23 EJB, but it would have been a Shadow Claw ahead the entire matchup. So if he wanted, he could have double protect shielded for alignment, so he made the choice not to. And I think in that situation, if you had the alignment there, you might have been in a much better position.
Yeah, you know, and Shadow Machamp is definitely one of those Pokemon that's a little bit on the frail side. So if you spend all your shields on that Sableye matchup, you risk getting hit by a Zap Cannon or a Focus Blast from that Registeel, and that's going to do a lot of damage. It's not as bulky as a Medicham, but it hits quite hard in comparison. So that's a trade-off, and you know, having shields down for that Shadow Machamp is kind of tough. So I could definitely understand where Iomeru is coming from.
Right, yeah.
But again,
I was just going to mention, but imagine if he had the payback.
Yes, the payback would have been doing some hard-hitting neutral damage. Payback also a community exclusive move too, one that you could also teach your Machamp with the Elite Charge Team if you have one. But yeah, that would have made things very, very interesting. Unfortunately, not running that payback, which I think I understand because payback, a very high-intensive energy move, and the utility there is not nearly as high as Rock Slide.
Right. And speaking of Elite Charge Teams, make sure to play the Celebration event because there is an Elite Charge Team available. Also, an Elite Fast Team as well. So that's amazing because you can get those Community Day moves with those Elite Charge Teams or Fast Teams.
Yeah, they're very useful there too. I'm sure you're using all your Elite Charge Teams and Fast Teams on all your random spicy Shadow Pokemon in all the different leagues here.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've probably gotten like, I don't know, a ton of Elite Charge Teams. I've used them almost specifically only on Shadow Pokemon. Probably have at least 20 Elite Team for Shadow Pokemon. So I love giving those Shadow variants the Community Day moves to make them even stronger.
You know, I can't really even judge you for that. I spent about 6 Elite Charge Teams / Fast Teams on 2 different Sea Kings. One for Great League and one for Ultra League. And let's just say only one of them's paid off so far. But, you know, sometimes you got to take the risk and see what happens. So it's all still fun to try out different Pokemon there.
Yeah, and yeah, just dominant play so far here from 23 EJB in London. Came in yesterday with a fantastic performance. And like you mentioned, say, hey, if it works, stick with it, keep going. I mean, you know these trainers have been preparing for a long time, so they're not going to overreact to what I did the day before. So just brought the same lineup, the same strategies in pretty dominant performance. I would say, once again, another 2-0 that was really in favor by 23 EJB.
Yeah, you know, based on this performance, maybe they should have reacted a little bit to his team there too. But awesome to see that Shadow Kanto Ninetales in action there, and you know, the staple Medicham, Sableye, and Registeel matchup too.
And I know I've talked about this a lot, but I was really not expecting this much variety from all these top players. It's different on every team. I mean, a lot of the teams have the Walrein, the Registeel, the Lickitung, kind of those bulky prototypes that will soak up energy and just are meta staples. But each of these competitors are filling out their roster with different strategies, different cores. We see the Shadow Kanto Ninetales Pelipper core from 23 EJB, and then you see Iomeru with a Skarmory and Shadow Machamp.
Yeah, we are 2 sets of battles in. We're racing 2 Pokemon that we haven't seen ever in the competitive play Pokemon inaugural season of Pokemon Go so far. Do we make it 3 for 3 here in this upcoming set? That would be wild.
I don't know. You've had inside information on the first 2 competitors. We'll have to see who is our next matchup to see if we have some more predictions from Caleb here. But, I mean, I would not be surprised at this point. I mean, Samurott wins a last chance qualifier. A Pelipper wins it. Anything can happen here. A lot of meta staples, but you can really fill out your roster the way you would like, and that is a beautiful place to be in for Pokemon in general, and specifically Pokemon Go.
Yeah, no, you're right. I will say, I think I'm running a little low on energy for another future site here, so I don't know if I can make a prediction here for game number 3, but I would love to see a spicy Pokemon that we haven't ever seen competitively so far.
And it looks like our next competitors are ready, so we're gonna head on over and find out the next matchup, which I believe is gonna be Pokesquark versus Patricky Albany.
Yes, and Pokesquark we saw perform quite well in the Europe International Championships, one of the first ever international championships we broadcasted for Play Pokemon. And so doing quite well, and I believe Pokesquark either placed 4th place there, behind Dancing Rob, Freyka, and Aries. So definitely excited to see them back on stage here too. It's been quite a few months, and I'm sure maybe there's been quite a few adjustments to their team.
Right, and rocking the Poke Center t-shirt. I bought the same exact one, PokeSquark. We're matching. And against Patrick Albany, which I believe is a Brazilian player.
Yes.
Won one of the Brazilian regionals to make it here today at the World Championships. A talented player. We're going to see what he is running. And the thing is, we've covered on these streams a lot of the North American and some international championships, but a lot of these, some of these other regions like the South America, the APAC, we haven't quite seen on stream yet. So I'm extremely curious to what they will bring as we get into the team sheets here. I'll start it out with Patrick Albany's team, and it is going to be the Purified Sableye, Shadow Nidoqueen, Medicham, Trevenant, Galarian Stunfisk, and Shadow Walrein.
Yeah, and going at PokeSquark's side here too. This is not the first time we've seen it, but we don't see it very often. It's the Tapu Fini with the Shadow Walrein, Lickitung, Talonflame, Shadow Nidoqueen, and Medicham. Now I'm really feeling for you, Butters. We got two trainers here with two shadows, just one shy of your triple shadow prediction here. But we're only on battle number 3 here, so there's still time.
Yeah, they're teasing me a bit. And it's funny because they both have the same exact shadows. The Shadow Nidoqueen, which you see exclusively the Shadow variant just because of the way Nidoqueen works. You want to get the pressure with the poison jabs and the poison things. So you might as well have that 20% bonus there. So both rocking the Shadow Nidoqueen and the Shadow Walrein, and Tapu Fini Talonflame core, which is happens a lot in Ultra League, but you don't really see it in the Open Great League as much. I'm curious to see how that will play out. It looks like it has a lot of good matchups here. It can deal with the Medicham, the Galarian Stunfisk, the Sableye. It can fight back versus Shadow Nidoqueen, and Walrein only has to really, I guess, worry about the Trevenant and Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, no, definitely. So it is an interesting one too. Have you used Tapu Fini before in Great League?
I have. I've been lucky enough to meet some friends at these events and re-roll some trades and get some Great League Tapus. It's a strong Pokemon.
Yes, it has that water gun fast move pressure there too, which makes it a little bit different from Azumarill. Azumarill, one of the staples of Pokemon Go PvP in Great League. It has the same exact typing with that Water Fairy, but the movesets are quite different. You have Water Gun instead of Bubble, you have Surf instead of Hydro Pump, you have Moonblast instead of Play Rough. So pretty much different across the board in terms of movesets, even though it's the same exact typing and pretty similar coverage. You do have the Ice Beam option for Azumarill where you don't have it on the Tapu Fini. But Tapu Fini is a lot of fun to play, not nearly as bulky as Azumarill, and it is a legendary that you have to trade with a friend to get under that 1500 combat power maximum for Great League.
Right, I completely agree with you. Similar role to the Azumarill, but different pace. And looks like PokeSquark's Lickitung is looking pretty good as well. It's good against the Double Ghost and Walrein. It's kind of neutral against Nidoqueen. And like we've seen, if you don't have Power Up Punch on Medicham, Lickitung can do just fine. And it's not terrible versus Galarian Stunfisk. It loses, but often in a soft loss. So maybe you can Water Gun down with Tapu Fini, maybe even Incinerate down with Talonflame. I think PokeSquark is looking to be in a pretty good team composition advantage.
Yeah, I believe PokeSquark was also the one that used Talonflame quite a bit in the Europe International Championship. So I like sticking with that. And, you know, Talonflame looks kind of unstoppable here. There's no matchup where Talonflame's bad in. It might not always win against all these Pokemon, but it always has ability to beat any of these Pokemon. So we go into our first battle here, and we have the Medicham into the Shadow Nidoqueen. Let's see what moveset this Medicham has.
Yeah, but the one thing we didn't get to mention is how good Patrick Albany's Nidoqueen is against PokeSquark's team. Doesn't really have a single answer for it besides the Walrein, so has to stay in with this Medicham here to try to land some Ice Punches or Psychics.
Yeah, and we see going for the first Poison Vein. It is going to be no shielded by PokeSquark. PokeSquark going for that Ice Punch after building up to that Psychic. You have to respect it, and here we see the first shield from Patrick Albany here. And now I wouldn't be surprised if we see a swap here. No, stays in and is going to keep throwing these Ice Punches, and it is going to be charge move priority here going to the Nidoqueen.
Yeah, throwing right on charge move priority like you mentioned, and getting the Protect Shield because looks like PokeSquark just wants to try to get 2 Protect Shields out of the Shadow Nidoqueen, and we have seen that Shadow Nidoqueen can survive this. So can it survive this and go for the complete Poison Jab down? I think it can, but it's going to be very low health, so a pivot happens, swaps into Sableye, met by the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, I think it was almost a simultaneous swap there too, which is very unfortunate for PokeSquark because this is going to be a great matchup for the Sableye here. You have to land this Earth Power to stand a chance. PokeSquark going to let this Foul Play go. Still might be able to land the Earth Power here, but it might get shielded as well.
Yeah, and decides to go for it. And huge shield by Patrick the Albany to now be in a position to Shadow Claw down and get some momentum on Sableye, maybe even before the Nidoqueen gets to a Poison Fang.
Yeah, and that's a huge farm down without even laying the Poison Fang here too. I think it's a really great decision from Patrick the Albany to shield that Earth Power, because now getting a lot of energy on the Sableye, even though down a shield, can probably get a shield back. And here comes the Shadow Walrein. Shadow Walrein has to respect all these moves. It is going to be a foul play, even though foul play will put the Shadow Walrein quite low.
Yeah, and got to return energy, so might force the last second Protect Shield, and it does. Pokesquark throws it up, and it has to throw energy. No, swaps! Swaps on the Medicham to catch the foul play to try to win this game with the Shadow Walrein.
Dude, what a clean swap there too, but unfortunately you still have to deal with this Medicham that's full health here, and that's going to be a really uphill battle, getting as much energy as possible, actually bringing in the Shadow Nidoqueen to potentially catch a move there, but this is going to be interesting. The Walrein has almost 100 energy, maxed out energy, and even against the Medicham that's weak against the Fighting 2, it has a lot of moves they can throw at it.
Is this possible? If you triple Icicle Spear, or if you Icicle Spear Earthquake, I don't know if triple Icicle Spear will do it. Medicham just has so much bulk. There's one Icicle Spear. What triple might do it? This is going to be really close in the end, Caleb.
Yeah, and it's going to be a power up punch. Medicham going for this Earthquake instead of the double Icicle Spear on charge and priority. Is this enough to take out the Medicham from the Shadow Walrein? And it is not. The Medicham still gets a power punch off, and I don't know if it's enough to KO. It is the Shadow Walrein here.
And you might be out of range of Powder Snow, so it's going to be a fast move off. 2 counters versus 2 Powder Snows, and looks like they're both going at it, and the counter does win that matchup. So able to take game number 1 as Patrick Albany.
Yeah, you know, Pokesquark keeping it really close there too, especially catching that foul play on the Medicham was exactly what he needed to have a chance in this match. Unfortunately, a little too late there. I wonder if the triple Icicle Spear was the play. Now, you still get hit with a Power Punch either way, regardless if you throw the Earthquake or not, but you're going to do, I believe, a little bit more damage throwing 2 Icicle Spears over 1 Earthquake there.
Yeah, I think it would have been enough to knock out the Medicham. I mean, the Sableye did have some health in back. I think what Pokesquark was worried about is if you keep throwing charge moves, you guarantee that a counter comes through.
Yes.
So was trying to get less counters coming through by only throwing 2 charge moves instead of 3, but didn't quite have enough. I mean, you need a 25% shadow boost there instead of a 20% to get that down. But Patrick Albany, one interesting thing about game number 1 here is I think Pokesquark's Lickitung is so good against Patrick Albany. I think that he thought Patrick Albany wouldn't bring Sableye. And Sableye was good against 2 of Pokesquark's 3 Pokemon, the Shadow Nidoqueen and the Medicham. So Patrick Albany brought the Sableye anyway and was able to use it to carry him to victory.
Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right there, too. I'm really surprised Pokesquark has not brought the Talonflame yet. If you look at Patrick Albany's team, there isn't anything that actually beats a Talonflame which shields up. I believe Talonflame has the ability to even win in 2 shield situations against everything on Patrick Albany's team. But that being said, it may be kind of a shield hog for a Talonflame too, so maybe Pokesquark is expecting Patrick to expect it. But, you know, I keep thinking about what you said yesterday, where our co-caster Gabby said, if you have a good Pokemon, just use it. Like, just use it, you know? Like, it doesn't matter if they have only 1 check to it, you worry about it, or maybe 2, or maybe 0 checks. If it's that good, why not just use it here?
No, I mean, you're right. It's really not threatened by anything. We've seen how good a Shadow Nidoqueen can pressure it with the jabs and the poison things. We did see that in game number 1, but I would have to agree with you. It has amazing matchups. Just bring it. The thing is, I think Pokesquark has a lot of Pokemon with great matchups. Just didn't quite find them in game number 1. So see how he adjusts his lineup, locking in to game number 2 against Patrick Albany, which pretty solid win in that game number 1.
Yeah, you know, I think the alignment was a little unfortunate there too. I believe they simultaneously swapped right in that first matchup to the Nidoqueen and the Sableye there, and that unfortunately locked Pokesquark's Shadow Nidoqueen into that Sableye, and the Sableye got so much advantage against that Shadow Nidoqueen that just made it too hard to come back from after that. Pokesquark still putting on quite a valiant effort there in the end, but just a little bit fell short there. So we'll see how Pokesquark adjusts for game number 2.
Yeah, and he went for that huge Earth Power, which it seems like almost every Nidoqueen goes for that Poison Fang bait, but it was a huge call by Patrick Albany to go ahead and shield that Earth Power to take that matchup, and not only take that matchup, but stay so healthy with the Shadow Claw down. And it's just the power of Sableye there. Like you mentioned, is only weak to one typing. It's only weak to Fairy, so it's resisting those poison moves, and it just has so much coverage. Some of the best fast moves in the game with Shadow Claw, and then some of the best charge moves with the foul play and return. Yeah,
you know, even against that Lickitung too, it still does quite a bit of damage with those foul plays in return, doing a lot of damage over time there too. And you kind of have to land that Power Whip to do anything against the Sableye. The lick damage is not enough as it is by itself, and that's the difficulty part. When you don't have that charm damage, it can be tough. But Pokéspark does have that Tapu Fini. It is going to be a Fairy type that resists the foul play. Still taking neutral damage from the Shadow Claw, still taking neutral damage from the returns, but it has a little bit better matchup there, and maybe we see a Tapu Fini in this game.
Right, that could be the adjustment. Sableye did so well in game number 1. Maybe you have to bring the answers in game number 2. And I think I did see a piece of data of all the usage of Pokemon so far in this Play Pokemon season. I think Sableye was #1, so we do need to rename it to Sableye. And Tapu Fini does make its first appearance into a positive lead against Galarian Stunfisk.
This is an amazing lead for the Tapu Fini, and you see the swap right away to the Nidoqueen, and now here comes the Shadow Walrein here too, so this is going to be a great start for Pokéspark here too, having 2 answers for the Tapu Fini in the back for Patrick Albany here with the Trevenant and the Shadow Nidoqueen. But can Patrick Albany win switch advantage here to make this matchup line up how he wants it to?
Yeah, that was a crucial no-shield. If you no-shield the first Poison Fang as a Walrein, it means the Shadow Nidoqueen can shield through it. So it looks like maybe that's what Patrick Albany is going to try to do as they go for a charge move priority to throw the Fang to try to get this Protect Shield out of Pokéspark. Will he give it up to throw the Icicle Spear? Yes, he wants to get the shields down.
Yeah, this is why Shadow Nidoqueen is so strong, especially in Open Great League as well. In this matchup, it's weak to ice and doing only neutral damage to the poison, but still able to overcome the Shadow Walrein here. The matchup that Pokéspark even wanted here, coming away with energy as well here too. So this is going to be a very tough position.
And the thing is, it looks like alignment matters a ton. So that was a good decision by Patrick Albany, and barely holds on to get to the Earth Power. Now this is going to do a ton of damage. Pokéspark is in the opportunity to shield it, but just lets it go.
Yeah, I think saving the shield for the Tapu Fini, maybe expecting the Trevenant in the back here too, going straight away back into the Tapu Fini. Now here's the thing. These water guns are not doing a lot of damage. They are resistant, but water gun damage is still decent here. And going to throw this first Seed Bomb. This Moonblast is going to put the Trevenant quite low, but is it going to be low enough for it to be in water gun range before the next Seed Bomb comes out? That is going to be the question here.
I think Tapu can do this. In Great League, Trevenant is not bulky enough. I think Moonblast plus water gun is enough. We're going to see how much this Moonblast can do against the Trevenant. And is it going to be enough? You just need a couple more water guns. Water gun, he's down!
Oh my gosh, and Tapu Fini showing why it's superior here. Having the water gun damage, it's going to be flexing it over this Trevenant here with the shield advantage, able to beat a Trevenant which resists all of the water gun damage there. And now throwing the Surf, this matchup is completely different now here too. This Galarian Stunfisk has to throw this Rock Slide because those water guns are really adding up. I don't even know if this Rock Slide is enough to take out the Tapu Fini.
Yeah, it might be just enough, but you would have to, oh, it's not. And it looks like you might get to a Surf if you don't throw. Tried to swap, and it's going to go for the Power Whip. They're trying to go for the Earthquake at the same time. Power Whip gets there a turn before. It's going to be able to knock out Patrick Albany. And Pokéspark with his Tapu Fini takes game number 2.
Yeah, dude, it's just wild here too. You know, we don't see a lot of Tapu Finis here, but showing why Tapu Fini has played on this big World Championship stage here. Again, we don't see the Talonflame, but Pokéspark feeling comfortable even without the Talonflame here, able to still pull off a win and force a game number 3.
Yeah, you see Pokéspark wipe a little water off his forehead there, maybe caught a little ricochet of those water guns because Azumarill cannot do that. Azumarill can't just come in there and take out the Trevenant and do so much to that Galarian Stunfisk there. Up a shield, Tapu Fini was just able to Moonblast through that Trevenant and pretty much finish out that entire game. What a Pokemon, what an adjustment. Now it's 1-1 going into this game number 3, and we still haven't seen the Talonflame yet.
Yeah,
the Talonflame is so strong, but we haven't seen it.
Yeah, let's see. I wonder if the Talonflame is going to come out or not, too. Talonflame is very strong here. It would have been very strong both against the Galarian Stunfisk and the Trevenant there too, actually. Patrick Albany really risking not seeing the Talonflame here, but Pokésquirk feeling comfortable even not running the Talonflame. And this is going to be interesting. Both trainers bring different Pokemon for both sets of games here too. So let's see, do they double down on their previous winning teams, or do they switch it up here?
Yeah, switching it up a lot, because as I mentioned in Pokéspark's game number 1, very weak to Sableye, but then game number 2, triple good to Sableye, running the Tapu Fini, the Lickitung, and Walrein. They can all handle Sableye okay. So does that scare off the Sableye from Patrick Albany in game number 3? What will Pokéspark run? Will he bring the Talonflame? He can bring so many options. That's the crazy thing. Like, I don't even know. I feel like you have so many options. What do you even bring? Yeah,
you do have a lot of options here too. And Pokéspark losing the switch advantage against the Shadow Nidoqueen, also no-shielding the Shadow Earth Power and putting it all on the line for that Tapu Fini. And honestly, it was a great play in my opinion, because if you look at Patrick Albany's team, what can beat the Tapu Fini down a shield? It's pretty much only the Shadow Nidoqueen, and I don't even know if the Shadow Nidoqueen can or can't there, especially without shields. I think it was a really smart play from Pokéspark, understanding that matchup and knowing, you know what? Yes, I'm going to get hit by one C-Bomb, or I had the shield C-Bomb, but I'm going to get to that Moonblast and Water Gun down this Trevenant. There's no other. That's about the worst matchup we could get once the Shadow Nidoqueen's out of the picture.
Yeah, and exactly, the Shadow Nidoqueen was out of the picture as well, because brought it in against that Walrein and double shielded it to get the switch advantage. Like you mentioned in the match, it's kind of crazy. If that Shadow Walrein decides to not protect shield, that first poison thing, Shadow Nidoqueen can just 2-shield through the matchup. And I thought, oh wow, now Patrick Albany has the alignment. That's probably his game to win. Gonna match up the Galarian Stunfisk versus the Lickitung, the Trevenant versus the Tapu. But I think you're completely right. Nothing down a shield can beat the Tapu Fini here, not even the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, so, you know, especially when there's no shields, right? If there's a shield remaining, that's a little bit difficult, but if it's 1-0 shield advantage, that's going to put that Tapu Fini in a really good spot. That Surf, that super effective Surf is going to hit that ground-typing Nidoqueen quite hard as well, especially the Shadow variant. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Tapu Fini again. We are going into game number 3 here, and we have the Shadow Walrein leading into the Metacham. Not a great start for Pokéspark.
Fantastic lead for Patrick Albany. Had to swap into his own Shadow Nidoqueen. Looks like Metacham is going to stay in and try to go for a Psychic, because there's no clear answer in the back for this Nidoqueen.
Yeah, you know, we have a kind of it's just a little bit of role reversal from the first match, where Pokéspark didn't have a great answer to the Shadow Nidoqueen, and now Patrick Albany not having one too. And it's going to be a big shield call here. Is it going to be? And it's going to be shielding the Psychic. That's absolutely huge.
And I think that lets Pokéspark know there is no power-up punch. So swapping, or sorry, no ice punch. Swapping into the Trevenant here, but look at all this pressure already. It just got into the matchup. It's already taken so many jabs, and now the Poison Fang.
Yeah, and let's not forget the Metacham is actually about half health at this point too. Even the Shadow Walrein could do quite a bit of work if it has energy. And this C-Bomb is going to come out here, but look at the Trevenant. It's so low on health. It came in after the Shadow Nidoqueen, and it already has lower health than the Shadow Nidoqueen here. And I presume that there might be a farm down here, probably by the Walrein, but maybe even by the Talonflame instead. Yeah,
and that C-Bomb was just barely enough, and here it is. It's the Talonflame. Gets the one Incinerate there, knocks out the Trevenant, and the thing is, there's just a 2 Protect Shield Shadow Nidoqueen in the back, and you have alignment, so you're going to come in here with the Nidoqueen. You're going to put a lot of pressure on, and the Talonflame's just deciding to stay in.
Yeah, and we see the Flame Charge actually come out here too. With 2 shields remaining, you have to respect the potential Brave Bird, especially with the option to dip out. But no, Patrick Albany not shielding the Flame Charge. What a big no-shield.
Going for a 2-shield Metacham. I mean, this Nidoqueen still has some health remaining. A no-shield on this Poison Fang, but had to swap off the debuff immediately, trying to get the Powder Snows to add up. And we know this is a power-up punch Metacham, so it's going to be able to just counter through this Walrein.
Yeah, this is Shadow Walrein, so it's not nearly as bulky as the non-Shadow variant, but it still has quite a bit of health remaining, so you're going to have to throw these power punches right away to really add up this damage without having to worry about another Icicle Spear.
And here comes the first power-up punch. Shadow Walrein lets it go. It's just feeling the heat from these counters. It's going to be able to get to one more Icicle Spear. It's going to throw it last second, looks like. There it is, last second Icicle Spear. Does this get the Protect Shield? No. Patrick Albany thinks that this Shadow Walrein is in range of one Poison Jab.
Yeah, you know, I think that was actually, let's see how that play plays out, but I think that was actually a really smart play from PokeSquark here, too. Now being able to incinerate down this Nidoqueen, and you see the Nidoqueen not able to get to another move there, too. Still having shields on both sides. That was actually a really smart play from PokeSquark. PokeSquark leaving the Shadow Wall Ring with as little health as possible. So you either do one of two things. Either one, the Medicham shields the Icicle Spear, and then you can farm down the Medicham shield and have a move ready for that Nidoqueen, or you leave the health so low that the Shadow Nidoqueen cannot have enough time to farm down the Shadow Wall Rain. It will not possibly get to 2 Poison Fangs, and then you can incinerate down with Talonflame. Really well played from PokeSquark.
Absolutely. PokeSquark finally decided to utilize that Talonflame for literally the last moment possible and incinerates through that final matchup against Shadow Nidoqueen. Like you mentioned, just was not healthy enough to get the poison jab damage there. So PokeSquark takes that 2-1 against Patrick Albany. And wow, I mean, another different core. Now we see the impactfulness of a Tapu Fini up a shield. I mean, 1495 CP too. I'm a little bit jealous. Got a really good trade out of it.
Yeah, that's quite a good trade for sure there too. Love to see that Talonflame, especially in Game 3 from PokeSquark, as predicted, having a lot of play against the entire lineup of Patrick Albany there. Really great battles from both trainers there too. I think they were very close nail biters, and yeah, able to see that Tapu Fini put in work. So we didn't see a completely new Pokemon that we never see in competitive stage, but Tapu Fini is still pretty rare in competitive Pokemon Go PvP, especially in Great League there too. So exciting to see that put in work in the third match of the day. I don't know, we got a decent amount of Spice Butters. You know, at least one player on each team is bringing something very unique and different, which is making all these battles very refreshing too. They're very different matchups that you pretty much can't predict them very easily.
Yeah, that's the thing. The variety here in London is amazing, and I agree with you. I don't think we've seen a Tapu Fini in London being featured yet, and it's just so good because one Pokemon that I think was popular at the beginning of the meta, which we saw Isle versus King run in their teams of 6 in the North American Regional Indianapolis, is Azumarill. I'm not seeing any Azumarill on these teams. I don't know about you, but it's one Pokemon that's kind of been left behind, kind of maybe too slow, too clunky to make it to the World Championships. But we got a faster version, a newer version. It's Tapu Fini. It's just water gunning. Its Moonblast is actually hitting hard, and it's just putting on the pressure.
Yeah, and I believe you said this too as well, that Azumarill would not have been able to do what that Tapu Fini did against that Trevenant there. Even if you're running that Ice Beam, the Trevenant does survive the Ice Beam quite healthily, and the bubble damage is not enough fast move pressure. It's great for energy generation, but just does not do enough damage, whereas the Water Gun is really starting to chunk away at the Trevenant, and also Tapu Fini a little bit more on the attack-weighted side, so it's going to hit a little bit harder than the bulky Azumarill there too. Azumarill being able to tank a lot of damage, but not able to dish out nearly as much damage there too. So I think a great assessment from you there, and yeah, you know, Azumarill, very strong Pokemon, but maybe falling a little bit out of favor for those reasons.
Yeah, Pokemon Go is often about momentum. And how do you get momentum? And Tapu Fini does something a little bit different with Water Gun. It can Water Gun down a matchup and gain momentum. Like you saw, it finished off the Trevenant with just Water Gun. You could never bubble down a Trevenant. You would have to use an Ice Beam. The way that a Azumarill could gain momentum is possibly winning a matchup because of its bulk and typing and saving an Ice Beam or a Play Rough for a really impactful matchup later against maybe something like a Sableye. But it just seems like it just soft wins some matchup unless you're an Azumarill master, which I think King was probably the best Azumarill player that I've seen, where he would soft win a Medicham matchup, which is crazy. Medicham can beat Azumarill in the one Protect Shield situation, which it just makes no sense at all because it is a fighting type versus a fairy type. But in the Zero Shield situation, the Azumarill is able to win that matchup and pretty much bank a move, and King would just store that move, play rough a Sableye later, and play amazingly. And I might be speaking out of place, but I think King might be our next matchup.
Yeah, speaking of King too, before we get to our next matchup, we're going to have a top trainer video of one of our players, and I think you might be onto something here, Butters, yourself.
Hi, my name is King Ivy. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I'm a Pokemon Go top trainer. Not only am I a Pokemon Go top trainer, but I'm also a Pokemon Go judge. For me, I'm always willing to help in any form or fashion. I'm a teacher at heart. I teach at a university. I've taught people my entire life. I believe that's actually my biggest asset. If you can teach someone something very complicated, that means you have truly mastered it. My favorite Pokemon Go memory is when I first paired up with my future wife and my current fiance, Cindy Lynn, in Go Battle League. Ended up losing, then we ended up talking with each other, and the rest is history. When she's at her peak, I actually don't think there's anyone in the world that can beat her. I describe my playstyle as mechanical, but also aggressive. I'm always aware, or at least I try to be always aware, of where my opponent's energy is, what potential moves they'll be throwing, but also how far away I am from a particular move.
Super strong sky attack off. Super effective. It gets the knockout. King is your champion. Wow.
I have several hundred different Pokemon that I've built over the course of time that I like to use in various formats, especially in the online battling format. My most favorite Pokemon is Ho-Oh. One of my friends that I played Pokemon Go early on said that it was my Pokemon because I'm very good at helping people rise from the ashes. I do have a quote-unquote lucky jersey. It's the jersey that I wore for the 2019 World Invitational. It's more important for me that we put on a fantastic show at Pokemon World. So my biggest competition from preventing me from winning would be my desire for all the competitors to have fun and enjoy and put on a really great show. I play Pokemon Go for the community. It's very diverse. You get people from all walks of life. I met people that there's absolutely no way in any other form or fashion of my life that I would be able to meet. I'm a big believer as a teacher that there's always more to learn. So no matter what my accomplishments are, I always believe that you can always get better. You can always learn.
What an incredible feature video there of King IV, one of the original players in PvP and a staple in the community. Also a very dedicated player of Pokemon Go outside of PvP too. I had the pleasure of speaking with him recently about his history with the game, and he was dedicated right off the bat here too. And I would say if anyone's the people's champion of Pokemon Go PvP, it's King IV.
I couldn't agree more, and I can't wait to see what King has to teach us today in the Pokemon Go World Championships. Will he bring that famous meta line that he brought in the Indianapolis Regionals to win it, reverse sweeping in the Indianapolis Regionals? It was an amazing performance. Does he bring the same line, which I believe is the line that kind of started the meta in these Play Pokemon tournaments, or has he adapted? Does he have a new lesson for us?
Yeah, no, I think you're taking a few lessons from me here too, making the psychic read that you're talking about King's Azumarill here, and then all of a sudden we have King IV being featured, and now here comes King IV's Azumarill here. We see on the screen here too, King IV running the Shadow Walrein, the Medicham, the Azumarill, the Mandibuzz, Galarian Stunfisk, and the Shadow Beedrill.
Wow.
Maybe paying a little homage to Evan from North America International Championships, who ran that Shadow Beedrill into the top 8, finishing, I believe, in the 5th spots, just missing out on World Championships qualifications.
You know, I had no inside info, but when you're probably the best Azumarill player in the world, why not bring it? And I didn't even realize that that's what the Pokemon he used back in those World Championships before against Poke AK. So
yes.
Amazing. Brought it there, brought it in Indianapolis, and brought it here to London. And JB Yang is the competitor, I believe, out of Korea. And we'll be running Registeel, Trevenant, Shadow Walrein, Altaria, Medicham, and Alolan Ninetales, 2 ice types. Really interesting there.
Yeah, definitely interesting too. Pretty strong meta picks from JB Yang, but you know, does have the Altaria, which is a very strong Pokemon. A lot of neutral matchups. It's also super weak to Ice, super weak to Steel, weak to Fairy as well too. So kind of a risky Pokemon to bring. You have King IV having 3 Pokemon very strong against the Altaria there. But both trainers are locking in. We're going to get straight into the battles here. We have King IV versus JB Yang 4, and we have the Trevenant versus Shadow Beedrill. Shadow Beedrill making an appearance right in the first battle.
And this is a pretty neutral matchup. It looks like King is running X-Scissor, not Felstinger. So you go straight for X-Scissors here, and you have to, oh wow. It looks like JB Yang was trying to go for a Seed Bomb bait, but the X-Scissor got there first. If it's Seed Bomb, it's double resisted.
Yeah, and so Seed Bomb, this could be a big no-shield here too. King IV is going to respect the potential Shadow Ball and is going to shield this Seed Bomb here too. You know, I could have guessed that maybe King IV would let that move go through, but look at the precision here, throwing the X-Scissor right on charge with priority, but actually catching the X-Scissor on the Metacham. Actually a really great read from JB Yang there too, knowing that King IV would have the X-Scissor but wouldn't throw it until he was at the Shadow Ball.
Right, and Trevenant loses charge move priority to Beedrill, which is one of the few Pokemon it does lose to. And now this Drill Run's going to be coming out. Forces a Protect Shield. Wow! Shadow Beedrill not only took a lot out of Trevenant, look, it took another Protect Shield out of Metacham and like 70% of its health.
Yeah, so definitely going to be an interesting position here. Campy doesn't really have a great answer to this Metacham, but does still have a shield remaining and has a lot of health on this Galarian Stunfisk. I think this is a really great call to no shield. Unless it's a dynamic punch, the Galarian Stunfisk could handle most of these charge moves from the Metacham. It's going to build up a lot of energy here now and just building up even more energy, expecting maybe the Ice Punch to land before being able to throw this Earthquake. And
the goal here from King is to get this Metacham within Rock Slide range. How does he do that? He wants the Rock Slide and not have to use all that energy. Here comes the Rock Slide. This is resisted. Metacham is so bulky. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. It's going to be super close. It's not enough. You might have to get out of here, and he does! And he swats on the Ice Punch!
He catches a double resisted Ice Punch on the Shadow Walrein. What a calculated play. The Galarian Stump is still having energy here too, and Walrein being very strong, especially when shields are down. And here comes JB Yang's Walrein here too. Now, King IV's Walrein has a shield remaining, so this is going to be a really great spot. JB Yang will have to bait out a shield here in order to have a chance in this matchup.
And we saw earlier, JB Yang was willing to go for a double resisted bait. Will he do it again with the Icicle Spear? No, this time he switches it up. He goes straight for the Quake. Can King call it? Will he call this most impactful bait? No, the Earthquake goes through and knocks out the Shadow Walrein.
Lets the Earthquake go through here, but going to farm up to 2 Rock Slides here, and unfortunately, the Icicle Spear is going to come out first here. We do see the last shield coming out from King IV. Now, can King's Galarian Stunfisk get to a Rock Slide in time for that Trevenant? This is going to be charge move priority, so not able to get off enough energy for another Rock Slide right away, but you probably can't even risk it because the Power Snow is going to take you out.
And I think Trevenant has energy, and there it is. The Seed Bomb is available, throwing it against the Galarian Stunfisk to take out King. And game number 1, JB Yang wins it.
Wow, JB Yang find the only win condition there is going for that Earthquake and hoping that King IV does not shield. If JB Yang, I think, played it any differently there, King IV would win that matchup, because if he baits with the Icicle Spear, King IV should still reach their Icicle Spear before JB Yang reaches the Earthquake.
Right, JB Yang earlier in that matchup did go for the Seed Bomb, which is double resisted against the Shadow Beedrill. So he showed that he's willing to go for these double resisted baits. And then in the very same game, goes for the actual Earthquake. And King thought, if you did it once, you'll probably do it again. No shields it, but the difference was that Shadow Walrein was in range of Earthquake because he did make that amazing swap to catch the Ice Punch, and JB Yang's Shadow Walrein was not in range of Earthquake.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there too. What a calculated play by JB Yang, and that's one of the situations where really experienced players recognize their win condition. And you know, it's kind of like a one of my favorite quotes from a movie here. You know, I'm going to paraphrase it because I don't want to spoil it, but no, they're asking what's the win condition here? How many options do we have? And there's only one win condition there, and JB Yang found it and played it out perfectly.
Yeah, the precision we have from these trainers and the plushies. Those are some nice plushies on stage as well, as these trainers are going to be adapting for game number 2. And I was most impressed with the Shadow Beedrill. First of all, it wins charge move priority against that Trevenant, so it looked like it was gonna win that one shield matchup no matter what, because it just goes straight X Scissors with its neutral with the poison jab damage. And look how much it took out of the Metacham. That Shadow Beedrill was super impactful. How does King set it up for game number 2?
Yeah, you know, incredible plays from both trainers there too. King IV throwing the X-Scissor on CMP on the Shadow Ball every single time against JB Yang. JB Yang recognizing that and choosing not to swap and try to catch an X-Scissor, but choosing to swap and catch the X-Scissor after there was enough energy for it, because expecting King to throw it again on charge and priority. These are high-level plays that very experienced players can only pull off.
Yeah, the precision is on point. And once again, the B-drill is on point because it is the lead here for King. And staying in this matchup, trying to swap again, once again. If you throw an ice move, I'm going to catch it on my Shadow Wall Rain.
Dude, this is incredible because, again, JB Yang is not even at the Icicle Spear. JB Yang has more than the energy for Icicle Spear, so King IV just has to go by just pure field there and catching the Icicle Spear even when there was more than enough energy for it. And now going for a bait here, and let's see if King IV does shield up here. And that's a tough situation, right? Because you got hit by the Earthquake last game. You don't want to make the same mistake again, and that's where those mind games start really adding up. And you see JB Yang respecting the Earthquake and going up for the instant shield here.
Yeah, once again, JB Yang going for the bait early in the game. Maybe he'll switch it up late game as well. Is he going to go for the Earthquake here, or is he going to double bait? Looks like he's finally going to commit to the Earthquake. And now this is such a tough call. In the shield, there we go. King calls that shield correctly, but the thing is, you still have to throw an Earthquake to finish off this wall rain, I believe.
You go for Earthquake, you actually see, no, the meta champ actually swaps in here. Now, these are interesting plays because these switch timers are getting misaligned more and more with every single swap here. Now we see the B-drill coming back in here. Now, there is no shields on the B-drill side here, but B-drill has a lot of energy here to expend.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can't take a Psychic from the Metacham, and now no one has a Protect Shield. But the thing is, I think you'll get to the next Drill Run or the next X-Scissor right as the Psychic comes out. I do believe the Metacham will be able to survive this to land the Psychic, though.
Yeah, but this is so tough because now King IV can farm down this Metacham unless there's going to be a big undercharge here, which I don't think you can even risk here, going straight for the full-on Psychic damage. But now King IV's might feeling pretty good because now you can shield, you can farm down this Metacham with probably the Glaring Stunfisk to come out with a lot of energy.
In which Pokemon do you choose? You know you can go for the Mud Shots, but you might have to take an Ice Punch, and it looks like that King does want to go for the Mud Shots. It probably will have to take an Ice Punch. No, the Mud Shots are enough. Now this Galarian Stunfisk has a lot of energy. We know that Walrein has a little bit of energy, and look, Registeel in the back doesn't want any part of these Earthquakes.
Yeah, and this is the thing with Galarian Stunfisk too. One of the strongest Pokemon in Great League as well. A lot of people talk about that Registeel, but Galarian Stunfisk is no joke as well. Being able to hit most targets for at least neutral or super effective, and Registeel is definitely one of them here too. Registeel is the focus blast enough to take out this Galarian Stunfisk. JBN's going to try and see and find out.
Now it's Walrein versus Walrein. I don't know if this will be enough, but I think it's barely going to knock out. It does. The Focus Blast takes out, and now Walrein not only has to finish off this Registeel, but has to beat the Walrein as well. Swap into Walrein. Here comes the Earthquake. This Earthquake will easily knock out, but the problem is King has no time to get to another Earthquake. Will Icicle Spear be enough for the Registeel?
Yeah, we're going to see here. JBN getting really close to this Focus Blast, and you see King IV shaking his head. No one cannot make the Earthquake, but let's see how strong this Registeel is. Can it handle the resistant Icicle Spear?
Oh!
It's so close, but no, the Focus Blast is going to get there. And JBN with a strong, decisive 2-0 victory over King IV. What a close set of battles.
Wow, and the Focus Blast finishes off that Shadow Walrein there, and JB Yang takes it 2-0 versus King, and really impressive play by JB Yang. I mean, just from the way he's playing the poker game with the baits early on, throwing these double resisted move. I mean, King's making amazing plays on his own. He's catching every ice move on his Walrein, but it's still not enough. 2-0 by JB Yang.
Yeah, very, you know, even though it's a 2-0 victory there too, those were two really close battles in both of those from both trainers there too. Honestly, there was so much going on there. There's so much high-level cerebral plays from both trainers, and the most impressive part is these trainers are doing everything on the fly. It takes very fast reaction skills to catch these moves, to catch moves even when there's more than enough energy for the move. Like some of these things, it's almost like they're tapping into the force. They just know what's going to happen, even though it doesn't make any logical sense.
And these two trainers were so willing to swap. I've never been so on edge in this entire tournament between the mind games of when these trainers will throw. You mentioned in game number 1 that he waited to swap right until he knew the B-drill would throw energy, because he knew knew, okay, this Beedrill's gonna throw on charge move priority. I'll wait for that. I know this. And then now I saw with the Earthquake, it's just like you have the Earthquake, but I know my opponent knows it. He thinks I'm gonna swap. I think you're not gonna swap. And it's just so many mind games. I've never felt it so much like I did in this matchup. Really well played by JB Yang.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, great plays from King IV as well, too. King IV caught 2 different ice moves on that wall ring, but JBA staying composed, still baiting with the Icicle Spear or throwing the Earthquake when necessary, and really getting in King's IV's head there, too. And just a really incredible showcase from both trainers there, too. And we're only, what, 4 battles into the day so far? We have incredible battles, but we're going to take a quick break, so thank you all for staying in, but you don't want to miss out on future battles.
Hey trainers, let's take a closer look at a Pokemon that has become nearly synonymous with the Pokemon GO Championship series, Azumarill. My name is Will Dunphy, and I'm going to walk you through how to best utilize Azumarill on your team. Azumarill is an incredibly powerful Pokemon with high defense and HP stats, as well as a dynamic moveset. Azumarill's optimal fast attack is Bubble, and it has access to 3 versatile charge attacks: Ice Beam, Play Rough, and Hydro Pump. Choosing the right charge attacks for your Azumarill is key, so let's explore each of them. With Ice Beam, Azumarill gains a powerful coverage attack that helps it to deal super effective damage against grass and flying type Pokemon. Equipping your Azumarill with Play Rough can give it the edge against dark, fighting, and dragon type opponents. Play Rough is also enhanced by same type attack bonus due to Azumarill's fairy typing. Finally, Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump requires 75 energy, but it deals a whopping 130 base damage. Azumarill with Hydro Pump can defeat ground and fire type Pokemon with relative ease. Azumarill is a powerful Pokemon, but you'll need to build a team of 6 total Pokemon for a regional championship competition like this one. Azumarill, Sableye, Medicham, Shadow Walrein, Registeel, and Trevenant. This team protects Azumarill in several ways. For example, to combat grass-type Pokemon, Medicham can learn the charge attack Ice Punch. Shadow Walrein can use its powerful Community Day attacks Powder Snow and Icicle Spear. Registeel resists both grass and poison, while Trevenant resists grass and electric. Building a team of 6 for Pokemon GO PvP is a fun and challenging process, and beginning with a strong Pokemon like Azumarill is a great way to start. Azumarill's reliability and bulk make it consistently one of the strongest Pokemon in the Pokemon GO Championship series. Keep watching to see if Azumarill can earn a spot on your team.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. It is a beautiful day outside. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and we are back here once again for day one of the Pokemon GO World Championships. My name is simply Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Will Dunphy, aka Chief 2 Speediest, I believe.
It's true. You can shuffle them however you want to.
All
it
right.
all works out.
But are you 2 Speediest? Are you 2 Chief?
You know what I am, Gabby? I'm way too excited to get into day one here. We had the last chance qualifier yesterday. We saw some incredible teams, some incredible battlers, a lot of variety, a lot of things we didn't expect. A lot of teams that really surprised us, and a lot of trainers that I guess showed why they deserve to be here at Worlds. 23 EJB was our last chance qualifier champion, and we've seen him on stage as well, continuing that dominant run that we've seen throughout the first day of the event. Gabby, you've seen a lot of battles here as well. What is your first impression of this day one of the World Championships?
I mean, we've been talking about jalapenos and habaneros all weekend, so I'm going to say it. You know, it's been spicy. We've seen the Wigglytuff. We've seen the Shadow Victory Bell. We saw Shadow Machamp. You know, I think that people are really bringing out the unique tech so that they can do their best and be, you know, the world champion. And that's the exact kind of strategy you need to run. You know, there are so many Pokemon in the Go Battle League that are consistently good. Your Walreins, your Trevenants, your Sableyes, your Registeels. But now you're starting to see people say, okay, I know I have to beat these. I know I have to go 5 or 6 rounds undefeated or maybe only taking 1 loss in order to make it to that final stage. And these are the Pokemon that I'm going to use that, 1, will catch my opponents off guard, and 2, will take me to that stage.
No, you're exactly right. If you were following along with our coverage yesterday, there was one Pokemon I was really hoping to see, and we finally did get to see it this morning. That is the Tapu Fini. And as a very accomplished trainer once said, strong Pokemon, weak Pokemon, that's just a perception. Real trainers win with their favorites. We've seen a lot of that so far.
I think so. I think so. And that's what's really unique, I think, as well about the Go Battle League, is that the Pokemon that you would expect to see in the video game, the Pokemon you'd expect to see in the trading card game, in Pokken and Unite, aren't necessarily the stars that will shine on our stage. So there's an opportunity for every single Pokemon to be part of that first World Championship winning team. And we're just going to be here for the rest of the weekend until we figure out what those 6 Pokemon are.
You're exactly right. There is one dream scenario. I don't think I told you about this already, but in 2019, the World Championships for the VG, there was Umbreon and Tapu Fini in that key pivotal matchup there in the Grand Finals. I would love to see that pairing play out here as well, and those are 2 Pokemon that do carry over very well to Pokemon Go, whereas Pokemon like Zacian, legendary Pokemon, maybe like Kyogre, they're too strong. The CP cap is way too high to fit into the Great League, so we don't see too much of those, but we do get a touch of Tapu Fini and legendaries like Mew.
Yeah, and the other Pokemon that I'm hoping to see at least do well on the TCG stage is the Origin forms for Dialga and Palkia. So I believe they're only available to the trading card game players currently. You know, the video game, you catch it in Pokemon Legends Arceus. I don't think you can find them in Go yet, but I'm sure they're lurking somewhere in the, you know, early depths of time, maybe back in Hisui. But it's really cool to see those Pokemon. You know, they were just released to the trading card game, and already they're making such a strong showing here at the World Championships. I know we can't quite get access to the Buzzwoles, the Ultra Beasts, quite yet on our stage, but I can't wait to see the impact that they're going to have as well, because we're just rolling from the World Championships right into the next round of the Regional Championships to qualify for 2023. So if you're at home and you're thinking to yourself, like, hey, I can do that, I can be the world champion, go to Pokemon.com/play. It has all the information you need to sign up for the regional championships next year. I believe the first one for Pokemon Go is actually happening in September, so now is the time to start planning your World Championships run today.
You're exactly right. There's literally no time off, right? We go from one event to the next, and the hype train does not stop, and that's a great position to be in. And I'll tell you what, if you're actually watching the battles this weekend, you see some incredible plays. For example, in the last set, we saw King IV catch not 1, but 2 Ice-type charge attacks on his Walrein. You can learn these fundamental abilities from the Go Battle League. Make sure to play in the Fighting Cup or the Open Great League. Both of those leagues are available. The Great League is that 1,500 combat power cap, so just like the Great League battles we're seeing today, you can train up your skills and get ready for your World Championship run.
I am actually in the process of doing that myself. Maybe not to qualify for the World Championships next year, but it really is a great way to practice, because the nice thing about the Open Great League is that you don't necessarily know what you're going to match up against. So it just tests your memory. Like, do I know how to play this matchup? Do I know who's going to be the winner between an Azumarill and a Trevenant? And that's the best kind of practice, especially when you're learning, in my opinion at least, because it just makes sure you drill the fundamentals. You get all that knowledge, all those type matchups programmed into your brain, so that when you come to a tournament like this, you see the 6 Pokemon, you know, okay, these are how these are all going to fit together, and you can begin solving that puzzle.
No, you're exactly right. Speaking of solving puzzles, a lot of trainers will identify their win conditions and then work towards them throughout the duration of the match. We were discussing the King versus JB Yang match backstage, and with the Trevenant having the energy for the Shadow Ball and the Seed Bomb versus the Galarian Stunfisk, knowledge of not only how much damage those charge attacks would do, but also the charge move priority and which Pokemon would get to go first. Seeing the Wall Rain unable to get to that charge attack in the final moments, it kind of spelled the end. You kind of visualize that win condition before it even happens. And if you can watch these trainers this weekend and kind of piece those parts of the puzzle together, like you said, then you can kind of carry on those skills to your own Go Battle League matches. And it helps a lot to try to visualize where not only where you're going, but what your opponent is trying to do as well.
Yeah, I think it's so cool as well. Like, you can start to see people, putting that piece together, or that puzzle together piece by piece early on in the match. I mean, I think already a couple times today we've seen trainers bank attacks for later. They'll charge up all that energy, they'll get to the charge move, and then they'll be like, no, I'm going to go ahead and switch. And then you have to remember, okay, this is something I have to worry about. And a lot of times it catches people off guard.
Exactly right. We like combo plays, right? Wombo combo. You see 2 Pokemon, one throws a charge attack, the other one switches in and immediately throws another charge attack, and tracking the energy throughout the match. This is the one thing I'm personally working on the most, Gabby, is late game energy management, knowing exactly how many Powder Snows the Walrein has stored, how much energy it still has after it throws those charge attacks. That's so critical to your own timing and your own precision on how you try to play the matchups. And once you've done 3 or 4 switches, you've seen some baits, some shields come up, some damage be applied. It's really difficult to track that energy, but the best trainers in the world do exactly that.
Well, if you want to work on your combos later, I hear Pokken Tournament is just around the corner, and I'm sure they'd love to teach you a few, a few combinations there of their own.
We might even see some of that on this channel as well.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of a sneak preview for later on, but for now, we're going to go ahead and jump down to the stage where we have our next match waiting. Not just yet, just kidding. Just kidding. But no, it's really exciting because we're going to be featuring winners round 2 for the next few matches. And for those of you who may just be tuning in for the first time, haven't watched a competitive Pokemon Go tournament here for the Play Pokemon circuit, we have a double elimination bracket, so you can lose twice before you're out of the tournament. And everybody we're featuring for the next couple of rounds that we'll feature on stream have one match already. So
Yes.
they're 1 match ahead. They're 1 match closer to Top Cut, which we'll be doing later on in the stream. I believe we'll actually start that tomorrow. Their World Championship dreams are still alive.
No, exactly right. I think we see a very interesting dynamic as we move through these brackets as well. In the winner's bracket, you definitely want to win every match. Every trainer here is a true competitor. They don't want to lose. They don't want to go home early. But I feel like they're a lot more comfortable in that winner's bracket. You see a lot of loose plays, maybe a little bit. They take the game at their own pace. But once you get to that loser's bracket, your tournament life is on the line, and every single matchup counts. You see a couple more mistakes, maybe a little more nervousness up on the stage. If you really zoom in on the camera, you can see some handshaking, some things like that, some signals that these trainers are really concerned about winning. And like I said, we're all competitors. We'd never want to go home, but only one trainer can be the world champion this weekend.
Yeah, and I feel like there's already been a couple of upsets early on in this tournament. I mean, we saw both Cindy and King lose their round 1 games here in the tournament. They're certainly not out, but having that pressure on your back now from here on forwards really does make it more difficult. I mean, on top of that, you're possibly playing on stage. There's a crowd. There's tons of people watching here, both in the stadium behind us and also in the Go Battle League area over on the floor. So that pressure, really adds up over time. it's a long day here today. I mean, for those people who played in the LCQ yesterday, I believe we started at around, what was it, 9 a.m., 10 a.m.?
Yes.
And then I think they ran all the way till 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. And today it's going to be very similar. You know, it's a very long day for these competitors.
It's such a dynamic as well, because we look at the Pokemon Go matchups, and the maximum timer is 4.5 minutes. We typically don't see the battles go that long, because in the Great League with the 1500 CP maximum, you don't see these Pokemon switching in and out too much. Maybe in the Ultra League, you see these matches go the distance, if I can borrow a boxing term. But typically, you know, you play these really quick matchups, but then you're waiting. There's a lot of downtime between these matches, and it gives you time to think, but eventually you get into this circular motion of thinking. You say, well, if I lead this, and they'll lead that, and then you kind of counter yourself, and you just kind of get on this wheel. So you have to really maintain your composure between matches, and then when the lights are on, when you're on that stadium seating right there, you need to be ready to go, because as soon as that matchup starts, 4.5 minutes maximum could determine your fate.
Yeah, and again, so much pressure for these trainers here today. You know, what would be your advice to anybody at home who's looking to be here next year, you know, in 2023, wherever that will be? You know, what would you tell them, you know, coming into a tournament? How do you manage your stamina throughout the long day?
That's a really great question. So I feel that in every situation for myself, you need to move forward with gratitude in your heart. You need to remember the friends that helped you to get there. You need to just have a very calm and cool perspective on things, because if you apply too much pressure to yourself, you're already battling an opponent, you're already battling their team of 6 Pokemon. You don't want to have an internal conflict going at the same time as well. So you really just need to move forward with gratitude and hopefulness, but just don't get too upset if things don't go your way exactly as you plan, because you're still in this tournament. These players have such a unique circumstance as well, because they get up onto that main stage, especially tomorrow in day 2, and there are 2 voices in their head, Gabby. The first voice says, this is probably the only time I'm ever going to be in this position, getting to the World Championships, getting to that grand final stage. That might be the only time in their entire life. And the other voice says, this is such a blessing. This is so incredible to be here with all my fellow trainers, and I just need to enjoy every single second of it. And you need to listen to that second voice.
You do. You also need to make sure to stay hydrated and eat a good breakfast, which is
Those are the fundamentals.
I know, it's such like a little piece of advice, but whenever I'm looking to tell somebody, like, here's how you manage your stamina and here's how you make sure you have a successful day, you know, regardless of what games you win or lose, it's always make sure you eat breakfast, make sure you stay hydrated. It's so easy to get caught up in that lovely, amazing, entertaining atmosphere. That you just forget that you should walk outside and get a sandwich or maybe some coffee or, you know, whatever your favorite breakfast of choice is, because you do want to have a breakfast of champions, that's for sure.
You absolutely do. And Gabby, I've actually had breakfast of champions, very nice. I've actually had 3 days in a row beans on toast.
Well, that's very topical, I'd say, for where we are currently.
When in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, not in Rome. But I'll tell you where we're headed next. We are finally headed down to the stage to feature our next matchup. So let's go ahead and take a look at who we'll be featuring.
All right, as we fly down here to the main stage, the hype is real. These competitors are getting ready here. We need to scan some friend codes, get added in the game here, and then get queued up for our battles. We have some teams to talk about as well. What have you identified here on these team sheets?
Well, it's going to be another exciting matchup with some familiar faces that we're seeing do well throughout the weekend. And if I may use my future sight powers like Caleb did earlier, I think we might have a Shadow Venusaur making an appearance here today in this matchup, or maybe just a little bit later on in the stream.
You know, we saw a lot of Shadow Venusaur yesterday. It honestly would not surprise me. I think we should just let the team graphics play out whenever they come up. But I wanted to ask you, Gabby, you've seen so many Shadow Venusaur. I think that these Pokemon are very strong, but they haven't really impressed me too much. But look at these teams we have on the screen now. Roger Chen up there at the top. I'll take this first one, Gabby, if you'd like to cover the second one.
Sounds good.
We have a Shadow Nidoqueen, Lickitung, Medicham, Registeel, Galarian, Stunfisk, and Trevenant for Roger Chen. That is a double steel heavy metal team.
Well, we have a very metal team in terms of the Shadow Pokemon on Valiant Vish's side of the field with a Shadow Walrein, a Shadow Kanto Ninetales, again, making another appearance here at the World Championships. A Shadow Nidoqueen, Araquanid, Swampert, and Lickitung. So we have double steel on the top, 3 shadows, triple water on the bottom.
Triple water.
This is a really interesting matchup for me to see play out because it looks like the Registeel, has a decent matchup, and there's plenty on Roger's side of the field that can handle that Ninetales, which seems like Vish's best option.
No, I absolutely agree, and I think our co-caster Tua Butters was hoping for a triple Shadow situation, and yet again, just like yesterday when we got that Shadow Snorlax coverage, we do get the trifecta of the Shadows here. But we've seen these Shadow Pokemon have their drawbacks as well. You need to allocate shields. They have 20% less defense than their normal counterparts, and it makes it very difficult to kind of pace yourself through the matchup. So it's going to be interesting to see how Valorant Vish is going to manage his Pokemon and his HP throughout this set.
Yeah, I do like seeing the Lickitung on his team for that reason, though, as that is one of the bulkier Pokemon in the format. Araquanid as well. Looking at how the World Championships have played out so far, Araquanid, Lickitung, Registeel, probably the 3 bulkiest Pokemon I've seen. And we got 2 of them on the field right now with a Lickitung versus Lickitung showdown for Game 1 of this set.
And you know what? I think both of these Lickitung also had that best buddy ribbon. They've been walking out on the map with their trainers and getting ready for this Worlds competition. Look at this back line of the teams as well. We've got a Galarian Stunfisk on the left and that Shadow Kanto Ninetales on the right side.
Yeah, and both have their Shadow Nidoqueen as well. So it looks like we're just going to have these Lickitung face off against each other. Maybe try and bank some energy for later. But that Galarian Stunfisk catching a body slam from Vicious Lickitung. That is going to be a nice resisted attack for him.
What an incredible catch. And these one-turn fast attacks are so hard to catch against, but we do see a little bit of a punishing switch in here as the Fire-type Shadow Kanto Ninetales with Ember is going to start to turn up the heat.
Yeah, thankfully this Galarian Stunfisk does already have a Rock Slide available to it, which will hit this Ninetales super effectively, but that Weather Ball forces Roger to use one of his 2 shields, and doesn't quite get to the double Rock Slide, I think, just yet to force the double shields from Vish.
We've seen a lot of these Galarian Stunfisk throw that same type of attack bonus, Earthquake, but Rock Slide is still super effective against these Fire-type Pokemon. And like you said, Gabby, not quite there, but now reaching the double Rock Slides here. This will apply a lot of shield pressure, and we don't see the shield here, trusting in the Ninetales, and it hangs on.
It's able to hang on and throw that Weather Ball. Roger could choose to use his last shield here to protect that Galarian Stunfisk, but it's at such low health, it doesn't have much energy. It's better to save it for later and hope that that Lickitung or the Nidoqueen in the back of your party can finish off that Ninetales, as it is at such low health.
It absolutely is. One Poison Jab is all that's needed to secure the knockout there, and we do have essentially a potential mirror match here, but one Poison Jab lead on the left side, and that is so critical in the Nidoqueen mirror matchup. Oh, we actually see the Lickitung come in. This is fascinating to me. Maybe you see an early Power Whip. No, a switch in, attempted catch of another Body Slam perhaps.
Yeah, and what's really interesting to me is that both these trainers are left with almost the exact same Pokemon at this point in time. 2 Shadow Nidoqueens, 2 Lickitungs, and now they're both paired up so that they're facing the opposites. There's no mirrors, but both these trainers have essentially the same win condition.
No, you're exactly right. I think the only difference here is the energy management. Still 1 shield for both trainers. We see a no shield here on a potential Power Up, which is a great call. Do we see a heavy Earth Power coming through here, reaching right for it, pulling the trigger here on the ground type attack.
Roger does still have 1 shield available to him, but he decides to forego it. This Lickitung is able to hold on, but the defense drop comes through.
And look at this Nidoqueen just withering away at that Lickitung's HP after the defense drop. Nidoqueen is so oppressive, but now the Body Slam will connect, and that Nidoqueen just got Body Slammed out of here.
All right, so this Lickitung comes back onto the field with Vish at almost 2 Power Whips, has plenty of Body Slams to spare. So should be an interesting matchup, as it can just start throwing those attacks, but yet another no shield here for the Poison Fang.
Well, the second Poison Fang will do even more damage, but this is very calculated because this Lickitung has very little HP. Going to look to connect with the Body Slam here, but it could be a bait. Actually, no shielding, a potential Power Whip. My goodness, nerves of steel.
Yeah, Roger making an amazing call there. Here comes the second Body Slam from that Lickitung, and here comes the shield. Now that Nidoqueen is at such low health, you cannot take any chances. But that Nidoqueen also almost at the Poison Fang, does get to it, does not throw it in time, and now it's a Power Whip.
Wow, here comes the Lickitung, going to Power Whip away this Nidoqueen. What an incredible first game here as Nidoqueen faints and Valiant Vish takes game 1.
That Poison Fang was ready to go on that Nidoqueen. Unfortunately, did not get the opportunity to throw it, but it looked like Roger was trying to go for it.
He absolutely was, and that's the thing here with the fast attacks as well. That was a 1-turn lick versus a 2-turn poison jab. So 1 lick and then the charge attack triggers on that 2nd turn, which means that just as that poison jab was finishing, the power whip is already getting queued up.
Yeah, that's some incredible speed from the bulky Lickitung. You can see why it won the North American International Championships and why it's making such an incredible show already here at the World Championships. Going into game 2 now, you know, Roger was able to bring that game very, very close, despite the fact that it felt like he had a disadvantage as soon as that Ninetales came out onto the field. And I'm curious what the adjustments are at that point in time, because you want to keep the Stunfisk around. I think you want to keep your Lickitung and Nidoqueen as well. Maybe it's just a matter of fixing how you align these Pokemon.
No, you're exactly right. And as we look at this team here for Valiant Vish, he has there's no counter user on that team. So essentially, the steals can come out to play here. You are worried about the Swampert. You do not want to face that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. So we've seen the Galarian Stunfisk ability to strike back with those rock slides that do deal the super effective damage. If I had to bet one Pokemon was coming to this matchup for Valiant Vish, it would be that Swampert on the right.
Swampert would be an incredible adjustment, especially if it's running Hydro Cannon and Earthquake like we've seen, I think, a majority of the Swampert here run, as that would allow the Swampert to hit that Galarian Stunfisk for super effective damage. Also manage that Nidoqueen a bit better as well.
No, you're exactly right. That triple resisted poison versus that ground and steel type Galarian Stunfisk is a really tough matchup. Shadow Nidoqueen really needs to land an Earth Power to deal any meaningful damage, and that takes a long time to gather enough energy for that charge attack. So I definitely think the Galarian Stunfisk will make an appearance, but if it does meet that Swampert, that water and ground type will definitely get the better of it.
Yeah, it's so interesting to have a matchup where the Nidoqueens almost have to go for that Earth Power, because we've seen so many Nidoqueen this weekend go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Poison Fang, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Poison Fang. You know, it's such an incredible move. It's very fast. It's able to drop your opponent's defenses, guaranteed. But in this situation, it's almost like that puts you at a disadvantage because you want the more damage. You don't want the defensive drops.
No, you're exactly right. You do have to kind of play with your energy a bit more carefully, and then also kind of anticipate what your opponent is trying to do. It feels so bad to shield up a rock slide because that is resisted damage as well on that Shadow Nidoqueen. But here we go with our lead matchup.
No.
We are turning up the heat yet again. Shadow Kanto Ninetales versus Galarian Stunfisk.
At least the Stunfisk gets the opportunity to switch out when it wants to against this Ninetales, but until then, it's going to be taking so much damage from these Embers.
And we do see the rock slide getting queued up here. We know the Shadow Kanto Ninetales can survive at least one of these charge attacks, but an early Protect Shield gets ripped away here from Valiant Vish. Do we see a switch out? No, staying in with the Galarian Stunfisk. If a Weather Ball comes through, it will KO, but the switch into the Lickitung.
That was an amazing catch by Roger yet again. The Lickitung does not have to shield this Weather Ball as it's at full health, and it's such a bulky Pokemon. That just does no damage. Shadow Nidoqueen now taking the field to try and power through this Lickitung. It's time for those defensive drops to hopefully pay off.
Like you pointed out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and here comes the Poison Fang. We're going to see the old foes here, Lickitung and Nidoqueen, match up yet again. Do we reach straight for the Power Whip this time? We do have a shield advantage. No! Actually controlling the matchup, going for the Body Slam, and still no shield.
What an incredible call by Valiant Vish. Not using the shield on the neutral attack. Does have another Poison Fang available, but takes a couple extra turns to get some more energy there, which I think is going to be important, as that makes the Earth Power so much easier to reach after this attack.
No, you're exactly right, and we do see there that Lick finally aligns with the Poison Jab, and that Nidoqueen does win the charge of priority. But here comes the Stunfisk. The Steel type is on the field, and what does it decide to do? It throws a Rock Slide here, and like you said, Gabby, that Earth Power is almost queued up. If Nidoqueen can hang on, I think it gets there.
It will, but Roger still has both of his shields available to him. But the Nidoqueen is just knocked out. All of that energy, unfortunately, going to waste. This does give the opportunity for Valiant Vish to send in the Swampert against the Galarian Stunfisk, which is great. But Roger can just switch in that Medicham at any point in time.
He absolutely can, and there are also 2 shields still on the board, and no shield. Oh no, Swampert takes a lot of damage there. We do see the Medicham coming in here, trying to continue to apply some pressure. We see a Hydro Cannon getting fired off here as well. And finally, that first shield from Roger Chen.
Yeah, I think you almost have to go for the Hydro Cannons at this point in time, because your opponent has so many shields. You need to get those shields away so that you can deal the damage to get those KOs. And Weather Ball and Hydro Cannon, they charge up so fast. If you can just throw throw enough of those to put that shield pressure on the field, your opponent's just out of shields.
Oh, maybe sensing the potential overheat. We do see that shield on the Medicham. Queuing up an Ice Punch as well. This is resisted damage. I venture to say the Shadow Kanto Ninetales could survive this attack. Oh, it actually decides to shield as well, going for a double Weather Ball strat, perhaps.
Perhaps, and at least you know that with that one shield, you will survive this attack. Unfortunately, Roger had a second Ice Punch remaining, but the Ninetales able to hold on and get to the overheat.
Oh my goodness, turning up the heat. If it's too hot, get out of the kitchen. Here comes the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, roasting its way through that Medicham.
And now it's just the Galarian Stunfisk left, and even though that Kanto Ninetales will be knocked out shortly, that Swampert should be able to get to the Hydro Cannon, but they throw at the same time, and Swampert gets the charge move priority and will give Valiant Fish the 2-0 victory against Roger Chen.
If Swampert was a car, it'd be a 6-speed because that was clutch. Look at that Swampert coming in here, reaching that CMP tie and securing the knockout on the Galarian Stunfisk. Incredible plays and such a really decisive victory there to go 2-0.
Yeah, a very decisive victory. Also, incredible play of that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I think it just goes to show how powerful of a Pokemon it is. Probably one of the best Fire-type Pokemon in the format, in a format where there honestly aren't that many Fire-type Pokemon. You know, I think we've seen the Talonflame and the Ninetales, and that's honestly been it so far this weekend.
No, you're exactly right. We do see a lot of prevalence of ground and water-type Pokemon. It makes it very difficult for Fire-type Pokemon to thrive. And a lot of these Pokemon that are very key and very prevalent in the meta, for example, Walrein or Galarian Stunfisk, they have Earthquake and Rock-Slide Earthquake, respectively, which makes it very, very difficult for Fire-type Pokemon to thrive in the current Open Great League meta. But that being said, we are going to end our Go Battle League Season 11 in a couple weeks, and Season 12, who knows? The new Go Battle League seasons always come with adjustments and shifts. We might see some more Fire-type Pokemon kind of rise up. You know, heat rises in the room. We might see the Fire types come up as well.
Yeah, well, it would be the perfect time for the temperature to get a little bit higher, so to speak, as at least in the Northern Hemisphere, we're heading towards the fall, and that's when you want things to get a little bit warmer, a little bit cozy.
Of course, right? You want your pumpkin spice and your pumpkaboos, right?
Oh, yeah, always, always. But that was such an exciting match, and I cannot wait to see just what other Pokemon are going to stand out and shine here at the World Championships, because you know, that Ninetales, you know, we saw it do well in Vancouver on Cindy's team, and now it seems like we're seeing it do well here again at the World Championships. It's definitely a meta call, but it's working out so well for those trainers that are deciding to play it.
And this is just another thing. I mentioned this yesterday, but I want to talk about it a bit again. When we saw Aries at EUIC running the Mandibuzz with the Fast Attack Air Slash, he defined the meta for the entire season. We saw Cindy, Elite TM, her Shadow Kanto Ninetales to Ember, a 2-turn Ember, and then that became a meta definer. We've seen one other Fire Spin Shadow Kanto Ninetales, that was yesterday, but the Ember is just such a cool finesse move. And the reason that's so critical is because although Ember does generate energy a little bit more slowly, it does give you that 2-turn fast attack, which a lot of Pokemon like Swampert, like Medicham, like Sableye, with their Mud Shot counter and Shadow Claw are all the same. And when you have a 3-turn fast attack, it's a little bit more difficult to maneuver around the battlefield. We see the Shadow Kanto Ninetales being more flexible here at the World Championships as well.
Yeah, and I like that you called that out, because that was something that we just saw come into play. You know, we had a 1-turn fast attack versus a 2-turn fast attack. The Lick versus, I believe it was a Poison Jab. And because of the fact that Lick was 1 turn and Poison Jab was 2 turns, Nidoqueen was concluding the 2 turns that allowed Lickitung to get to the Power Whip just that much quicker. Exactly. And that was how, you know, you won the game.
And I just want to point out, on the surface, it looks like we're just tapping the phone as furiously as we can, right? Tap, tap, tap all the way. But that's because we're trying to get every single fast attack to register. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. No needs to apologize. I mean, it's important to keep in mind because, like you said, every turn is half a second. So you really have to be tapping the screen if you're running, you know, a Lickitung with that 1 turn. I believe Registeel as well. Lock-on is also 1 turn.
Exactly.
You have to be tapping the screen every half second, and that's pretty fast. You know, that's a decent pace, decent clip.
It's absolutely decent decent pace. Then you think the signal has to go from your finger to the phone, to the server, back to the phone, back to you. So it's again, it's a feedback loop that once you start, it just doesn't stop until the matchup is over. There's one Pokemon I really didn't get a chance to talk about, but I'd really love to touch on. We saw Iomero with Shadow Machamp.
Oh yeah, we did.
Now, typically I like Shadow Machamp in the Ultra League because it's got great coverage and its ability to deal a lot of neutral damage is very impressive. A lot of these counter users that we see, for example, Medicham is the most prominent one due to that Psychic subtyping, and then we see some pseudo fighters like Defense Form Deoxys or Obstagoon. But Machamp is one of my favorite Pokemon to play with because it requires a bit of finesse, it's a bit of fun, and you can win matchups that you shouldn't win. For example, Gabby, if you're in the Great League, the Shadow Machamp can win in the 2-shield matchup versus a Sableye. You just shield your Machamp twice, they shield twice, and you get to that third cross drop, secure the KO.
See, that's something that I wouldn't expect because typically Sableye will resist those fighting type attacks as it's a Ghost Dark type Pokemon. So the fact that we're seeing a situation where a Shadow Machamp can take down a Sableye, it's just not something I'm used to seeing in the game.
It's really interesting. We saw Cindy's Shadow Victor Bell trying to apply some pressure to the Registeel earlier as well. And for trainers that maybe are coming from the video game circuit, maybe they are not familiar with Pokemon Go in terms of how these fast attacks and charge attacks affect each other, excuse me. But for example, in the video game series, there's immunity, right? You have flying type Pokemon versus an Earthquake. It's kind of a wash. But in Pokemon Go, the closest we get is triple resistance. And that's why you see these Shadow Nidoqueens being forced to throw the Earth Power against a Galarian Stunfisk or a Bastiodon because that rock and ground or ground and steel typing, respectively, is very, very hard to break through with a triple resisted poison attack.
Yeah, I do like that though, because the one thing about the video game that you have to keep in mind is that if someone switches in a flying type Pokemon when you are going for an Earthquake or a Precipice Blades, you know, that's just it. You know, if that Pokemon has Levitate as well, you know, no damage that turn, try again next turn, maybe it'll work out better. But in Pokemon Go, at least you get some damage for your trouble. I mean, admittedly, it's not a lot, and obviously you want to be dealing as much damage as you can be doing, but it's something. You know, it's 1 HP of damage. It's your lock-on for the day.
It all adds up, right? And we've heard legends of some trainers, you know, double Earth powering a Skarmory to get a victory with their Shadow Nidoqueen, but it's never been confirmed. We don't know if that actually happens, right? It's very difficult to do.
I was going to say, do you think we'll see that here today? Because we did already see a Skarmory.
Ooh, you're right. And it was also Iomero's team. Skarmory and the Shadow Machamp. That's very interesting. I really like the Shadow Machamp as well because of its ability to apply pressure to Pokemon like Registeel. You mentioned the lock-on. That Shadow Machamp comes in, it lands a cross chop plus 5 counters, and the Registeel is almost KO'd. It's just incredibly powerful, and we'll have to see if it turns up. The Tapu Fini was on screen earlier today, and I did not get to cast that one, so I'm a little bit disappointed, but we'll see how things go.
I mean, I missed a Wigglytuff earlier, so I'm sure we'll be back around. But in the meantime, while these trainers are getting queued up for their next match, you know, if you are here in London, make sure you're checking out the event. There are so many incredible spawns happening to celebrate the Pokemon World Championships in Pokemon Go. I saw some lovely World Championship 2022 Pikachu in raids around the hall.
Oh, yeah.
I'm personally looking for a shiny. If anybody out there has a spare, please let me know. I can maybe trade you some cool Pokemon for it. You know, just shooting my shot, so to speak.
Of course.
There's Zacian, there's Zamazenta, and there's also a lot of Pokemon that are very, very meta relevant. So maybe we can talk a little bit about that later, but for now, let's take a look at the stage as our next Winners Round 2 match is all queued up and ready to go.
All right, the Articuno can. We glide down here gracefully to that main stage as we see the trainers getting queued up for the next round of battles here. I'm really excited to get into this series. I believe our trainer on the left is Rick Flareon, correct me if I'm wrong, versus Dancing Rob. Does that appear to be the situation?
That does appear to be the situation, and that appears to be a very fuzzy Turtwig and Axew hanging out as well over there. So shout outs to you, Turtwig and Axew. Maybe not relevant in many Pokemon games in terms of the competition here this weekend, but he just looks like such a fuzzy friend.
He absolutely does. I've heard of a few trainers training their Turtwig up to level 50 and then trying to bring it into the Great League. That is very, very incredible if you do accomplish that. Speaking to these trainers' teams, though, no Turtwigs to be seen. We do have Walrein, Lickitung, Altaria, the Ninetales, which is a Shadow variant as well, the Sableye, and the Nidoqueen here for Rick Flareon.
I am so excited to see how this match is going to play out because I believe Dancing Rob on his side of the field has an incredible team of Medicham, Lickitung, Shadow Venusaur. It's finally happening. Shadow Swampert, Ninetales, Alolan this time, and another Galarian Stunfisk. So, you know, this was where the future sight paid off. I was a little bit off. Maybe I just need to calibrate a bit more. But this Shadow Venusaur has a decent opportunity to do something.
Yeah,
but maybe not in this matchup. Like, I'm seeing the Altaria, and it's just not the best.
No, Altaria is definitely a polarizing Pokemon. If it does align against that Shadow Venusaur, for example, it does have a very favorable matchup. And then against the Shadow Swampert as well, the Dragon Breath just applies so much pressure. It can strike with super effective Sky attacks against the Medicham. But in this Show 6 format, it's so tricky to bring that Dragon and Flying type Pokemon due to the Pokemon like Alola Ninetales and that Galarian Stunfisk there for Dancing Rob. Now, these two trainers are from different areas of the world. Dancing Rob from Germany. We do have Rick Flareon, which I believe qualified in the Asia Pacific region. So these trainers, one of them making a long journey to arrive here in London this weekend.
Yeah, I was talking to some of my friends who are also from that region, and they said that it took them 24 hours, including a layover, to get to London, which is just an absolute hike. But to be able to be here playing on stage at the World Championships is definitely worth it. And you really want to bring your A game. And I think that what we have from Rick's team is just a very solid combination of Pokemon that we've seen do well at these tournaments so far. You have the Lickitung that won the North American International Championships. We have another Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I believe I've been listening to all y'all talk this weekend, and it seems like the casters have all agreed that Purified Sableye and Shadow Walrein are two of the best Pokemon in the format. And we've certainly sung the praises of Shadow Nidoqueen enough as well. So, you know, if you're going to make the trip, you might as well do your best and have no regrets.
No, you're absolutely right. As you look at this team for Dancing Rob, I really would love to see that Alola Ninetales come out to battle, but look at the obstacles it needs to face. If it's going to get to the Altaria, it has to get past those two bodyguards in the form of the Shadow Kanto Ninetales and the Nidoqueen. Fire and Poison, respectively, are going to resist that attack damage from the, what I suspect is going to be a Charm fast attack Alola Ninetales, and the Ice typing won't appreciate that Fire typing from the Kanto Ninetales either.
Yeah, it seems like that Kanto Ninetales, if given the opportunity, is going to really take off and do well in this match. So that, to me, implies that if Dancing Rob is thinking of bringing that Alolan Ninetales or the Venusaur, possibly even the Galarian Stunfisk, you have to bring those Pokemon in the back of your party because you do not want to be caught off guard, as many trainers will lead the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, as you can't really switch into it because it's not very bulky. You know, you want to have those shields available to it, and you want to make sure that the timing on the field is perfect. And one way to do that is you just lead it, right?
Exactly right. And speaking to team compositions and how you line up your Pokemon, we haven't addressed this very much during the World Championships, but I'll just take a quick shot here. So you can essentially go one of three ways. The first way is you can call your opponent's team. You can say, I know for a fact that Shadow Venusaur will be in the lead, so I lead my Altaria. I know for a fact that they'll bring the Alola Ninetales, I'll bring the Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the back, etc., etc. Or you can go the A, B, B route. And what I mean by that is the two B slots on your team have a shared weakness. Maybe you bring two Pokemon weak to fire, like the Alola Ninetales and the Galarian Stunfisk, but you lead that Swampert because that's your best fire type answer. And then you can switch in one of those Pokemon to pull out that Kanto Ninetales and then defeat it with the Swampert later. Or C, the C option here is that you can run an A, B, A line, which means you have both of your A slots sharing the same weakness. So if you lead your Venusaur into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, you cannot switch out of that matchup. You have to stay, take a Protect Shield, do as much damage as possible, and then let your B slot Swampert take care of that opponent. And maybe that Alola Ninetales or the Galarian Stunfisk is your last Pokemon.
Yeah, I have to wonder, what are the odds, though, that you would lead a Shadow Swampert against a team that, quite honestly, feels very comfortable leading a Lickitung? I feel like the Shadow Swampert, you know, again, it's one of those Pokemon that I think is a great lead in the format right now. But with two Lickitung available, someone's going to bring it. I mean, again, it's one of the bulkiest Pokemon we have access to. It's won an incredibly difficult tournament, certainly is in a perfect opportunity to do it again. I just don't think you lead the Swampert in this situation. So maybe you make it like a is there like a BAB line? Or I guess that would still be ABA, just with different letters, because why not?
Exactly. Why not also a Pokemon that I would love to see in this tournament, but probably not. But here we go. But I think that's an incredible point to make as well. I mean, I think the Lickitung is more, I think there's a higher chance. There's more likeliness that we see the Lickitung safe switch from Dancing Rob, because as we see on Rick Flarion's team, there is no counter user on that team. There's no fighting type Pokemon with a fast attack counter, which makes normal types and steel types very safe against that team. So maybe Dancing Rob anticipates that. Maybe he thinks that, you know, he can lead that Medicham right into that Lickitung and just square up his fighter against that normal type Pokemon. But we'll have to see, right? A lot of mind games going on with each of these sets, and these trainers maybe have even played each other before.
Yeah, I think these trainers have definitely played each other before. If not on an actual tournament in person like this, definitely on the Go Battle League ladder, because I feel like once you get up to the top, not that I've been there yet, I'm working on it. You know, you do end up seeing a lot of names. You end up, you know, recognizing some of the people around, and maybe then you shoot them a couple friend requests so that way you can get some practice in together too.
No, you're exactly right. I think when you get history, when you get some experience against these battlers, you can start to identify their tendencies. Maybe you can pick up on certain things. Maybe they're uncomfortable leading that Lickitung. Maybe they'd love to lead that Lickitung, and you know exactly what to expect. So as these trainers have prepared for the World Championships, maybe they've relied on their local communities. Maybe they've really turned their attention to the Go Battle League against trainers that they don't, you know, probably won't meet in person and probably won't compete in the World Championships. Either way, they're trying to get enough repetitions in, enough experience, so they can figure out how to manage these teams. We have a couple of lock-ins, though, and there's no more speculation. We're getting right into the action as we take a look here at center stage. We have some leads on the screen for you as well. Shadow, Walrein, and there's the Lickitung. Great call, Gabby.
All right, well, there is that Lickitung lead. Those power whips certainly will hurt the Shadow Walrein, but it's up to Rick just how much he wants to wait until he switches it out, as it will take that Lickitung a few turns to get to the power whip energy, and there it is. But the Walrein throwing an Earthquake exactly when the Lickitung gets to it.
Yeah, both Pokemon throwing on that fast attack alignment there. The charge move priority will go to the Walrein, so it gets to go first, and it does land that big attack. But here comes the Lickitung. Do we see an early shield? I mean, you want to keep that positive momentum going, and we do.
You do, because I think Rick also attempting to switch into his own Lickitung in that after that attack to try and catch that attack from the opposing Lickitung. Instead, though, it looks like a Lickitung and a Medicham swap now. Dancing Rob having the momentum with the switch advantage.
Absolutely, we do see the shield advantage as well here. Rick Flarion's Lickitung trying to fight back here, but that Medicham is just pounding away at that normal type Pokemon. But I'll tell you what, these Licks are dealing a lot of damage over time, and without a fighting charge attack, this Medicham can't really deal a whole lot of damage in one go. It has to rely on those fast attacks.
Yeah, but it will use the Psychic, which does more damage than an Ice Punch and brings that Lickitung down into the red, possibly able to knock it out after a couple more counters. This Body Slam will be allowed to connect first and should be enough for a knockout, but that Medicham holds on.
Oh, Medicham does not get the better of Lickitung, and this is actually not a tough situation because you're able to come in here with those resisted licks and lick down and gather some additional energy, and now you're queued up here with shield advantage, a bit of energy, but pretty low on HP. We see that Nidoqueen come in, and the switch timer is not up. Lickitung cannot escape.
Yeah, Lickitung cannot escape, but it can at least throw one more Body Slam to connect with this Nidoqueen for some damage. Rick Flareon holding on to that last shield. Dancing Rob has 2 shields available to him with this Galarian Stunfisk. I have to imagine you're thinking about using it. We know that this is going to be the Poison Fang, but Dancing Rob going for the shield, the defenses go down, and that means the next attack is just going to hurt a lot more.
That is really, really tough, but the Galarian Stunfisk looking to strike back here. Already stored up 2 rock slides here, but the mud shots are really dealing the damage, and we see a no shield as well. What a great call, and here comes the Earth Power. This is a pivotal shield call.
It's a great call, but only a couple more fast move attacks from this Galarian Stunfisk will be enough to knock out that Nidoqueen, and then it's just going to be the Walrein. But Rick Flareon swapping in the Walrein himself has to use that final shield to protect the Walrein from this rock slide. But if Walrein has an Earthquake available for it, there's no more shields on Dancing Rob's side of the field. This is going to do some huge damage.
You're exactly right. There's no Protect Shield on the board. No Protect Shields remaining. Earthquake absolutely craters the ground. Galarian Stunfisk is knocked out, but the Lickitung is not done yet. Trying to put up a fight here. It's going to throw its weight into this Body Slam.
It will, but will it be enough damage is the question. Walrein able to hold on, going for those powdered snows, and looks like it is able to knock out the Walrein.
Rick Flareon with a Game 1 victory over Dancing Rob there. Very exciting set to start us off here. I'm really interested to see how these trainers will adjust, as we did see that Lickitung lead, but we did not see the Medicham in the lead for our trainer on the left. So very interesting calls there with the lineups, and very, I guess, calculated play as well. We did see an early on Earthquake CMP tie with that Lickitung. Earthquake did connect the early shield. I thought that was really well played by Rick Flareon, and yeah, incredible plays. I can't wait to get in game number 2. What kind of adjustments does Dancing Rob need to make here?
You know, I really liked that Lickitung lead, as I think it does give him a lot of flexibility. Unfortunately, though, it just felt the Medicham didn't quite get what it was looking for out of that matchup. You know, Medicham is the best answer to Rick Flareon's own Lickitung, like you were just saying, but it doesn't have the fighting type charge move, and that Psychic just didn't really do a lot of damage at the end of the day. And as nice as it is to have that tight matchup sort of sorted out, you know, the fighting type against the normal type Pokemon, if Dancing Rob has another Pokemon on his team that can deal more damage to that Lickitung, or maybe just deal damage faster than the Medicham, such as the Swampert, you know, that might be time to consider it. You do have to worry about Rick Flareon being to answer that Swampert with his own Lickitung, or possibly some of the other Pokemon that he has access to. But if you make a bit of a read and just hope that you can find, you know, the opportunities to just get that Swampert against the Lickitung so it does enough damage, I think that would be all that you need. It really was a close matchup. Medicham just needed a little more.
You're exactly right. Medicham was very close. That Psychic typing really betrays it when those super effective licks start to add up. And this is interesting as well, because we saw the Walrein and the Galarian Stunfisk making an appearance there for our team on the right. It's going to be very difficult to kind of manage how this Altaria fits into the equation. Do you think we see Altaria here in game number 2?
I mean, I want to see Altaria because I think it's just a fun Pokemon to run. And if you're expecting your opponent to rely on the Medicham, once again, that is almost a guaranteed victory. Same thing with the Venusaur. The Pokemon you really have to watch out for is that Galarian Stunfisk. But you have plenty of options to handle it. We're probably going to see some of those now as the Altaria finds itself led against the Galarian Stunfisk on Rob's side of the field. We have the Shadow Kanto Ninetales in now.
Shadow Kanto Ninetales comes in here, but I don't think it's going to have the same opportunity to turn up the heat that we saw in the last set, because the Shadow Swampert is happy to meet it here on the battlefield. We see the Weather Ball get queued up here, some resisted damage there. The Swampert takes that easily, and then farming up extra energy. Look at all this energy. Swampert finally throwing the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, I love how that Swampert took the extra time to get those Hydro Cannons ready to go, as it only takes a couple of turns for it to get access to those moves. And with Altaria coming in and that fast Dragon Breath attack, you want those charge moves good to go. They're going to be resisted, but at least you do some nice chip damage on your way out.
And this is a critical show of skill as well. I mean, if you throw that Hydro Cannon as soon as you get it, there is a very low likelihood that you get to the 2 Hydro Cannons here. And only time will tell if this chip damage is going to be instrumental in a victory for Dancing Rob, or if Rick Flareon can overcome it. He finally does overcome the Swampert though, but that Galarian Stunfisk is ready to meet him. Switch Timer almost up. Does he reach for it? No. Gonna stay in here in a really awful matchup.
Well, the Altaria has a Sky Attack and a Moonblast available to it, so Rick Flareon possibly trying to catch this attack, but misses the opportunity to switch and just lets the Altaria go. This Rock Slide is going to do a ton of damage, barely missing the knockout, does get the switch at this point in time, but that Altaria is in the danger zone.
Now, this feels like an old Western. We see 2 of these Pokemon with attacks that could absolutely KO them if they land, and we see the first Protect Shield come out as well. Nidoqueen for Rick Flareon blinks first.
I think you have to use the shield there, even though it wasn't the Earthquake and it was a Rock Slide. You're just at such low health overall. You need every opportunity you can to keep this Nidoqueen healthy. Unfortunately, this Poison Fang isn't going to do damage, and it's going to take a while for these defensive drops to make a difference. But here's the Earthquake from Dancing Rob. Will Rick Flareon shield this?
Oh, a great shield call as well. Nidoqueen gets to stay in this battle a little while longer, but it still has a tough hill to climb. If the Switch Timer is not quite up yet, maybe another charge attack coming through here any moment, and we do see another bait, and he takes the bait. Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk shields.
Yeah, this Galarian Stunfisk, just like the Nidoqueen, is so important for Dancing Rob's win condition. You have to invest those shields, but now this Earthquake will be allowed to connect with the Nidoqueen. We know it's going to do some big damage. Altaria does have the opportunity to come in and throw one of these attacks, but they're both going to be resisted. It's not going to be enough damage.
Wow, and the mud shots are all that was needed. Again, speaking to that resistance and triple resistance, typically ground type attacks would not do any damage, but over time those mud shots will add up in Pokemon Go. What a dominant win there for Dancing Rob in game number 2.
Yeah, I really love how Dancing Rob approached that game in terms of adjustments, because he made the prediction that Rick Flareon would be a little bit true to his namesake and bring a fire-type Pokemon into the matchup, and then brought the Swampert as a result. And then as soon as you see that Shadow Kanto Ninetales take the field, Shadow Swampert was there, and that Ninetales was gone right after.
I think that's a great example of Dancing Rob going with that earlier strategy that we called out at the top of this set, going with that team prediction strategy. He had a good idea of what Rick Flareon was going to try to do. He tried to scare away the Altaria in game number 1, but he knew that Rick Flareon was not phased, would bring that Pokemon, but Dancing Rob was ready. He sprung that steel and ground bear trap looking Pokemon, Galarian Stunfisk, onto the Dragon Flying type Altaria.
Yeah, Galarian Stunfisk is such a powerhouse Pokemon. You know, I think that it's probably one of the most common Pokemon here today. I would love to get some statistics for you later on in terms of how many Pokemon are being run, so maybe we'll be able to find that. But at least from, like, empirically speaking, you know, just what I've personally observed with my own 2 eyeballs. You know, I've seen a lot of these Stunfisk, I've seen a lot of these Walreins, and you can see why. They're just so good. They're so consistently good. They have options, they have outs, regardless of the type matchup in front of them.
No, you're exactly right. I think there are a few keys to having a really successful Pokemon in the Open Great League. I think first is stamina. A lot of these Pokemon that we see come in are Lickitungs, they're Araquanids, they're Galarian Stunfisk, they're Registeels. These Pokemon are known for having a high stat product. They're able to hang in matchups for a little longer than you expect, throw their charge attacks, reach for that switch timer when the time is ready, and switch in and out of matchups and kind of stay in the game. If you're struggling a bit in your own Go Battle League battles, maybe it's because you're not running Pokemon that have a lot of stat product. Maybe they don't have enough bulk. Maybe they take a lot of damage from charge attacks. You're running out of Protect Shields early, and we do see that kind of apply in these triple Shadow teams that we've seen throughout this weekend. Sometimes these Protect Shields get stripped away really, really quickly, and then it's hard to make up that deficit.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you brought that up, because I think that's something that we have to keep in mind as a competitive Pokemon player, regardless of what game you're playing. You know, right now in the Video Game Championship Series, we're allowing the restricted Pokemon to be used. So your Groudons, your Kyogres, your Rayquazas, your Zacians, your Zamazentas, all those good ones. And they just have a naturally higher stat base product. You know, they're just naturally stronger Pokemon. And you have to respect the fact that some Pokemon, unfortunately, are just naturally stronger than others. So I know you quoted an amazing Pokemon trainer earlier, you know, talking about playing with your favorites. But unfortunately, I think if you want to be here at the World Championships, you do have to respect the threat that these meta staples bring to the table.
You're exactly right. And we do hear meta a lot. Meta this, meta that. All it means is most effective tactics available. And those shift with each Go Battle League season and each tournament. So if you're considering signing up for the next regional next month, maybe the meta will look entirely different. Maybe your favorite Pokemon will get that spotlight. Maybe Beedrill will be the Pokemon to shine in the future meta the next season of the Play Pokemon Championship Circuit, and that's a great time to get involved.
It is a great time to get involved. Again, Pokemon.com/play if you want to join in on the competitive Pokemon circuit. One day, we will have a meta that is Metagross centric, and I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it, because you got to say the Metagross meta, and then you got to say it really, really fast to make sure that, you know, you're ready, you're prepared for it.
On this episode
I've been practicing.
On this episode of Pokemon Tongue Twisters.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Metagross meta, as fast as you can. Let's see some Metagross metas in the chat if you're watching at home. We'd love to see that. I thought you were going to say a Bibarel meta would be ideal.
I mean, we had that with the Hisuian Cup, so I feel like I've already gotten it, and I want to ask for more, but I also don't, because I think we're going to get ready to start this matchup soon. So maybe we should take a moment and talk about adjustments, because this has been one of the rare Game 3s that we've been able to feature on the match. And the big question on my mind is, you know, how much are these trainers reading into the strategies that they brought in Game 1 and Game 2, especially knowing just how deep of a read Dancing Rob made to respect that the Kanto Ninetales would be included in that Game 2.
Oh, he absolutely did. And I think he's done a great job of kind of making that Pokemon a little less at the top of Rick Flareon's mind. Maybe a little bit nervous to run that Fire-type Pokemon with the prevalence of Shadow Swampert and Galarian Stunfisk. But the speculation is done. We are headed to that main stage for our game number 3. Let's see which of these trainers will continue to rise through the winner's bracket.
All right, Shadow Nidoqueen on the field for Rick Flareon. A Lickitung on the field once again, Dancing Rob. I believe he's led that Pokemon almost all 3 games in this set. And we already have a Poison Fang. This game is moving very quickly.
Absolutely. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we do see the pressure start to pile onto this Lickitung. Its formidable bulk, though, will allow it to stay in this matchup. It does go for the Body Slam. And again, continuing this trend of not shielding Nidoqueen against potential Power Whips.
Yeah, Rick Flareon's confidence in this matchup is key. And I love how this Lickitung is just trying to stay on the field as much as possible, but no shielding this Poison Fang after 1 defensive drop already. He has to be preparing a switch. Otherwise, this Lickitung is just going to get knocked out. But it's Rick who switches and gets the Lickitung to catch the Body Slam.
This is very critical as well because we saw Rick Flareon in the late game of game number 2 with shield advantage, and that really helped carry him to victory. So I think both of these trainers really hesitant to give up those Protect Shields. So switching into Lickitung to absorb that attack is a great way to kind of disperse some of that energy. But we do see a hard-hitting charge attack getting queued up here, and no Protect Shield on that shiny Lickitung.
Yeah, Dancing Rob has been favoring those rock slides throughout the match, but now going for the harder hitting Earthquake. This Galarian Stunfisk also has the benefit of, being almost at full health, not going to take a lot of damage from the Power Whip or the Body Slam. So really, Galarian Stunfisk in the lead here as this Lickitung is just whittled down into the red.
Absolutely. We see the Rock Slide going to pile onto this Lickitung as well. Isn't enough to secure the knockout, though, as it almost is, but not quite. Lickitung gets to 1 more Body Slam. It's resisted, and Rob knows it. No Protect Shield in play.
Yeah, Rob just dismissed that Protect Shield prompt almost immediately, wanting to save them, probably for the Medicham at this point, as the Lickitung is down into the red. And this Medicham has a fantastic matchup against Rick Flareon's Shadow Walrein, which also just took the field. Will use another Rock Slide on this Galarian Stunfisk first, but no shield, and that just does so much damage.
Super effective Rock Slide. It's not the same type of attack bonus, but it does apply so much pressure. We do see the Walrein fighting back, but the whole team for Rick Flareon has been revealed, and let's see how he reacts to that 3rd Pokemon coming out here for Dancing Rob, as it will come any moment. And here comes the Medicham, counter swap into the Nidoqueen.
This is a very dangerous position for the Nidoqueen to be in, as it's at such low health. It's possible that these counters will knock it out, but instead Lickitung coming in. The Shadow Nidoqueen able to knock out the Lickitung at the last second and then throw an Earth Power into this Medicham, but all Rob has to do is Protect Shield and then go for the counter to pick up that KO. It's just the Shadow Walrein now. I saw 1 Icicle Sphere. I don't think I saw 2.
I don't believe that Walrein is ready for doubles. Let's see. The Medicham does use that final Protect Shield, and we do see the counters piling on. 2 shields in the bank, but the counters do not stop. And we see the knockout from Dancing Rob.
Yeah, Dancing Rob also having those charged moves available as well, but just very confident in the energy management of that situation, recognizing that the Shadow Walrein had no charged moves available to it. As a result, you have the time to just counter it on down.
Exactly right. And as much as we wish we could, we cannot carry those 2 shields over into the next matchup. So unfortunately, Rick Flareon will be headed to that secondary bracket, but he is not out of it yet. Let's see how these 2 trainers continue in this tournament. I'm really interested, though. We saw that Shadow Kanto Ninetales and the hard team read by Dancing Rob in Game 2 really kind of put Rick Flareon on his heels. He wasn't sure about the Altaria, but it would have been really strong in that game number 3.
It would have been, and that's just the importance of, I think, making those reads and knowing how to play in terms of predictions, in terms of reading your opponent. I think that there's so much of this game that you don't necessarily get to experience on the Go Battle League ladder because you don't get to see your opponent's 6 Pokemon and pick 3 to sort of build up that matchup. So, we have a little bit of time between our next couple of matches, and I believe this is something that we just touched upon briefly earlier, but, we were talking about it very situationally. In this situation, I would do the ABA, where these Pokemon would share the weaknesses. But if you're just building a team up in general, like let's say you're picking your 6 Pokemon to compete at one of these Play Pokemon tournaments. Sure. I mean, what's the mindset you bring in that situation? How do you make sure that you have these tools tools available to you so that you can say, you're going to bring Shadow Kanto Ninetales, I'm going to bring my Shadow Swampert.
Well, there are actually two dynamics here. I think what we see is a lot of teams end up looking very similar. We see a lot of Walrein, a lot of Swampert, a lot of Sableye, a lot of Medicham, and sometimes, especially at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, we saw Iomero versus King IV. Their teams were identical. The only difference was that King IV's Walrein was a Shadow variant, whereas Iomero's was not. That's the only key difference. And when you have the same teams on the board, you really need to manage your energy. You have to approach your opponent a bit differently. Maybe you kind of play through more neutral matchups. You have to have more patience. But sometimes you can kind of codify opponents' teams. There are a lot of staple cores. For example, the Trevenant and Walrein core. Those Pokemon come together, and a lot of these teams, they are best buddies, but Obstagoon likes to break up that friendship. And Obstagoon teams know what to do when they see a Trevenant and Walrein on the other side. Now, the second side of this coin is what we saw with Cindy's team. She did have that Shadow, Razor Leaf, Victory Bell, and the Wigglytuff. Those are two Pokemon known for fast attack pressure. They're very good in the Go Battle League because you can't really predict what your opponent's going to bring. Sure, you get clues as the matchups go on. You get typing clues. For example, if you see a Defense Form Deoxys in the front, it's very weak to Sableye and Trevenant. You can expect a Dark-type Pokemon like Umbreon to be a bodyguard for that Pokemon in the lead. So you can kind of piece together the teams. However, when the Show 6 format here at the Play Pokemon Regionals and Internationals are underway, you can see all of your opponent's cards. It's almost like in TCG, if they just revealed their entire deck to you and said, this is what I'm going to run, and you just have to stop me. So it's very difficult to surprise your opponents with a Shadow Victory Bell or a Wigglytuff. It's very difficult to kind of fit into those niche situations, whereas in Go Battle League, it's a bit different. So I'm always interested to see how these trainers from the Go Battle League leaderboards carry over these skills into the Show 6 format, because half of the battle in Show 6 is building a strong team, and the second half of the battle is knowing how your opponent will approach your own team.
All right, that is a lot of information. I feel like I got to take some notes, but I will ask you again later because, you know, I think it's really important that you sort of understand these fundamentals when you are a newer player approaching these matchups, or if you're just somebody who's at home watching for the first time, because, you know, it's so exciting to see these games play out. It's so exciting to see these trainers, you know, duking it out, tapping their phones, you know, going for the switches and the catches. But once you understand, like, the mindset behind it, and once you're able to break down the games yourself and follow along and, you know, understand why we get so excited, I feel like that just opens up a whole nother level, and it just makes it so much more fun to follow, you know?
It does, absolutely. Just like an onion, there are many layers here to Pokemon Go PvP, and sometimes you peel back a layer and you shed a tear, but that's just how it works, you know, it's life.
I was gonna say, I cut open an onion and I'm just on the floor crying, so, but that's just me. So, yeah, it's not a pretty sight.
To be frank, I have the same reaction.
All right.
It just occurs. But with that being said, we have interesting battles yet to come. I'm really excited to see this World Championships unfold, because we saw yesterday in the Last Chance qualifier a lot of trainers bringing kind of wild Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
like you mentioned, you see a lot of things off the wall, maybe different movesets. The Nidoqueen with Stone Edge, I recall. The Lick Obstagoon as well. Some real flair, right, that we didn't expect. And we're seeing a lot of unique Pokemon here in the World Championships as well, which surprises me a bit. But we don't have to think about it too much. We're going to head down to the main stage and see what these trainers have in store for us in this next series.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see this one play out, because we actually have a returning champion from the North American International Championship. It's Axon. He's going to be facing off against Kujira 12 Go, who was one of the finalists of the Japanese qualification circuit for Pokemon Go, which is really exciting to see. You know, Japan is another one of those regions that had a very long journey to get out here. So the fact that he's here, he's ready to compete. I'm so excited to see the team that he brought as well, because there's a Mandibuzz.
Absolutely, the Mandibuzz is going to take to the skies, and I really love, like you said, seeing these trainers from different regions clash, because we all have our local communities, maybe even our national communities, where we battle against each other, we practice and we train, but these trainers develop their techniques in different ways. So what works in the North American region might not work in the European region or the Asia Pacific region. So it's very interesting to see these teams come together. As you take a look here at It's Axon's team, a very familiar staple pick. That Lickitung has the first spot on the team, deservingly so. We do have the Shadow Walrein, Medicham, Shadow Nidoqueen, Sableye, and Swampert.
In addition to that, Mandibuzz Kujira is running a Trevenant, Medicham, Shadow Walrein, Galarian Stunfisk, and Registeel. So, you mentioned this idea of the local metagame, this Japanese-centric metagame versus the American metagame. It's interesting to see this team because at face value, I do see a lot of the same Pokemon that we are seeing here. It's really just that Mandibuzz that stands out. So while we're waiting for these trainers to sort of work through this team preview and figure out their strategy, what kind of situations do you think the Mandibuzz was brought for?
I think the Mandibuzz was a staple of Aries' team at EUIC. I think its ability to defeat teams with common cores like the Trevenant, Sableye, and Medicham is just unprecedented. That Pokemon takes to the skies and it can dominate those matchups. But what I wanted to point out here with Kujira's team before we jump in is that he has 3 Pokemon that take super effective damage from that Medicham's counters. Will we see a fighter hit the field? Let's find out.
Well, right now, it's just going to be 2 Shadow Walreins staring each other down, but I do see the Medicham in the back of its Axon's party, and I see the Mandibuzz as well. So Kujira already respecting the fact that 3 of the Pokemon on his team are very weak to that fighting type.
This is such a mirror match as we see both of these Walreins trigger the charge move priority. We see the Icicle Spear bait come through its Axon, giving up that early Protect Shield. Does Kujira do the same?
It looks like he's matching it. So attack for attack, these Walrein are almost at the same health, are at the same energy, or at the same shields. This is truly a mirror matchup.
I shield, you shield, we shield. We see another charge attack coming through here from that Walrein from Kujira. It will be the Earthquake. Its Axon does use the Protect Shield, but guess what? We have another charge move priority, and we see its Axon returning fire. Do we see the shield in kind?
This is such a mind game because Kujira knows that he picked the Earthquake for a specific reason. It's Axon picking Earthquake for the same reason, but you gotta wonder if these trainers are still thinking the same exact thing. Now that all the shields are gone, both these trainers going for the Earthquake, but it's Axon able to catch it on the Medicham.
This is such a high skill play because its Axon did recognize that his Walrein was not going to win that charge move priority. It would go second, so he switches in the Medicham, but this is tough because now the Trevenant comes out and there are no Protect Shields to save the Medicham from an attack.
The Medicham will have the opportunity to throw an Ice Punch into this Trevenant, which is going to hurt, but it will not secure the knockout. As a result, Trevenant able to Shadow Claw down this Medicham and bank all of this energy for the Shadow Walrein and Shadow Nidoqueen waiting for it in the back of its Axon's party.
There are no Protect Shields on the board for either trainer, but oh my goodness, Trevenant has so much energy and it strikes with the Shadow Ball. This is going to deal an immense amount of damage to the Shadow Nidoqueen, but it will probably hang on, and it does.
It does, but for how long? Should have enough time to get 1 Poison Fang, maybe 2, but instead a Seed Bomb will connect with that Shadow Nidoqueen, and you know that's going to do more than enough damage for the KO.
I just want to mention here, this is a pivotal moment because this Walrein comes in, it does Powder Snow down that Trevenant, and this is team information that might be gleaned here as its Axon's Walrein is loaded up with energy and the Mandibuzz is waiting in the wings. Do we see the Dark Flying type Pokemon come out here? And we do.
Mandibuzz is at a type disadvantage for these ice type attacks, but it is at full health. So this will have the benefit of taking some of that energy away from the Shadow Walrein. It will have the opportunity as well to take an attack really for this other Shadow Walrein that just swapped in, but its Axon already has enough time to get back to the Earthquake, and you know that's going to bring that Walrein so close to a knockout. It just barely.
It does, and look at its Axon fighting hard to try to get momentum back into this matchup just through the second Icicle Spear here. It needs to outpace to a third one, or the Mandibuzz will deliver a decisive blow. Can Walrein get there?
All right, here we go. That Dark type attack is charging up, and it's just a split second faster that will beat the Shadow Walrein to another Icicle Sphere, and Kujira able to take game 1 in this winner's round 3 set.
Its Axon fought so hard to bring that matchup back, but that Mandibuzz's bulk was a decisive factor as it barely escaped that matchup. Kujira stealing away that game 1.
It was such an exciting matchup too because at first glance, Mandibuzz, not the Pokemon you want out on the field against Walrein, arguably one of the best Ice-type Pokemon users in the metagame right now. But Kujira able to manage that energy. You know, we saw that Mandibuzz take an attack for the Walrein, leave the field, and come back just in time with just enough energy to hit that Dark-type attack. Going into game 2, you know, I would love to see the Mandibuzz again, but it just was so precarious for it. You have to wonder, is it worth bringing the Mandibuzz for your Medicham matchup when you just barely held on in that game 1.
I would really love to see some Trevenant play here, but if we look at the team from its accident in game number 1, we did see the Walrein and the Nidoqueen, 2 obstacles to that Trevenant as well. I'm very interested to see if these trainers will decide to use those Protect Shields early too, because once those Protect Shields went down, it looked almost hopeless for its accent, but he was able to bring it very, very close in the end. And I think the Mandabuzz's story in game 1, it did not win by virtue of typing. It won by virtue of its bulk, its stat product. It could stay in that matchup, deal neutral damage when it counted, and edge out that victory for Kujira. But can he get that fortunate in game number 2?
I know, this is exactly why I've been holding on to my Vullaby to try and trade with some friends to get my own Mandibuzz. It's such a powerful Pokemon, but for this game too, more powerful Pokemon. It's another Walrein versus Walrein standoff, but will we see the almost perfect mirror like we saw in game 1?
It was absolutely picture perfect in game number 1, but these 2 Walreins might change things up here. Actually, the same teams from both trainers doubling down on these team compositions. We do see the Icicle Spear, Will Lightning Strike twice. It looks like it's Axon calls this one.
Oh, it's Axon remembering what happened in game 1 and not Protect shielding the Icicle Sphere and now throwing an Icicle Sphere of his own, but Kujira goes for the shield.
Kujira does sacrifice that early Protect Shield, but we've seen this trainer come back from very tough deficits before, reaching for another bait here, going to double down. It does get the Protect Shield this time.
All right, so in game 2, I believe the second charged move was the Earthquake from both Kujira and its Axon. This time around, Kujira going for a second Icicle Sphere, but it's Axon now throwing the Earthquake. Will Kujira shield it? He lets it go!
Oh, Earthquake comes through and does secure the knockout onto that Shadow Walrein. Its Axon is out to an early lead. Here we see the Trevenant and the Shadow Nidoqueen to match it. How do you think Trevenant actually goes for the Seed Bomb? Answer the question before I could even ask it.
I was going to say, you know, Mandibuzz has that bulk and can do some decent damage against the Shadow Nidoqueen, but you really don't want to be stuck with those defensive drops, knowing that the Shadow Walrein is there as well. It's just unfortunate. This Trevenant is going to be taking super effective damage from the Poison, or decent damage from the Poison Fang, and that's even after the defense drop.
And we do see the Mandibuzz finally take to the skies here, clearing that debuff by switching out the Trevenant, but the Nidoqueen is going to continue to apply pressure here, and I think the value of Medicham is really going to shine, but it has to contend with this Mandibuzz. Nidoqueen doing its best to set up its teammates with a Poison Fang. Does it get to another one? And it does! No, it does not!
That Mandibuzz is able to keep itself safe for now, but unfortunately, its Axon still has a shield available, and I think very wisely saving it for that Shadow Walrein, as it has such a great matchup against Kujira's remaining 2 Pokemon.
And we do see the Mandibuzz delivering another strike, trying to cut through this Medicham's HP with an Aerial Ace, and this one will not be shielded either. As we saw, the Medicham did tank that first one. It looks to take another. It reaches for the Walrein now, manipulating the switch timers. Mandibuzz can't get out.
Oh, that Mandibuzz is stuck taking those Powdered Snows, and now also taking an Icicle Sphere as well, while Kujira could go for the shield here. There's just no point. That Mandibuzz has such low health. The Trevenant needs it, but Trevenant too, already in the yellow, has no charge available. And this Icicle Sphere is going to deal so much damage and remove that final shield.
Trevenant is spooky, but it is brittle. It does not want to take these super effective Powder Snows. Can it pace another move? And the Walrein gets there first.
Kujira very, very closely losing the game 2. It's Axon bringing us into a game 3 situation. We saw both these trainers bring the same team, bring the same lead, and almost have a similar start to the game 2. In game 3, do you expect to see the same thing, or are we finally going to see some adjustments?
Well, we have here a rare occasion where both of these trainers seem very comfortable and confident in their lineups. We haven't seen 2 trainers double down on the same team in game 1 and game 2. We haven't seen that all tournament, to my knowledge. So seeing these 2 trainers double down and trust in their Pokemon is definitely a unique opportunity. Now, will they do the same in game 3? I really think the value of this Medicham is going to shine here for its Accent. It hasn't quite found the Walrein or the Registeel that it wants to, but it could have an opportunity to do that in game number 3. Would you agree with that?
I think so. I think that the Medicham is getting closer and closer to this positioning that it's looking for as every game goes on. You know, yes, the Pokemon are the same, but its Accent, I think, very smartly recognizing Kujira's playstyle and adapting to it accordingly. So even if we do see another double Walrein lead, I'm pretty sure that its Axon is capable of observing that and adapting his strategy accordingly. And that's the kind of play you have to make here. You know, it might even be a better mind game to just bring the same 3 Pokemon once again and just use what you've learned against your opponent. But for now, there's 2 Medicham on the field as a lead.
These Medicham went Walrein lead hunting, and both of them are coming back home without the Walrein, but they will square off against each other here in the open battlefield. They do have different movesets, though. Look at this moveset on the right. We have Power Up Punch and Psychic for Kujira.
Yeah, and that's a Psychic already being thrown into its Axon's. Medicham is going to do a nice chunk of damage. But those power-up punches, I think, is something important for us to note, as both these trainers have their Walreins and their other similar Pokemon from the previous matchup in the back.
They absolutely do, but this Psychic does have a chance to drop the opponent's defense, which can make this matchup a little more manageable. It does not actually trigger. These Medichams are pacing at the same rate, but the Ice Punch gets delivered first. Can the Medicham hang on?
It's going to be close, but Kujira certainly thinks so, not going for the shield, and is able to hold on and throw that Psychic back. It's Axon letting the Medicham go.
It's Axon playing here for energy advantage. He knows the Medicham will faint, but he knows he can come in here with that Nidoqueen or Walrein, gather some energy, and position himself to face this next Pokemon from Kujira.
All right, well, it's going to be the Shadow Walrein taking the field, and Kujira happy to deal some decent chunk, but more importantly, it's Axon getting enough energy already to be at an Icicle Sphere against Kujira's own Shadow Walrein. It's Axon going straight for the Earthquake.
When you're ahead on energy, this is a play that is telegraphed very often, and it does get read here perfectly by Kujira. He knows the Earthquake is coming, but for the 3rd time in 3 games, Gabby, we have a Walrein mirror on the screen.
This must be so stressful for the players, as it feels like every time this mirror happens, it plays out just a little bit differently. It's Axon, though, shielding the Icicle Sphere from Kujira. So now these trainers both down to 1 shield, and it's another, this time it is the Earthquake, and it's Axon's calls it.
And even though it's Axon had that early energy lead, we see the trainers reach charge move priority on their charge attacks, but the difference here is that it's Axon, ice in his veins, is gonna bait with an Icicle Spear. Does Kujira take the bait? And he does!
At the last possible second, using that Protect Shield. Both these trainers are now out of shield, and it's just these 2 Walrein going at it.
We do see the Walrein delivering an Earthquake here from its Axon. Will this KO the Walrein and escape the matchup? And it does! Yes, it does!
All right, Kujira down to his final Pokemon. It is going to be that Trevenant, but unfortunately, the Walrein is able to get to that Icicle Sphere just a split second faster, and with no shield remaining on Kujira's side of the field, it's gonna hurt.
It absolutely freezes out the Grass-type Trevenant as it wilts off the field. Axon flourishes. What a close matchup there, as our North American International Champion was able to defeat Kujira, and you can see that expression, that sigh of relief. That matchup could not have been closer, and like you said, Gabby, those Walrein mirrors time after time after time, very stressful. All that stress kind of piles on, and you have to let that go from your shoulders when the set is finally over.
Yeah, you gotta take a moment to breathe, especially when these matches are queued up so quickly. If you have a couple of seconds to be able to reset your mental energy and take a little break, I think it really helps center and make sure that you're ready for your next game, because, you know, these trainers are in winners round 3 of Worlds. They are progressing through the bracket undefeated on the top side of the bracket. You want to keep that going as long as you can.
You want to keep the good times rolling as much as you possibly can, and these trainers are doing their best to do that. But Kujira is not out of this competition yet. Very calculated, very calm, very impressive trainer. I think a very solid matchup for its Axon. They might even meet again if Kujira is able to win through the loser's bracket, correct?
Yeah, we'll just have to see how this is going to play out. And it's also really exciting to see Japan and see some of the other countries represented here do so well. You know, I think one thing that we've seen a lot this year is the North American and the European side of competitive Pokemon Go, because these are the events that we've been at. These are the events that, you know, we've streamed at least at a time when I'm awake, let's say. So it's really exciting to see these international matchups play out, and I really hope we have more on deck, because this is the perfect opportunity for it. This is the World Championships. Everybody who is qualified, everybody who is a fantastic Pokemon Go player is here vying for that that prize.
No, you're exactly right. And for Pokemon Go, this is our first season in the competitive play Pokemon circuit. So all this is very new for us. If you see some Pokemon Go players wandering around the arena, looking up at the lights, they're perfectly fine. They're just really soaking everything in here, having a great time at the World Championships in London. And I want to make this point as well to everyone watching at home. There are more regionals than just in the US, than just in Europe, than just in the Asia Pacific region. You can go and sign up for a regional and compete anywhere in the world almost, and the schedule was just released as well. So if there's a tournament or an international tournament close to you, sign up, compete, see where it takes you. Maybe we'll see you on stage here next season.
Yeah, I think the one thing that cannot be understated about the Pokemon Go community, especially at these events, and really at any Pokemon Go event, you know, community days, Go Fest, what have you. Everybody is so nice, everybody's so friendly, you know, just because you're coming here to compete and maybe you're not planning on winning the tournament doesn't mean you won't, you know, leave there with a new friend, with a good time. And I think that makes you a champion as well, you know, in your heart.
No, it
so
absolutely does.
If you are even remotely interested in meeting some Pokemon friends, you know, competing in a tournament, having that kind of energy, that kind of atmosphere, please, please, please stop on by. It's so special to be here and to be a part of all of this lovely, lovely pomp and circumstance celebrating the game that we love so much.
Well, we talked about this in the pre-show as well on the couch there with Aaron Zhang. Pokemon Go is such a unique game because we get these resources from each other. When we caught our Walrein that's on the field here, maybe it was during Community Day when its Axum was walking around his hometown with his friends. Maybe the Trevenant for Kujira was traded to him by his best friend growing up. Maybe the Lickitung was hatched from an egg that you sent me in a gift, Gabby Snyder. Who knows? These Pokemon have history, these teams have history, and like some famous celebrities have said, the self-made player, the self-made champion is a myth. These trainers came in with help, they've had support, and Pokemon Go is a great community for supporting its fellow trainers.
All right, well, while we get our next match queued up, I do want to take a moment to ask you, because I don't think I've asked you this question yet. What is your favorite Pokemon Go memory? Doesn't have to be competitive, just, you know, something that warms your heart whenever you think of it.
Oh, you know, the easy answer for me is that I'm making those memories right now.
Aww.
Right? At the World Championships. I mean, as cheesy as it sounds, it's true, right? This is just incredible. But no, the North American International Championships were amazing as well. Just seeing, you know, the stage and being up here, it's such a blessing and opportunity, and it's once in a lifetime, and I treat every single moment that way.
Oh, well, I'm so glad I can be a part of your key memory here, and it's already been such an incredible weekend, and we still have a lot more to go.
We do. And for these trainers, they are trying to seize the moment as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how these next matchups play out. I think you can see a little bit of expression here on the stage. We haven't really talked about that too much. Most of these Pokemon Go players are pretty calm. You know, they kind of measure themselves. You can see a little bit of handshakes if you really look closely. But we saw its Axon there being very calculated. He does kind of lean back sometimes, and then we saw after that game 3, you just have to let all that pressure go, because after all of those Walrein mirrors, my goodness, that's like running a mental marathon.
Yeah, my big question, honestly, is what kinds of notes people are taking. Because with the video game, you know, the game goes slow enough that you're able to write down, okay, this Pokemon has this move and he went for this strategy and this is how this all played out. In Pokemon Go, I mean, unless you have like an extra hand lying around somewhere, you can't really tap the phone and, you know, play the game while also writing. So yeah. I'd love to ask some of our top trainers that question eventually. But for now, we have our next match queued up down on stage. So let's go take a look at who we'll be watching.
I think it's really important to remember team composition. Sometimes when you're under the pressure of trying to count fast attacks, trying to manage your energy, trying to predict your opponent's win conditions and tendencies, you can forget, what did they bring in game 1 of our set? What did they like to switch into in game number 2? How do you kind of carry this information over? And if you can jot down those notes really quickly, it can really help you to piece that information together in real time. We see a plush here on the stage, and Gabby, that's a Pokemon that has not yet been released in Pokemon Go.
No, that's the Poltegeist, which is also very special, I believe, for this tournament. For those of you who are here in London hanging out with us, you can actually go out into the XL Center and get your own Sinistea with the Celebration move as an event Pokemon in Pokemon Sword or Pokemon Shield. Not Pokemon Go quite yet, but we have the lovely costumes World Championship 2022 Pikachu available to us, which, I mean, let's be real, I'm a Pika fan. I love the outfits, but it's great when trainers, you know, get into it and bring some of of their favorite Pokemon, but also, you know, celebrate the local culture. You know, Poltegeist is the perfect Pokemon if you want a nice cup of tea at the end of the day.
I was going to say, tea and crumpets sounds like the move after this tournament is done. Our two trainers here are from different parts of the world as well. We see Status Dan, actually a London local, lives here in the United Kingdom.
Oh, I see. It's all coming together.
Exactly right. And then on the left side, we have Zardy from Brazil qualifying from their tournament. And we have some fun Pokemon here on the screen. Gabby, take it away.
I'm sorry. I get so excited when I see a Deoxys defense form because it is honestly one of my favorite Pokemon. Zardy also running the Walrein, the Shadow Nidoqueen, the Azumarill, a Kofagrigus, which is a Pokemon, again, we haven't seen much of this weekend, and the Obstagoon, that community day Pokemon we keep talking about, finally making an appearance in Day 1 of Worlds.
Obstagoon is so solid in a lot of these matchups. So we do see the Trevenant, but we don't see the Walrein quite yet, as we were talking about our team composition tricks before this set. But the Obstagoon still has a ton of play, dealing a lot of super effective counter damage. Night Slash is a huge threat, not only for the Trevenant, but also the Sableye. But I am most excited for that Kofagrigus. It is a bulky Ghost-type Pokemon with access to charge attacks like Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, and Psychic.
It's also very, very creepy to see just crawling around. And I know Halloween is right around the corner. So also, you know, getting ready for all that good stuff. Status Dan, again, the local hero, so to speak, on the right-hand side of your screen, running a team of Purified Sableye, Registeel, Swampert, just a normal one, Scrafty, Trevenant, and the Alolan Ninetales.
I really do agree with you. Defense Form Deoxys is one of my favorite Pokemon to play with, and it's such a strong Pokemon, but it has such a tough time against Ghost types. As we see the Sableye and the Trevenant making an appearance there for Status Dan's team, I really think that that's enough bench pressure to push that Defense Form Deoxys out of the lineup for Zardy. And again, if you can kind of build a team that forces your opponent not to bring certain Pokemon, you can start to check things off your list. There is no chance I see Defense Form Deoxys. This game just became 6 versus 5.
That's too bad. I was really hoping we'd see Defense Form Deoxys.
I mean, you never know. It does have a ton of play. Rock Slide can deal super effective damage to that Alolan Ninetales. Counter's still super effective against Scrafty as well.
Yeah, I think we'll just have to see. You know, it sounds like to me the Defense Form Deoxys isn't the Game 1 play, but could be a spicy Game 2 prediction like we saw in that previous matchup. But, you know, there's still a lot of interesting Pokemon for Zardy. You know, that Obstagoon feels like it has some really decent play here. You know, it is a normal Dark-type Pokemon, so it doesn't have to worry as much about that Sableye. I can hit it neutrally, and it also feels like it matches up really well against the Trevenant, against the Scrafty possibly. I feel like this is going to be an Obstagoon match.
This could be an Obstagoon match, and Zardy's doing his best to be an obstacle in Status Dan's way, preventing him from moving through this bracket, but only time will tell. We do have double Water-type Pokemon here on Zardy's team as well, in the form of the Walrein and Azumarill. I think the Trevenant makes an appearance in every single game here.
I would hope so. I mean, Trevenant just has that amazing typing. It has those grass-type attacks, and we've just seen it deal so much damage with those Shadow Claws already throughout the day. And you really want to be using those meta Pokemon, those popular Pokemon that have the high stat totals, that have those incredibly amazing moves in order to power you through to the World Championships. We are still in winners round 3 now, so these trainers currently undefeated. They need to have these victories in order to carry them through to top 8 till tomorrow's competition, to that final stage. And you know, again, what better way to do it than using what's been consistently doing well?
Exactly right. Consistency is key. Zardy looking to consistently defeat his opponents here, as he did go 7-1 in the Brazil qualifiers. We do see the Azumarill lead into Scrafty, and this is a powerful start for Zardy on the left.
It is, as the Azumarill, it will take a few turns to get there, will get access to play rough, but an adjustment from both of these trainers. Status Dan sending in the Swampert, and Zardy sending in the Walrein to meet it.
And we do see this Icicle Spear get fired off here. The Shadow Swampert is very threatened by the Icicle Spears, but the regular Swampert, not so much. It can comfortably absorb that first one. Going straight for the Earthquake, though. This is same type attack bonus, and the Walrein is about to jiggle after the Earthquake hits.
Oh no, it almost knocks out the Walrein. That's just how powerful these Earthquakes are, in Status Dan making a great call there that Zardy would not go for the shield. Status Dan forced to shield this Icicle Sphere, as it would have done enough to knock it out, but that Swampert Swampert is almost at the second Earthquake. It has the energy available, but it doesn't even need to throw that. It can just knock out with a Hydro Cannon.
Great skill showing here as well. Statusand recognizing that the Walrein will lose CMP to the Swampert, but the Walrein's going to stay in this matchup. The Protect Shield gets deployed, and Zardy strikes back with an Icicle Spear. But Statusand, actually tug of war going on here as these two trainers want to preserve both of their Pokemon.
This is such an interesting matchup because I would assume that Statusand would want to save a shield for that Alolan Ninetales in the back, but is happy to let those shields go just so that the Swampert can throw a Hydro Cannon into this Azumarill. But that's going to be resisted, and it's so bulky, it just doesn't do enough damage.
And we do see the Alolan Ninetales hit the field here against the Azumarill. Two Fairy-type Pokemon, but the difference here is that the Alolan Ninetales does a lot of attack damage with its Fast Attack Charm. Azumarill looking to strike back with the same type attack bonus, Play Rough, which will deal meaningful damage as there are 1 Protect Shields remaining for Statusand. The counter swap, and it's Scrafty versus the Nidoqueen.
All right, well, Scrafty is certainly an interesting Pokemon as it will be able to boost up its attacks while Nidoqueen drops its defenses, but instead Zardy favoring the Earth Power, not going to go for the Poison Fang, instead dropping that Scrafty straight down into the red. Scrafty does have 1 Foul Play available to it and is going to throw, but I think Statusand was looking for a second.
Absolutely was. Here comes the first Foul Play there, maybe contemplating not getting all the bubbles, but luckily he does, as that does go right through that Protect Shield, and we do see the Alolan Ninetales now on the field, and a Poison Fang getting fired.
Yeah, that Alolan Ninetales is not going to appreciate catching this Poison Fang, as that should be enough for a knockout, and Zardy takes game 1.
Zardy, absolutely impressive plays there with the Shadow Nidoqueen. Just really no place for the Scrafty and Alolan Ninetales to go because of that Poison-type power.
Yeah, and that's really, I think, the key part of how this game played out was the Alolan Ninetales was such a threat on paper. You know, Charm is probably one of the best fast moves damage-wise in the game. If it had aligned against that Obstagoon, hypothetically, you know, that would have just done so much damage. But Zardy very confidently keeping those Pokemon away from the field, bringing both the Shadow Nidoqueen and the Azumarill, who are able to manage that Alolan Ninetales well enough. And as a result, I think that Statusand really has to think hard about whether or not he wants to bring that Ninetales a second time.
Absolutely. Again, we've talked about pressuring your opponents, making them feel uncomfortable bringing certain Pokemon. And if you can force that Alolan Ninetales onto the bench, then maybe you can bring Pokemon that are weak to it, like the Obstagoon, which might get selected here. A little bit of team information. I think there's some poetry in play here as well, because Statusand brought the Kofagrigus to the Liverpool Regional, where he qualified for this tournament, I believe, after finishing second.
Interesting. So could be a personal favorite that also has some decent usage in the metagame.
Exactly right, and as we see Zardy's team here on the left, the Obstagoon, a dark and normal type Pokemon, no stranger to dark types. Zardy did run Mandibuzz at the Brazil Regional, but we don't see it on the field here.
Interesting. I mean, I think that the Obstagoon for a Mandibuzz swap is a very interesting team build choice, but you know, you still get access to those incredible dark type moves, and I don't think we've really had the opportunity to talk about this, but Obstruct, you know, the new Community Day move for Obstagoon does boost your defenses, which is something that I don't think players have typically really used in the Go Battle League just yet. Maybe he was hoping to catch his opponents off guard if they're not familiar with those damage calculations.
No, you're exactly right. And it's a great typing there from Obstagoon, being a dark and normal type Pokemon, especially against ghost types. They just have no way to hit that Obstagoon very hard, but it does struggle against Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales and that counter user like a Medicham. It's very, very tough in those matchups. But Gabby, we might have a caster favorite lead here from Zardy on the left as we head into game number 2.
Oh man, they're just giving us exactly what we want as this Deoxys defense form finds perfect alignment against the Registeel. Statusand going to stay in for a couple of seconds here, but should be forced to pivot if he wants this Registeel to be available later on in the game.
You're exactly right, and this Deoxys defense form does have the fast attack counter, but it is not a fighting type Pokemon, so it does not get same type attack bonus, and you can see it just kind of chunking away at the Registeel, but not too quickly. This matchup is actually very close, and the defense form Deoxys, as its namesake would imply, is known for its defense, but not its HP.
That Zap Cannon brings the Deoxys defense form down below half of its health and will drop its attack one stage as well, giving this Registeel more time to get back to the Zap Cannon, back to the Focus Blast, but Zardy able to use that Thunderbolt first. Statistan has to sacrifice his shield here if he wants, but the Registeel, he just lets it go, but it's able to hold on.
Registeel with 1 HP reaches for its own electric attack, and it's going to throw this right back at the defense form Deoxys. But we see a Protect Shield coming up. That tells us that Zardy really values switch advantage.
He does. This Deoxys defense form has a double attack drop. Not going to be doing a lot of damage, but will hold on long enough to throw a Psycho Boost, which is such a powerful Psychic type attack.
It is, but after these debuffs, the Registeel's impact is still being felt as that defense form Deoxys will struggle against the Swampert, maybe reaching for another Psycho Boost here, but the Swampert is going for the full Mudshot down.
I really like this play from Statistan. You know, you lose one of your bulkiest Pokemon on the team, but you end up with a Swampert with like 3 Hydro Cannons charged up. There's going to be so much fast move pressure on the field for Zardy right now. It's great to see the Obstagoon, but it's going to take so much damage from this Earthquake.
Same type attack bonus, Earthquake coming through here. Obstagoon is going to do its best to weather that bumpy ground, but here comes the Scrafty, and the counters are adding up. Now the Shadow Nidoqueen is on the field, but the difference here is that there are 2 Protect Shields remaining for that Scrafty on the right.
Yeah, Scrafty has plenty of time here to figure out the winning strategy for Statistan in this game. Will shield the first Poison Fang, which is unfortunate. So Zardy only has to get 1 more shield out of the way, but has to think hard about whether or not you shield the foul play.
I think situationally, I think Statistan recognizing this double foul play might be the key to victory here, but the, oh my goodness, Nidoqueen going for a second Poison Fang, not even swiping all the bubbles because Zardy knows that that Protect Shield is coming up, and we do see it connect to that shield. Scrafty going to strike back here with the foul play.
Yeah, and there are no Protect Shields remaining for Zardy. As a result, this foul play will do its full amount of damage to the Nidoqueen, able to hold on and possibly get to another Poison Fang just in time prior to the KO. But Zardy's Pokemon are at such low health overall. If this Swampert has any charged moves banked later, and it does.
Swampert's energy paying dividends here as it does look to deliver the Hydro Cannon against this Obstagoon. This will be more than enough to secure the KO. Statistan knocking out the Obstagoon and then mud-shotting down the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Energy management, once again, the key strategy here for Statistan as we move onwards into a Game 3. Swampert just, at first, it was a little bit questionable seeing that Registeel go down so early in that game too, but because the Swampert was able to then get all of those mud shots in, get all of those Hydro Cannons, those Earthquakes just charged up and ready to go, Statistan was able to put on so much pressure without the Registeel that it just made up for it.
No, you're exactly right. And some Pokemon really do rely on their typings to really shine in the Show 6 format. For example, if you look at these teams again, reminder that Zardy has no Grass-type attacks and no Grass-type Pokemon on his team. So I think in the second game, Statistan made an adjustment. He said, if I bring that Swampert, I can safe switch it, I can lead it, I can put it whatever position I want to. I can even Mudshot down a defense form Deoxys and load up 2 Hydro Cannons worth of energy. And how can Zardy even respond to that? So I think for this Game 3, Zardy needs to be very careful about managing the Swampert. He cannot let it run wild in this matchup because the scenario that we saw play out in game number 2 could happen again in game number 3.
I was going to say, in terms of the Swampert, it feels like Zardy's best option here, other than just hoping you get enough chip damage on it, would be that Wall Rain. But that Wall Rain in and of itself struggles against the Registeel, struggles against the Scrafty, and those are both Pokemon that we've seen already from Statistan. So it definitely puts Zardy at a disadvantage just knowing how much pressure that the Swampert has. And like you said, knowing that he made that choice going into the tournament to not bring a Grass-type Pokemon.
And we have seen some moveset reveals as well. That Swampert with Earthquake and Hydro Cannon. The question is, does that make that Azumarill safer for Zardy on the left?
It might. Azumarill is one of those bulky water-type Pokemon that loves it when Swampert does not have Sludge Wave, as it means the Swampert will really struggle to deal damage. But we saw the Azumarill in Game 1 from Zardy, and it just wasn't that effective. So tough to say.
It's
tough to say.
It's absolutely tough to say. That 3-turn bubble is tough to build up energy. Although you're generating decent energy over time, a lot of these Pokemon are so fast. Trevenant 5 Shadow Claws to the Seed Bomb, Swampert 5, and then 4 to the Hydro Cannons. These Pokemon strike quickly. So when you get your Azumarill positioned here against your opponent, it really needs to be in a position to thrive and succeed. But we are headed to a game here. We do see Azumarill lead versus Scrafty on the field. What a great lead here for Zardy.
If there's one thing that you can do to guarantee the alignment that your Azumarill needs, it is to just lead it out in the front. Already we're seeing some switches. Now it's a Sableye versus the Obstagoon.
Obstagoon comes out here, the Dark and Normal type Pokemon, looking to add some damage here to the Dark and Ghost type Sableye. The first Night Slash does not get shielded, and that is for good reason because it could trigger a boost, and then the second Night Slash would be very painful. But Sableye striking back
with a return, so that's going to deal a ton of damage, and Zardy does not go for the shield, scratching his head. That Obstagoon is almost taken down into the red from that one attack alone.
This is so tricky because the lead and the switch in are favorable for Zardy, but Statistan can play around with the matchup. Actually, no shields the Sableye there, and a boost gets triggered.
No!
Obstagoon is rolling.
That Obstagoon, at least it's already in the red, but with that attack sharply raised, it's going to do so much damage to the Walrein if it comes in onto the field. The Azumarill as well is going to take so much, but instead we see the Scrafty come in and pick up the KO on that Obstagoon, and now Azumarill has that alignment once again.
Azumarill versus Scrafty, and this time Statistan staying in, letting it gather some energy, and here comes the Swampert to respond. Azumarill has such staying power in these matchups, and it's very tricky to deal with. It's going to throw the Ice Beam here and pull away a Protect Shield from Statistan. I think Statistan really kind of on the back foot here as Walrein hits the field.
Yeah, that Walrein loves to be opposite the Swampert, as it will not take a lot of damage from this Hydro Pump, but Statistan did have the Earthquake available, so trying to bait away one of those shields and gets it.
Yeah, absolutely does, and it looks like the Swampert will be able to reach the Earthquake, but this is a game of baits. We know we can survive 1 Icicle Spear worth of damage, but not 2 that will secure the knockout. The first one comes through. Statistan needs to make the most out of the Water Ground type here.
He's charging up to a second Earthquake, and this time just goes ahead and immediately throws it, but Zardy does not shield.
This just got a bit interesting because Swampert will pile on a lot of damage here, and that Scrafty is still relatively healthy, but it's at a severe typing disadvantage against the Azumarill. A shield comes up, actually. We've seen Swampert take down Walrein before. Can it do it twice?
It's going to be close, but if Swampert is able to fast move down this Walrein and bring an Earthquake with it into the next matchup against the Azumarill, that is going to be so key. But Scrafty coming in to take the Icicle Sphere from this Walrein.
You can barely even see the HP points on the screen, but the Walrein suddenly, somehow, gets off that Icicle Spear. We do see a foul play coming through here from the Scrafty. Again, resisted damage. Statistan really probably unhappy that that Walrein survived that attack.
Yes, but he does still have 2 Pokemon, 2 Zardys, essentially 1. I mean, that Walrein has such low health. You know it's going to go down almost immediately when it returns to the field, and does get the opportunity to throw these foul plays into the Azumarill. And while they're not very effective, you know, all this damage is really starting to add up.
And as we see here, Zardy gathering additional energy on the Azumarill. He recognizes Statistan's win condition is to bait with the Hydro Cannon, land an Earthquake, and then mud shot down the Walrein, and that is tough, but he is going to eliminate that option as the Swampert comes out and it just doesn't have enough HP. It goes straight for the Earthquake here.
All right, there's the Earthquake, and there is the shield from Zardy. That Azumarill is 1 bubble away from knocking out the Swampert, but goes for the Ice Beam just to play it 100% safe.
Zardy said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an Ice Beam to secure that final knockout. And Zardy with a fist pump there, loving the energy up on the stage. Our trainer from Brazil will advance.
That was such a close matchup. Yeah, I can see why. You know, sometimes you just got to let that energy out. You know, you mentioned It's Axon last round, just kind of laid back and relaxed. You know, sometimes people just like to get a little bit of the celebration. And again, that's what you need to do. Your mental game is so important at long tournaments like the World Championships. Being able to just express that energy in a polite, respectful way after a match is always very important.
Of course, and Statistan not quite out of the tournament yet. The local Londoner will look to bring things back as he will fall to the secondary bracket. But Zardy, very impressive there with the Obstagoon. No obstruct in the moveset, unfortunately, but he was enough of a barrier to stop Statistan from advancing.
Yeah, that might be something worth talking about a little bit later. You know, the different move options for Obstagoon and why these trainers are going for stuff like Night Slash over the Obstruct. But in this matchup, you know, getting that Night Slash and getting that attack boost as well just really, really paid off.
It's very intimidating because there is a low chance that occurs, but when the Obstagoon gets boosted, it's just additional pressure that you're applying to your opponent. And we did see it defeat the Sableye and then get beat by another Dark-type Pokemon, which was Scrafty. So Obstagoon got the boost, and it was helpful, but it was more kind of a show of dominance, if you will.
I definitely agree. So speaking of the show, we are going to be taking a quick break after this as it's time to get some more trainers queued up. And I think we're going to swap some casters as well, do a little bit of an ally switch. So thank you all so much for watching. Make sure that you're staying tuned and hanging out with us. It might be a good time to get a drink of water, maybe redeem that cool t-shirt code if you haven't done it yet for your World Championships t-shirt in Pokemon Go. But we'll be back after this short break, so please stay tuned.
Welcome back, trainers. Today, we are going to spotlight Shadow Nidoqueen, one of the most strategy-intensive Pokemon in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. To obtain a Shadow Nidoqueen, trainers must first defeat a Team Go Rocket Grunt and then rescue the Shadow Nidoran female that they leave behind. Shadow Nidoqueen deals and receives more damage than a Wild Nidoqueen, but its increased damage output is the key factor in its matchups against the meta. Shadow Nidoqueen is a poison and ground type Pokemon, which is an excellent defensive combination, as its thick scales would imply. Nidoqueen's primary fast attack is Poison Jab, a very balanced energy per turn and damage per turn fast attack. Nidoqueen has access to multiple charge attacks, including Earthquake, Stone Edge, and Sludge Wave. But the most common charge attacks in this season's championship series are Poison Fang and Earth Power. Poison Fang is a low-cost charge attack that decreases an opponent's defense by 1 stage. This changes the dynamic of a battle in 4 key ways. First, it applies pressure to the opposing Pokemon's hit points, and deciding whether to shield a Poison Fang early in a matchup or later is critical. Second, a Poison Fang debuff can only be cleared by switching the active Pokemon out of battle, so keeping more than one healthy Pokemon on your battle roster when battling against a Shadow Nidoqueen is vital. Third, Nidoqueen trainers can use Poison Fang to weaken an opposing Pokemon and then switch in one of their 2 reserve Pokemon to finish the matchup. Finally, Poison Fangs can increase Nidoqueen's momentum, causing the opposing Pokemon's defense to fall, up to 4 stages. These Poison Fangs help Nidoqueen to win neutral matchups, even when it's at a typing disadvantage. Shadow Nidoqueen's second charge attack, Earth Power, can devastate Steel and Fire-type Pokemon, and also has a chance to lower the opponent's defense. Shadow Nidoqueen can defeat Championship Series Pokemon like Registeel and Alola Ninetales, but trainers should pair Shadow Nidoqueen with a Pokemon like Araquanid or Obstagoon to protect it from its ice, water, ground, and psychic type weaknesses. Adding a Shadow Nidoqueen to your roster forces opposing trainers to consider multiple strategies, because a well-timed Poison Fang or Earth Power can decide the entire battle. There is no escaping the power of Shadow Nidoqueen. Will you add it to your championship team?
welcome back to the 2022 Pokemon GO World Championships. And welcome back to Azumarill. I think he heard all that talk about Tapu Fini and came out with a vision of saying, I'm the best water fairy around, and just dominated that last matchup.
Yeah, well, there's nothing taking out that Azumarill in that matchup, and still having a shield advantage too. So really well played by Zardy there. But yeah, these competitions are getting really intense. We have some big name players going against each other. One of the most memorable one was it's Axon in that matchup against his opponent there. The wall ring mirrors, 3 matches in a row there were wall ring mirrors. There was even Metachamp mirror. And that's bait games that'll make your head spin.
Yeah, tell me a more not necessarily frustrating, but scary 50-50 between the Icicle Spear and the Earthquake. Because if you shield that Icicle Spear, it's double resisted. It feels so bad. And then the Earthquake goes through. That 50-50 is one of the toughest in all of Pokemon GO.
Yeah, I will say Jellicent Bubble Beam Mirror against the other Jellicent is pretty stressful, but we don't see too much of that in the meta, but who knows? Maybe we'll see some in a future matchup to come.
Yeah, it's interesting. We never really do see Jellicent in these open Great League play Pokemon tournaments. It is a Pokemon that is kind of popular in the Go Battle League. Not super popular, but you see it around there. It's a really good wall rain answer, right? It's another one of those water types that beat the popular water types, you know, just like Samurai.
Yeah, beats Azumarill, but I think the tricky part is with Trevenant around, it makes it kind of tough, especially as kind of the king of grass these days, or king of, well, grass and ghost in some ways. And then that Zap Cannon Registeel is always going to be a problem for that Jellicent too.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen pretty much like a new team composition throughout the entire day here. Is there anything that's like standing out? Is there anything? I know we've seen probably, I would say like the Shadow Nidoqueen's kind of standing out. There's been so much Lickitung, obviously the Walrein and Sableye. But is there anything else standing out to you so far at day number 1?
Yeah, we had the double counter Pseudo Fighter in, I believe, the last matchup with the Deoxys Defense and the Obstagoon. Obstagoon's still running the Night Slash and not the new Community Day move Obstruct, but a very interesting team composition. I know Gabby was a big fan of Deoxys Defense there too, and it really put in a lot of work in that matchup, being one of the better answers to a lot of fighting Pokemon too. Even against Scrafty, even though Scrafty is a dark type, it's going to do super effective counters still back to Scrafty and just has to worry about those foul plays.
Yeah, especially when you get the boost like it got in that last game. Yes. At least it got to get 2 counters off onto that Scrafty. But unfortunately for that Scrafty, it had to meet the shiny Azumarill, which is always a beautiful shiny to see. And looking forward, I mean, one thing that I was thinking about is there's not really many rock types in the meta, but it seems like rock typing would be so good from the team compositions we've seen so far. Is there any rock type Pokemon that could make an appearance in one of these tournaments?
Well, Butters, I feel like you're slowly getting more and more on my side of things here. You know, I've been advocating for Bastiodon for a solid probably lifetime here, and you know, you're finally talking about the rock types, and Bastiodon, I would say, is probably the strongest rock type in all of Great League.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. It's probably the strongest, but, you know, it's high risk, high reward. And it's funny, sometimes those Pokemon like Scrafty can be like that too, because you can hard dominate a matchup like against a Lickitung, but then run into that Azumarill and just can't do anything. So maybe there's some more flexible rock types that could make an appearance in day number 1, or even make it all the way to day number 2, or even some rock type coverage, which you talk about the Pseudo Fighter of Deoxys Defense. It can run the Rock Slide as well. Could be better, you know, against these Walrein Talonflames that we're seeing. You know, you have the Galarian Stunfisk with the Rock Slide as well. We've seen way more Galarian Stunfisk than we've seen in previous play Pokemon tournaments, because I think Registeel, in terms of usage, was number 2 in all usage for play Pokemon this season.
Yeah, you know, a really interesting rock type is the Regirock. Regirock actually could learn all of the popular movesets of Registeel. It could also learn that Zap Cannon. It could also learn that Focus Blast, and has Lock On as well. The biggest difference is really the typing there. Steel being a really strong typing defensively, resisting Poison, resisting Fairy, resisting Rock, probably a bunch of Grass, Dragon. I'm running out of things, but there's plenty of things to resist, and just defensively, it's just so strong, which is why that Registeel is so bulky. Galarian Stunfisk as well, even that Bastiodon too. Even in matchups where you wouldn't think it's great, you know, we saw Registeel handle quite a few Metachamps because it just, you know, can just tank so many counters because of that, and just throwing all these Zap Cans as well too. So Regirock could be an interesting one. Again, like I said, there's not many things that fully resist Talonflame's movesets, but a pure rock type would definitely be one of them.
You know, it's interesting, you brought up dragon typing because I was listening to our fellow casters talk about, you know, the difference between some of the popular Pokemon in other games and what can make it into the Master League in the Go Battle League. You know, dragons are all over that. Dialga is in that, you know, Dragonite's in that, a ton of dragons down the line. It's not a very popular typing in Open Great League, even though I feel like it's such a favorable typing. It has so many resistance that would be useful in this situation. The only one you really ever see is Altaria, though.
Yeah, I think you're right there too. Dragon types typically are pretty hard hitting. They attack very hard, but they can't tank a lot of damage. Altaria is kind of one of the few exceptions there too, being able to tank quite a bit of damage, but being double weak to ice, being weak to fairy, and fairy double resisting dragon damage too, and steel resisting it. You know, it puts dragons in a really tough spot. But personally speaking, I am a big fan of a lot of the dragon types too. I think they're very unique. They do resist quite a few things as well. And, you know, I've always been a big fan of Altaria too, the little cloud bird.
Yeah, we did see the Altaria on Cindy's team, which I think I saw Cindy is making her way through the losers bracket right now. So Shadow Victory Bell is rising again to try to get on stage. So good luck to her and the rest of the competitors as well. And yeah, what amazing battles it's been. This is day one of a day two tournament to see who will be the first ever Pokemon Go World Champions. We're so excited that you guys are here, and we can't wait to get into some more action. I mean, this is the theme of the tournament to me, is the variety and creativity that it has allowed. Everyone seems to have, you know, 4 Pokemon that are super common, like the Lickitung, the Shadow Nidoqueen, the Walrein Swampert, but everyone is bringing their own unique strategy, and I think that's what's making London so special.
Yeah, I agree with you there. What is your favorite matchup that we've seen so far, either ones we've casted or ones that Gabby and Speedy has casted so far?
Wow, that is tough. You know, the one I have to say, even though it kind of ended in like a 2-0, I have to say King's matchup was probably my favorite matchup so far. I don't know, but I've never felt the stress of like these competitors knowing like when to swap on a move, the fear of when to swap on a move, because both trainers had shown that they're very willing to swap on a move to try to make the energy less efficient. That's one of the best ways to use your switch timer, is if you are gonna swap and then catch a move and then it's resisted now, and then all that energy that your opponent built is less effective, less efficient, and you know how efficient King wants to be. So for me, that was my favorite, just because you could like cut the tension with a knife in terms of how stressful it was when these competitors were about to throw a move. I just felt like a swap was gonna happen at any second, and you don't necessarily feel that in every matchup.
Yeah, you know, you kind of stole my answer. I was going to say that one as well too. It was incredible because there were so many things going on at once, and you could tell both trainers are really thinking on their toes and trying to make adjustments and adapt to each other's switches. Like you said, there were so many switches in those sets of battles. So, to give a different matchup, because we don't want to talk about the same exact one, you know, let's give me a second. I got to think on this one, too. You kind of just took my answer away.
No,
so.
I mean, the thing is, no, it's fair, because there are these marquee matchups. I know we saw the tribute, you know, video to King and, you know, his journey to get here. And we see his wife, Cindy, making her way through the losers bracket. So there's these storylines of these competitors that we've known for so long. And maybe, you know, you're a little bit biased because you get caught into the moment. We're at the World Championships of Pokemon Go. So I just love seeing him compete at such a high level. But I mean, the thing is, you see all these top trainers and you're looking through the bracket and you're like, wow, I can't believe that top trainer lost. I can't believe that top trainer lost. It's because this entire tournament is so stacked. And for us, it's a pleasure to see some of these trainers from, say, the APAC region. Some of the Korean winners have been doing really well so far. We've seen 2 Brazilian region players on stream. So it's been a real treat to see all these other trainers from around the globe that we haven't been able to feature yet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right too. It's so cool to see a lot of these different battles because we're talking about, we saw these set of battles and these strategies at Europe International Championships or in Ohio at the North America International Championships, but we missed out on a lot of different battles and tournaments that were not fully covered. And it's cool just to see those different strategies and different play styles here all together in London at World Championships. All right, so I got it. I'm going to go with it's Axon versus the Kujira matchup.
Oh.
The wall ring mirrors and stuff, because it's so uncomfortable. And, both trainers understand energy and count, so no one's throwing an Icicle Spear too soon.
Right.
Everyone's throwing it when they have the Earthquake, and you're just sitting there like, this is the 9th or 10th time I have to decide if this is an Icicle Spear or Earthquake at this point. I think there may be at least 10 or 12 different charge moves thrown between the two of them in that entire set, just in the wall ring matchup alone. And it's just so stressful. And I think looking back on it, almost all 4 shields in every single set of battles were used in the wall ring mirror.
Right, no, I remember it, and it's because the stress was even higher because I believe the backline was so weak to wall rain as well, so it's like, okay, you have to win this matchup, and then you just like, oh no, he shielded Icicle Spear, oh no, he let an Earthquake through, oh no, he shielded Icicle Spear too, and it just kept going so even. Then they were dancing around. The Mandibuzz, I believe, won one of those matchups with like almost no health. They had to get to 2 air slashes right as the wall rain got the 3 powder snows, and it lived, and it was able to get to that either foul play or aerial ace to win it. And I believe we do have the next matchup available for you all, so let's head down to the stage. All right, looks like the trainers are 0-0 Dank 12-19 against Marto, which is another fan favorite, a Pokemon trainer that's been around for the community for a while. And look at that nice t-shirt. I think that's also in the Poke Center shop. I almost got that one myself.
It's not too late, Butters. It's not too late. If you want to match with Marto, this is your chance. But yeah, absolutely right. I don't know as much about 0-0 Dank, but Marto Galde, one of the most prominent battlers in Pokemon Go PvP, has been around in the community since 2019 when PvP first dropped, and has played consistently at a very high level too. So really cool to see him battle here. A trainer from Argentina as well, who's traveled various parts of the world already to compete.
I think if he does win this matchup, I will buy that shirt from the Poke Center.
Oh,
I'll call it right here.
All right.
And Marto wins. So I'm going to go over the teams. Oh, a little interesting here as the teams pop up. The Azumarill, which we just saw return to action right before the break, and then Toxicroak, which you haven't seen featured yet. It's a poison and fighting type of the Shadow Wall Rain, Lickitung, Trevenant, and Registeel.
Yeah, and on Dank's side, this is kind of wild. And it's not the Shadow Nidoqueen, it's the Magcargo. You're just talking about rock types, and this rock type not only resists the Flame Charge and Brave Bird from Talonflames, but it also has the Fire typing, so it super resists the fire damage as well from the Flame Charge there. You have the Medicham, the Walrein, the Diggersby, and the Rakuen. Such an interesting team. No steals on this team. We got Poison and you got Fire, both resisting fairy damage as well.
Wow, yeah, and it does have the Rock Tomb, which debuffs your opponent as well. I mean, look at this, though. There's 3 Pokemon that could be vulnerable to the Magcargo, the Walrein, Trevenant, Registeel, and Lickitung as well, because it has to get all the way to Power Whip, right?
Yeah.
Because it resists the Body Slam. So we might see some Magcargo action here. I was not expecting that from the Pokemon Go World Championships to say that we might see some Magcargo action.
Yeah, here's the wild part too. We are in round 3 of the winner's bracket here. So this is not just a fluke. Dank's been using this team to win and beat numerous players to get to this point too. Whether the Magcargo actually saw any action or not is still to be determined, but this team is legit, and Dank is ready to show why the Magcargo is valuable in this meta.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Nidoqueen Magcargo core is looking pretty good against Marto's team. I mean, the Azumarill and Toxicroak should be the Magcargo counters, and they're going straight into it, and it is the Araquanid, and this is why Toxicroak could be good in this meta, because it double resists these bug bites.
Yeah, this is a really interesting and
Infestation.
uncomfortable matchup. It's actually going to be, Infestation here, generating energy a little bit quicker, but able to throw these neutral bubble beams before any charge moves comes out from Marto.
Wow, I've never seen this either. Almost every Araquanid runs Bug Bite, but it's instead running Infestation, which generates energy very quickly. You might notice if you've seen Araquanid earlier in the tournament, and here comes the Sludge Bomb from the Toxicroak. Marto just wants to stay in this matchup. It is no shielded, and it's not going to do too much to that Araquanid.
Yeah, you know, I think Dank listened to our casting yesterday and was like, you know what, I want a pepper score as well. So I want a Ghost Pepper. I'm running not only a spicy team, but spicy movesets here, continuing to debuff this Toxicroak. But Toxicroak still handling this infestations quite well, but Araquanid getting to a third bubble beam. This Toxicroak is going to be super debuffed after this matchup.
Yeah, and the pace is really slowing here as these bubble beams are coming through. Maybe looking to bank that energy. Interesting, banks all that energy and then comes in with the Trevenant, but the Trevenant cannot Shadow Claw down, and then it's met by the Diggersby, and the Diggersby does have access to Fire Punch to do super effective, but also the Seed Bomb is super effective from Trevenant.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of tough because Marto gave up switch advantage now, and if you look at the back line, this is going to be a little difficult with the Nidoqueen that could lock into the Zumaro and the Araquanid leaving with a Bubble Beam as well. Dank making sure that there was a Bubble Beam ready before swapping to this Diggersby.
Yeah, I would say alignment is in Dank's favor because the Nidoqueen is in the back. I think that's a shiny Shadow Nidoqueen in the back. Wow, this is an impressive team as the Seed Bomb comes through, and these Shadow Claws are double resisted, so there's no way you're Shadow Clawing this Diggersby down. This Fire Punch will knock out, but maybe this puts Diggersby in range of being fast moved down by Marto.
Yeah, and we see a shield come from Marto here, really trying to maneuver around as best as he could here, too. And I like that Dank just threw on Charge Room Priority on the Fire Punch, because if you throw on Charge Room Priority, typically speaking, it might not be the best situation because you can't farm as much. But if you do throw it, your opponent can also not swap out before the Charge Room lands. And that's exactly what happens. Even though Marto's switch timer's up, Dank wants to just get rid of this Trevenant to maintain switch advantage.
And can this Toxicroak counter down this Diggersby before it gets to a Fire Punch? And look, swap into the Bubble Beam onto the Toxicroak. This won't be enough, and you double resist the Infestation. So how much energy do you bank up before you throw here? No, just swapping to the Azumarill. Gonna try to bubble down an Araquanid. I don't think you can do it, especially against Infestation.
This is so interesting. You know, this is a matchup, if you told me that we're going to see in London, I would have never believed you. We have an Infestation Araquanid throwing Bubble Beams at a Azumarill here, too, debuffing it and setting it up for the Nidoqueen. This is, what, the 5th or 6th charge from the Araquanid in just one game.
Yeah, and look at this. The bubble down does happen, but half the timer is already gone, so you might be able to swap out. And here is the Ice Beam into this. It is the shiny Shadow Nidoqueen, and the first one is Protect Shielded. There is no Hydro Pump available, so you'll have to go straight Ice Beam. You're already at the next one, but I believe this is double debuff, so it will not do nearly as much.
It will not do nearly as much, but it is still super effective against the Shadow Nidoqueen, still taking out half its remaining health here, and going to throw this Poison Fang as soon as possible because you want these Poison Jabs to really start adding up against the Azumarill. But Marto has a ton of energy still on the Toxicroak and the shield, and swaps out here for the snipe down with the Mud Bomb. Is this enough to knock it out?
He's going for the combo move. He's going for the double Mud Bomb knockout. There's one knockout, and no, he's going for the Sludge Bomb onto the Diggersby. This is resisted as it gives a little wink to the camera. Sludge Bomb that Diggersby. Marto's famous for that.
Yeah, Marto known for his, we could say, entertaining plays. You know, some people might call it maybe a little bad-mannered, but I think Marto likes to have a little fun, put on a show, put on entertainment. I think it deserves that one, given how dominant that end match was, going for the Sludge Bomb resisted against the Diggersby. But what a game there, too. You know, Marto didn't really have the alignment that he wanted. Obviously, the Toxicroak is not too bad against the Araquanid. We had to worry about the Azumarill onto the Nidoqueen and the Diggersby into the Trevenant. I think Dank's mistake and misplay there might have been swapping to the Araquanid. I can understand not wanting to give the Toxicroak so much energy there, but at the same time, you end up giving the Toxicroak still a lot of energy because they still counter down and then now switch locking yourself in a bad matchup.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, the more interactions there are in the game, the more complicated the game becomes. So this was a very complicated game. There were so many choices to make for both trainers. Because you are running that infestation, Araquanid, you're just throwing so many bubble beams. You have to figure out your dimensions, figure out your win conditions, and it gets complicated. You know, like you mentioned, you don't know if it was the right thing to do to come back in with the Araquanid just to bubble beam the Toxicroak, right? Maybe you want to try to get some mud shots through, but I mean, once you play a more fluid style, which I really like how he's playing the Infestation, he's playing the Shadow Shiny Nidoqueen. Maybe we'll see some Mag Cargo, but I mean, the more interactions you have, the higher level you have to play at. So I'm excited to see Dank's adjustment in game number 2.
Yeah, you know, I have a question for you, Butters. How many more Sludge Bombs do you think will land against a Diggersby in this set?
I think, you know what? I'm going to make the prediction, and it's probably going to be 0 because what a highlight moment that was. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to do that. Like, these games are so close. That's just, you know, putting a little icing on the cake for that victory because he already had it won with the combo move. He banked so much energy, and he was allowed to bank so much energy because he double resists those infestations. The bubble beams just aren't doing enough, and so he was able to dance around and just bank energy on Toxicroak, bank energy on Azumarill, and then utilize that more efficiently down the line. So really smart play, and here it is. Once again, it's the Araquanid into the Toxicroak.
Yeah, we got straight deja vu here. Not only is the same lead, it's the same exact backlines from both players here too. Let's see if either trainer plays it a little differently. This is going to be really interesting. You know, if it plays out exactly like last time, there might be a Sludge Bomb on Diggersby real quick here.
Yeah, and we'll see if Mardo decides to pivot again. He will throw the first Sludge Bomb, as you see here, excuse me. The first Sludge Bomb is going to be coming through, and it makes sense because the bubble beams haven't lowered the attack enough, but we saw later in the matchup, Mardo just banking all that energy and then using it to win the game later. We'll see if he does that again.
Yeah, you know, I think, oh, and going for the Bug Buzz now here from Dank. This is an interesting call. Bug Buzz is resisted, but it might do a little bit more than Bubble Beam. Ooh. It does a little bit more, but double resisted there is going to make it still a little bit tough for this matchup. Now going for another Bubble Beam, but not before this Sludge Bomb comes through, and now the Sludge Bomb is still only single debuff here too, so forcing a shield from Dank now as well.
Yeah, getting a Protect Shield there, and you're almost at another Sludge Bomb. Once again, wanted to save a Mud Bomb. Maybe he's going to try to use it on a Nidoqueen later, and here's that Nidoqueen. You are ahead on energy if you're the Azumarill. You can take this Poison Fang, and then the Ice Beam already forces the second Protect Shield from Dank.
Yeah, you know, this is going to be interesting because we're going to be playing this matchup a little differently than last time around. But Azumarill is going to throw this Ice Beam when we do, as you predicted, see the second shield come up right away. But this might be in range for a Poison Jab down, Farm down, and that could put Dank in a positive position.
But Toxicroak wins charge move priority. He banked the Mud Bomb. He's gonna know he was one counter away. So the Poison Fang is gonna be coming through. He's thinking his options. He's like, I can live this Poison Fang. I could probably just let it go, but shields it anyway, thinking maybe it was the Earth Power. Is he at the Mud Bomb? No, he doesn't go for it yet because he got one more counter. Really great precision by Marto there.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting position here. That Diggersby is in such a commanding spot, and Marto's Toshiko does not have energy at this point, so it can't really handle the Araquanid very easily here. Do we see a swap to Trevenant? If the swap happens to Trevenant here, oh, and this Araquanid has a lot of energy here too. This is going to put Marto in a really tough spot, and this Trevenant is not going to want to see this Diggersby.
Yeah, and Marto is getting close to losing his MVP. The Toxicroak is very low health, swapping out, and here we go again. It's a Diggersby versus the Trevenant, and Toxicroak does still have some life in the back. Both going to be going for super effective moves. This is same type attack bonus, and the Fire Punch is not, though.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, but Diggersby super bulky here, whereas Trevenant is definitely a little bit on the frailer side, so these Fire Punches are really going to start adding up, but Marto not shielding right away, knowing that the Mud Shots are not enough after one Fire Punch, but we'll probably have to start respecting these Fire Punches very soon.
And look at this. This next Seed Bomb is coming through. It's not going to knock out the Diggersby, but this might be a charge move priority for the next move. I think they're both too Oh, no, so this is the Fire Punch, which will get protection. And I think they're both 2 fast moves away from their next move. Is it going to be swapped on? The timers are not quite up. Is it going to be charge move priority? And no, Seed Bomb got there first, but he still threw on charge move priority.
Wow, Marto playing really calculated there, charging up extra energy, knowing that's still going to win that charge move priority, throwing right when the Diggersby has that Fire Punch. Such precision play, but now going for the Bug Buzz here. This is going to be super close. You have double resisted infestations now going into a Toxicroak that's throwing resisted counters into the Rakuten. Who is going to fast move down here? It's going to be super close. It's a race, and it looks like the double resistance on the Toxicroak is enough, and you get the counter down. So a decisive 2-0 victory from Marto there. That was a really interesting matchup because you have both trainers running the same exact team both times, but playing out very differently there.
Yeah, you heard the applause from the crowd. Fantastic play by Marto. I mean, look at the end of that matchup there where he did one more Shadow Claw to throw the Seed Bomb instead of just throwing the Seed Bomb as soon as he had it. He was on top of how much his opponent had in terms of energy. You saw it earlier, getting an extra counter through before throwing the Mud Bomb on Nidoqueen. Fantastic counting by Marto, high-level plays.
Yeah, high levels plays for sure. Really showing how Marto has earned this position here and continuing to advance in the winner's bracket too. Many spectators here may be fans of his stream as well too in his content, so definitely probably a fan favorite in the crowd.
Yeah, how about that Toxicroak? That's a Pokemon that we haven't seen featured almost at all. It's a fighting type that can beat some other fighting types as well, except for Medicham, but it has that poison subtyping, and it has those Mud Bombs, which are super effective against another common poison type, the Nidoqueen. But Toxicroak looked amazing there. I mean, especially against the opposition.
Yeah, Toxicroak being a poison fighting type is not going to take super effective from Sableye and Trevenant's ghost typings, giving Toxicroak a slight edge over Medicham in those particular matchups. And in a meta where there's so many ghost Pokemon, I could totally see the viability of that Toxicroak. And you can see from Marto bring it in both matches there, and even into Araquanid that's going to resist the counter, still doing quite well.
Yeah, I like the way he played that Araquanid matchup because he was always just throwing his energy first when it was more efficient and then just banking it, pivoting, and then using his energy later for better moments. We saw the huge Sludge Bomb play in game number 1. That was beautiful. So I'm really impressed with Marto's gameplay here. I'm going to see how far Toxicroak can make it in the World Championships.
You know, let's not forget, there was a Magcargo on the screen for a second. You know, when we're showing the team previews, unfortunately, we didn't actually see it in the actual battles, but that is definitely something I would love to see, and maybe we will see it later. Dank is in the loser's bracket, but not knocked out the tournament just yet.
Yeah, in that infestation on the Araquanid, I like that decision because, like I mentioned, the more interactions there are, the more complicated the game becomes, but it's also a better opportunity to show what you can do as a trainer, because then if there's so many choices, so many more choices, you have to always make the right calls, and it's hard to calculate, figure out what your win conditions are. Didn't quite happen there, but I believe that was round number 3 or 4 in the winner's side. So he's been making his way through the tournament with that infestation Araquanid, with the Magcargo and the shiny Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, very, very impressive and interesting team there for sure. You know, and you're absolutely right with the different switches and stuff and different ways to play it. You could essentially play Pokemon Go PP in a very one-dimensional fashion, you know, maintaining switch advantage, going 1-to-1 on each matchups, and then switching with a switch, etc. But we see these high-level players, experienced players, actually playing it differently. They're swapping at different times, catching when the moves are way past the amount of energy, hoping to get a move even when they already had to move earlier, and all these different things, manipulating the switch timers. It's essentially can go from a one-dimensional game to a three-dimensional, four-dimensional game.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, because when you're playing out a matchup 100% health versus 100% health, most trainers know how that plays out. There's not a lot of wiggle room. It just happens how it happens. But once you move around, you make the game a little more fluid. Now you're playing a 45% health Pokemon versus a 30% health Pokemon, but that Pokemon has a move banked. And this was an exaggerated example of how Marto played with using his energy efficiently, but I think that's what the top trainers will do, and the eventual world champion will do, is be able to use that matchup that is not necessarily, that energy wasn't necessarily good against the Araquanid, bank that energy, use it more efficiently later. That is what the best trainers will do to win games, and we just saw Marto do it right there on stage.
Yeah, you know, I think a telltale sign of an experienced battler that you're facing is when you face them, even when you're winning, it feels uncomfortable. You're like, I don't know what's going to happen here myself. You know, I feel like I'm in the lead, but they're doing all this stuff. And just, it feels like they're dancing around you even if they're behind. And those are the kind of plays that make the game super interesting.
Yeah,
Speaking of interesting plays, I think we're ready for the next set of battles.
Let's get down to the next matchup here. We have live on the main stage. We're going to be having, a trainer we saw before, Kujira versus, I'm so happy right now. I was bummed. We never got to see Stone Collection as a casting pair yesterday, me and Caleb. We saw it backstage,
yes,
but we never got to cast that Samurai in action. And now we have the opportunity because it's going to be Kujira versus Stone Collection.
Yeah, we are in the losers bracket now, and with good reason too, because there's only so many people left in the winners bracket. But this is going to be a very interesting spot for both trainers because now this is all it. You know, everything's on the line here. They either advance to day number 2 if they continue winning through the losers bracket, or this could be their last possible sets in London at World Championships. So both trainers are going to play really hard here, and we have the Stone Collection Samurai here. Gonna be really interesting to see. I'll let you take it away with that team. Oh my gosh!
I know. I was just waiting until you recognized that you were a prophet, that you not only guessed one Shadow Razor Leaf for which you had inside information, but this this is a surprise because this is a new team from yesterday, right?
Yes,
Stone Collection was not running this in the last chance qualifiers, and he won. He won to qualify for the World Championships. And he now changed his team. I'll read it off. It's the Metacham, it's the Samurai, Registeel, Shadow Victory Bell, Purified Sableye, and look at these double dark types, and an Umbreon as well.
Yeah, you have Umbreon too. A very interesting team. You know, I honestly don't even remember most of Stone Collection's team from yesterday because I was just looking at the Samurai the whole time. I do remember the Metacham and maybe the Sableye, but that Shadow Victory Bell was definitely not on the screen. Definitely not. Him and Cindy are definitely on the same page in some regards here. And we got Kujira with the Trevenant, the Metacham, the Shadow Walrein that we saw in a lot of mirror matchups earlier, the Mandibuzz with Air Slash, Galarian Stunfisk, and Registeel. We had the big 2 bulky double steals, but here's the thing. Shadow Victory Bell does pretty solid against Galarian Stunfisk, doing neutral damage with those Razor Leafs and Leaf Blades. And we saw earlier too, Cindy's Shadow Victory Bell did pretty solid against a Registeel as well, even after getting debuff from the Zap Cannon there too.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting, but you really want to avoid that Mandibuzz.
Right.
And you don't have the best matchup against the Walrein, but you're doing super effective damage. You're also taking super effective Powder Stones back. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see too much Shadow Victory Bell here, but who knows? Stone Collection is still in the tournament and still battling a lot of trainers with his team, so we'll see. We'll see. You know, you keep saying insider information about us, but I think I'm just onto something. You know,
it's a new trend here, and it is going to be 2 ghost types going at it. But Sableye has the dark subtyping, so it is a positive matchup. But looks like Kujira decides to stay in anyway and just going to try to go for those Shadow Balls. The foul play does come through. This will pretty much knock out the Trevenant, so already the first Protect Shield of the match.
You know, I love this team composition from Stone Collection here. You got the Samurai sandwiched between 2 dark types here too. Really protecting that Samurai as much as possible here, using the Sableye to either take out the Trevenant, or you have the Umbreon too. And we do get a shield though. Shielding the Seed Bomb is going to be a great shield bait by Kujira here.
That's the way you can flip the matchup. This now flips the 1 Protect Shield matchup. No, you get the 2nd Protect Shield because Sableye would have lost this. It would have got knocked out by the Shadow Ball, so huge bait there. But you already had to give up 2 Protect Shields. Stone Collection doesn't have any left.
Yeah, Stone Collection knowing that matchup very well, not even throwing the energy here, and now it's going to start throwing these neutral foul plays that are going to really add up. Unfortunately, Sableye is in knockout range from Focus Blast and Zap Cannon here too, and with 2 shields down, this is going to be a tough situation for Sableye. So Sableye's going to do as much damage as possible. It's going to be very interesting because there's a Metacham in the back. We don't know. I don't remember specifically what the moveset is. No, it was the Power Up Punch Sidekick moveset.
Okay, and here comes the Zap Cannon, and it's swapped on. What counting? Lock On is one of the hardest moves in the game to count, and you swap on it into the Zap Cannon on the Umbreon. This will probably take the Metacham in. Oh no, you want to bank some energy. This is really smart because if you're expecting the Samurai in the back, you can bank a Zap Cannon and maybe use it later. Here's a swap of his own. Kujira on the foul play.
Yeah, I think this is still a solid position for Stone Collection because the foul play is still going to be neutral on the move to go, but still saving the health on the Registeel as much as possible and still having a shield remaining there too on the Registeel. It's going to put it in a good position here. And like I said, this is the Power Up Punch meta champ, so this is going to be much more difficult against the Umbreon and also for the subsequent matches because now these counters are going to do even more damage against the Sableye and the Samurott in the back.
Great timing by both trainers on their fast moves here. The foul play does get no protect shield. One snarl away from the next foul play. Do you cut it off with a power-up punch? No. The next foul play is going to be coming through, and it's probably no protect shielded once again. And now, are you going to try to get up to a Psychic? A Psychic could do well against that Registeel because you are boosted up, and here comes the Sableye cutting that off with a foul play and devoted another protect shield.
Yeah, this is going to be huge though because if this Medicham stays in, it's going to take a lot of damage. Instead, swapping to the Registeel, going to throw a move, but you know what's going to happen in the back, right? We saw this Samurott put in so much work.
Stone Collection with a swap of his own, taking that Focus Blast on the Sableye. Unleash the Samurott, Stone Collection. He's going to be able to outpace the Hydra Cannon and maybe get to another Hydra Cannon against the Medicham as well. And here comes the Samurott. It's so quick. Look how fast it's already at a Hydra Cannon. It's going to bank some more energy. Look how beautiful it is.
Dude, the sword is unsheathed and it's ready to start throwing these Hydra Cannons. And the problem is the Medicham does not have enough energy to take out the Samurott. Samurott is going to go to town here. No, it does have the Psychic ready though, but going for the Power Punch first, knowing that the Psychic is not enough damage. It's going to be a really smart play, but Samurott is very quick in that energy generation.
It's just way too quick. Look, the Psychic is almost there. He tried to swap on it, maybe trying to get a little fancy. He already had the Hydra Cannon bank, knowing he wins charge move priority. Look at Samurott. He's showing off a little bit. The Hydra Cannon is surely going to knock out the Medicham for Stone Collection.
Yeah, Stone Collection going for a little flare there, knowing that Samurott is still going to win charge move priority after having the Hydra Cannon, but maybe trying to catch a Psychic on the Umbreon. Either way, the flares are ready to Samurott. You don't need to flex anymore, but Stone Collection going for pure entertainment value at this point too. What a great set. I was a little nervous for Stone Collection because shields down that Samurott's going to get one shot from that Zap Cannon from the Registeel. Even the Focus Blast will put it quite low, but really maneuvering around really well in that matchup, making it pretty interesting and in Stone Collection's favor for sure.
I think that was a prime example of how Registeel has some weaknesses too, because you saw Registeel versus the backline of Stone Collection. The backline was Umbreon and the Samurott. The energy on Registeel is fantastic versus that backline, and if you can match it up. But there was about a 30% health Sableye in its way, and it just took so much damage trying to knock it out, and it has to get all the way to a Zap Cannon, and then one Zap Cannon got swapped onto the Umbreon. So yes. Yeah, Stone Collection with the fantastic plays, already putting on a show, tried to put on an encore with that Psychic swap on it just to get it to your opponent's head a little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, catching that Zap Cannon is a huge drain of energy for that Registeel, and still the Umbreon doing a lot of neutral damage against that Medicham, still chipping him down quite a bit to the point where the Sableye and the Samurott can tag team it. All right, here's the thing. Regardless of if Shadow Victory comes out, is there ever a game where Samurott is not going to be in it? And so far, it looks like no, Samurott is back in it. Stone Collection brings Samurott into every single game this entire week.
Yeah, and he safe swaps it. Wow. And he's just met by the Registeel. Okay, he has probably been in this matchup so many times. I don't know it, but I think Stone Collection does. You throw the Hydra Cannon before you get debuffed by the Zap Cannons. I don't know. Can you just two-shield through this?
You might be able to. Letting this first Hydra Cannon go might be a mistake from Kujira here, because now the subsequent Hydra Cannon is going to do more damage. And if Stone Collection shields this and Kujira wants to maintain switch advantage, that first Hydra Cannon was probably the best one to shield.
Yeah, and do you want to give up both protect shields? I know you did it last game, but you want to do it again, and you're already at 2 Hydra Cannons. Like you said, he's just unleashed here, and you did get a protect shield here. Interesting. Kujira didn't shield the first one, but shielded the second one.
Yeah, so I think this might be a turning point for Stone Collection. Stone Collection feeling in a really good spot here. This is the thing with Registeel. It has no fast move pressure. The Samurott's still in the green health bar here and doing a ton of damage to this Registeel. And this is such an easy shield for Stone Collection because you already got 1 shield from Kujira. So at most you go down 1 shield, maybe even able to force his final shield here.
But the thing is, I don't know if you get to 2 Hydra Cannons before the Zap Cannon. You might. You're just so quick here, but you do have your timer back up. That's one of the benefits of these Pokemon that can spam out so many charge moves. It does delay the timer, so you have your timer back up. You could try to swap on the Zapcan, and you know he can count it, and he does it once again.
Oh my gosh, catching 2 Zap Cannons in back-to-back games. Stone Collection just super clutch here. I mean, this is still a great Zap Cannon for Kujira here, but now coming in with the Mandibuzz. The problem here is Mandibuzz not getting a lot of value here, especially if you see the back line there. The Registeel can tank these foul plays pretty well, and probably going to go straight for air slash down, but this return is still going to hurt.
Yeah, and as you saw, Kujira decided to switch lock it. Registeel was really low health, maybe wants to save it for a sack swap later, but wow, Stone Collection with these amazing swaps, and Sableye does go down. Some of his Stone Collection just went down on that Sableye, but here comes the foul play, and like you mentioned, this energy isn't really going to go anywhere, so how much do you bank up? Do you undercharge a move because you know this Mandibuzz is switch locked?
Yeah, that's a great question there, too. I mean, we still have the Medicham to deal with here, and Shield's down on both sides. This is going to be really interesting. You know, and then there's still a Registeel that you could potentially catch here. And again, this is where the downside of Registeel is doing no fast food damage here, or very minimal. And this Mandibuzz actually putting this Registeel so low that it's almost in the red.
Yeah, and the timer is back up already, so you definitely don't want to undercharge because the Mandibuzz could probably just leave. So you go for the Focus Blast, but now this Registeel is pretty energy dry here. You do have the Samurott that has a little bit of banked energy. Undercharges it, does decide, but does the Mandibuzz decide to stay in or just get out? No, looks like it's going to just be going for the lock on down. This foul play won't knock out, but a swap once again into the Samurott.
Stone Collection just putting on a clinic here with these catches. This might not be enough, though. This still might be a really tough spot because this Medicham is in such a good position, but you almost have the Zap Cannon ready. Can you get 2 Hydro Cannons off and maybe get the Zap Cannon off to take out this Medicham? Then you're going to have a lock-on down mirror matchup with the Registeel. It's going to be really close here. Can you get to the Power Punch? Oh, no, and this is going to be...
The power-up punch is going to be going off. It is super effective. A lock-on goes through here. I don't think this is enough to knock out the Registeel. You need some more lock-ons to get it. Do you try to swap on the Zap Cannon? There is no swap. The Zap Cannon is going to be landing on the Medicham. This is going to be very close to enough.
Everyone's on their edge of seats right now. Which Registeel? Oh, no, it's not enough to take it out. It looks like Medicham is actually going to finish off this Registeel. So we didn't get the lock-on mirror matchup we were hoping for, but still leading into a very exciting Game 3 here. Kujira making really good adjustments there. And honestly, I was counting the Mandibuzz out a little bit, but that Mandibuzz put in so much work against that Registeel, and even almost took out the Samurott by landing 1 foul play. I think that's the downside with Samurott. It just can't tank a lot of damage.
Great adjustment by Kujira. Like you mentioned, the great lead matchup of the Mandibuzz into the Sableye there was able to do so much to the Registeel as well. And I feel like Kujira maybe adapted a little bit to Stone Collection's playstyle. This is the most fluid, fast-paced playstyle I think I've seen all tournament. He is just bouncing around, catching everything, throwing a ton of Hydro Cannons, getting back to the switch timer, moving around again. It's really impressive what Stone Collection is doing.
Yeah, you know, thinking about this some more too, Stone Collection has a really interesting team. You have Samurott, very charge move dependent, Sableye fairly charge move dependent, Registeel as well, Umbreon as well, and Medicham does a good chunk of damage with counters, but also has great charge moves. And then you got Shadow Victory Bell. It's kind of just like randomly out there for no reason. I'm very curious what the decision was for that Shadow Victory Bell. Maybe it's mostly your bench pressure. Maybe it's just to make me sound good that I predicted the Shadow Victory Bell earlier. I don't know, but either way, it's a very curious pick for sure.
Yeah, you would think it has to be a little bit of bench pressure. Maybe he felt like he was missing something, even though he went through all the last chance qualifiers. And once again, it is the same leads, negative matchup because it's the Sableye into the Mandibuzz. Once again, Say Swap Samurai. Registeel comes to meet it.
Yeah, you know, this is going to be interesting now too because there isn't really a reliable Registeel check for Kujira here, and Kujira actually making the adjustment and is going to shield his Hydro Cannon. Kujira's like, I'm not messing around anymore. I know how powerful this Samurai is. I've faced it twice, and I'm facing it a 3rd time right here, and I'm definitely going to have to respect these Hydro Cannons. Stone Collection 3 for 3 on bring Samurotts.
Yeah, and we did see last time that the Samurott can get all the shields and can get very close to winning the 2-shield matchup, but just comes a little bit short to knocking out the Registeel before the Registeel gets to a Zap Cannon, and that can knock out. Here comes the no protect shield, and you would have to think Stone Collection is going to continue to protect shield his MVP Samurott.
Yeah, you know, I wonder if one of the strategies here for Stone Collection is forcing 2 shields from Kujira as well. Here's the thing. The Mandibuzz is really strong against the Sableye, but the Registeel on Stone Collection side is strong against the Mana Buzz and the Wall Rain. And if shields are down, that Wall Rain is going to be in huge threat territory from that Zap Cannon on the Registeel.
Fantastic call, Caleb. It's not the Metacham anymore, and that Wall Rain can get knocked out by the Registeel in the back from Stone Collection, and I believe he is on his way to get those Protect Shields down. Really smart strategy. He might have to try to swap onto a Zap Cannon. Once again, you've seen the precision from him. He knows what the energy is. He swapped maybe a little bit early into the Registeel this time, and it's met by the Wall Rain, but the Wall Rain's not going to outpace. This Registeel's just going to knock it out instantly.
Yeah, this is a very curious swap from Kujira here. Maybe just trying to absorb the damage here, but this Focus Blast is going to one-shot knock out the Shadow Wall Rain here, and now here comes the Registeel. Now, this is going to be really interesting. This is not going to knock out Stone Collection's Registeel, and Kujira's Registeel is so low that it might be in lock-on range. Let's see how precise Stone Collection is here. And Stone Collection going for the Pokemon, almost getting the Focus Blast and not getting to it. So much energy on this Registeel. Now going to debuff this Mana Buzz here, and Mana Buzz has nowhere to go. It cannot clear this attack debuff. And even the Sableye can start threatening this too.
My goodness, Stone Collection with this fast-paced playstyle, Kujira could not keep up, and now the Mandibuzz is low health, is gonna finish off this Registeel, but there is a full health Sableye and a Samurai about 70% health left. So this looks like Stone Collection's game. And of course, in fitting fashion, he brings in the Samurai, even tries to get to the Mega Horn to knock out this Mandibuzz and take it 2-1.
Stone Collection taking a note out of Marshall Gallaudet's book here. What an incredible set from both trainers here. You know, I got some stats for you, Butters. We're 2 for 3 on battles and catching Zap Cannons, right? 3 for 3 on showcasing the Samrots, and I think 3 for 3 on high entertainment battles from both trainers there too. What an incredible set in battles, and you know, a great tournament run from Kujira there too. You know, being on stream both times against this Accent and now Stone Collection there too. Definitely a very strong competitor, and looks like Stone Collection came out on top, and we got a lot more Samurott games to go. You know, I really need to ask Stone Collection this sometime afterward. Has there been a game where Stone Collection hasn't brought Samurott? You know, there's some people that love Pokemon and they love their favorite Pokemon they have on their team, but it's another whole thing to bring that Pokemon onto every single game.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the high entertainment value. I heard the applause from the crowd, and you usually hear that for the fan favorites. I mean, Stone Collection is becoming a fan favorite here in London because of his fast-paced play style. I haven't seen anyone else play like this, especially utilizing the strengths of the Samurai to swap in, take advantage of how fast it generates energy, how many charge moves it gets off, gets all the Protect Shields down, moves out again, tries to swap on something, and I think Kujira is just like, this is going so fast, what is happening? Just brings in the Wall Rain, and that was the biggest mistake because the Registeel outpaced it and got the Focus Blast for the knockout.
Yeah, you know, Samurott stocks are definitely going up after this day for sure for Stone Collection. Really putting Samurott to work here, and it's very fun to watch because those Hydro Cans come out like in a second. You thought they come out quick from Swampert there, but those Hydro Cans come out even faster with the Fury Cutters.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a pleasure to watch these trainers have their own unique style. And this is Stone Collection putting the tempo up to 100 and just trying to see if the opponent can keep up. And look, he qualified in last chance yesterday, and now he's all the way through the tournament. I know he is in the loser side of the bracket, but he's still in it. He's got the Shadow Victory Belt now, so I don't know, it's maybe some bench pressure or it's been winning him some games, but I am highly impressed with this new crowd favorite, Stone Collection.
Yeah, you know, and I didn't tell you this earlier, but I was talking to some of the competitors before we started today, and a lot of them were saying, you know, it's wild. Stone Collection made it through last chance qualifiers with that Samurott, and I was asking them, I was like, are you all worried? And they're like, oh yeah, of course Samurot's a concern, but we can't change our team just for one guy here, right? But, you know, if you're a future competitor and opponent of Stone Collection, you got to be thinking, all right, it's not about if Samurot's coming out or not. It's just, where is it going to be in the team? Is it going to be the lead or is it going to be in the back? But you can almost make a read that there's going to be that Samurott somewhere there.
Yeah, and I like his playstyle with it because he usually keeps it healthy, devotes Protect Shields, and moves around with it. Moves the pieces, waits till it can be effective later, and even finishes off the 2-1 with the Mega Horn. Didn't have to go for the Mega Horn, but I mean, he's got a horn on his head, might as well go for it. So knocking out the Mandibuzz, it was beautiful. And I believe next up, we do have our winners round 4 that we'll get into, but what a show that has been put on day number 1 in the Pokemon GO World Championship.
Yeah, what a show indeed, too. And anyone watching at home, you're thinking, oh, you know what? I'm going to start Go Battle League match right now. I'm going to be the Samurai. I'm going to go on a 50-game win streak. And let me just say, Stone Collection makes it look easy, but Samurai in Great League is not the easiest Pokemon to use. I've tried it myself, and I was like, no, there's no way this has any play. But, you know, I'm maybe rethinking some life decisions here, but yeah, it's not the easiest Pokemon still. That's a real commendament to Stone Collection's skill here.
That's an important point to bring up. This is a Pokemon Master, and I know everyone can strive to be a Pokemon Master. I know that's what we all do. And the thing is, he's not just a Pokemon Master, he is a Samurai Master, like you were mentioning. So it's hard to do that. I said earlier, I don't think anyone else in this building knows more about Samurai than Stone Collection, and he's showing just how good it can be. I know I'm gonna try some Samurai in an open Go Battle League after this.
Yeah, you might run into a Shadow Victory Belt, though, so that'll be a different story.
Yeah, well, who knows? But, you know, at least if I run into Registeel, I know I can double shield through the matchup and then try to swap on the Zap Cannon. So I learned that at least.
Yeah, nothing like catching an easy Zap Cannon on something else there. But, you know, incredible plays from Stone Collection there, too. So we'll see. The dream, for me, is still alive. We got the Shadow Victory Belt. I'm not sure if Cindy is still in the bracket or not, but we got at least one Shadow Victory Belt still here. And I'm still looking forward to that Shadow Victory Belt versus Swampert.
You know, you already did get the 2 Shadow Razor Leafers that you predicted, but is it still, your dream to have that Shadow Razor Leafer make it all the way?
I think it could be interesting. You know, it could really shake up the meta. I think Shadow Victory Belt is often seen as more of a gimmicky Pokemon, really great in Blind 3 formats such as Go Battle League, but very tough to use in Show 6 formats. And I think these trainers are here to prove that, you know what, I could put some skill into this, some alignments, and figure out ways to muscle through some matchups with this very strong Shadow Victory Belt, or even just use it for bench pressure.
Yeah, and it's fascinating because the Victory Belt is so fast move oriented, but it comes on a team with a player that uses Samurai that's so charge move oriented. So it's just like this clash here, and another clash is coming up because we have our next matchup live on the main stage. Let's take it down there. All right. We have our next matchup. I believe this is this Rick Flareon's back? We'll have to find out shortly. It might be Rick Flareon once again.
Yeah, and we see these trainers loaded up. Regardless of who it is, they got some nice plushies on the stage.
Okay, they do have some nice plushies. Got the Altaria there, the Treecko. Beautiful. It looks like it's JB Yang, which we saw earlier, of course, against King in our favorite matchup so far. And then we have Godon Hada versus, is there 2 Korean battlers in the winners round 4 going at it. So maybe they are very familiar with each other and the teams. Maybe they battled before, I'm not sure, but at least they are from the same region.
Yeah, and this is a region that if they had a regionals, we were not covering it officially on Play Pokemon's broadcast. So this is going to be very interesting to see how both trainers played it out. We already saw incredible performance from JB Yang in that first round against King, going 2-0 there, and very interesting how this plays out. You want to take away with the first teams?
Yeah, Godon Hada is running the Shadow, Walrein, Medicham, Altaria, Lickitung, Shadow Ninetales. I'm not sure if we've seen if it is Ember or Fire Spin yet in the Registeel.
Yeah, you got the Registeel, and then we got another Registeel on JBA's side with the Trevenant, the Shadow, Walrein, the Altaria, the Medicham, and the Alolan Ninetales too. And this is always very interesting. There's a lot of very interesting spicy Pokemon that are brought to these tournaments, but the real true test is how far do these teams make it? You know, it's great to see the Macargo, it's great to see, you know, the Como-O yesterday and stuff like that, but does it stand the test of time and in the competitions, right? Some people like to say meta is meta for a reason. And we found out what meta stands for earlier today, right?
Yeah. If you didn't know, you can go ahead and say it, Caleb.
I think I
Most
forgot.
effective tactic available.
Yes,
It's the meta.
yes.
And you know what? I didn't think that Altaria was the most effective tactic available. I'm not going to lie. But in Winners Round 4, looks like 2 Altaria teams made it. And this might be the most similar team in terms of a matchup that we've seen so far. 4 of the exact same Pokemon. Both trainers are running Altaria, Registeel, Shadow Walrein, and Medicham.
Yeah, you know that Altaria is actually going to do very well against the Shadow Cancel Ninetales. Unless it's running Psyshock, it pretty much resists every single possible move from that Shadow Ninetales. So definitely one of those situations where it has a lot of utility. If you look at JBA's team, you got the Registeel, you got the Trevenant, you got the Walrein, you got the Lone Ninetales, all really weak to that Shadow Cancel Ninetales. So without the Altaria, it actually puts JBA in a tough position. Medicham is also fairly neutral, but not a great matchup against the Shadow Ninetales either.
And almost 5 Pokemon the same. Each trainer is running Ninetales, but one's a Alolan, one is Kanto and Shadow. And this is the matchup you mentioned. I believe it probably is going to be running Overheat Weather Ball, so we see an instant swap, so we didn't even get to witness it. And this is going to be the Medicham, but this is not terrible because you don't have the power-up punch available. Registeel can win this.
Yeah, you know, definitely going to have to start spending some shields from JBA's side if JBA wants to maintain the switch advantage. And looking at the back-end matchup here, you definitely want that because the Registeel does not want to be locked into that Shadow Cancel Ninetales too. Building up a lot of energy here and finally throwing this first Psychic.
If JB Yang wants to keep alignment, he will have to Protect Shield the next Zap Cannon. We'll see if he does decide to do it. Godon is almost at it here, and here comes the Zap Cannon. It's a choice from JB Yang, and there it is. He wants the alignment. He wants to get the counter down.
And this is going to be really useful. This energy is going to really help this Medicham threaten the shields on this Cancel Ninetales too. It really depends on if Godon wants to invest both shields into that Walrein or potentially preserve some of the health on the Shadow Cancel Ninetales. But you know, something I like to say is if you don't have switch advantage at this point, you're not getting switch advantage ever in this match. So sometimes it's best just to leave both shields for your last Pokemon and try to sweep 1 versus 2.
And that Psychic is double debuff, so didn't do too much. Looks like the Ninetales is going to try to get the Ember down, but another Psychic is coming in. Now this Ninetales is quite low, but like you mentioned, it's not that useful. So looks like Godon is going to save his shields for the Shadow Walrein, but the Shadow Walrein is going to have to make its way through the Altaria and the Registeel, and here comes the Registeel swap in.
You know, this is actually not a terrible spot for Godon here because even if it gets debuff from the Zapcans, these Ice-Wall Spears are still going to do a lot to Altaria, and you can safely just go straight for these Earthquakes with a 2-to-1 shield advantage and the energy advantage on Walrein. This is actually a pretty solid spot for Godon.
Proper call by JB Yang, and here comes the Zap Cannon. You know you have to Protect Shield this, even if it's the Focus Blast, but can Godon also get back to his timer? Maybe he's going to be able to play out this matchup, win the matchup, get back to the timer, and have a very healthy Walrein to face the Altaria. Yeah,
that's actually a really good point here, too. And this is another great reason why shielding that Shadow Ninetales might have been a bad decision, and Godon realizing it is having that Cancel Ninetales low on health means that the Altaria, even if it gets locked into it, can't get that much energy. And you see how much a Shadow Earthquake does to this Registeel, even when it's debuffed already, and now going for the Focus Blast instead of going for the Zap Cannon here.
And this Registeel is out of range of Icicle Spear. In the swap in Weather Ball, this Registeel is now gone because the combo move into the Weather Ball here, this Altaria is easily going to finish off this Ninetales, but I mean, one Icicle Spear is double super effective against Altaria.
Yes, and Altaria needs to potentially maybe get to his Moonblast to threaten this Walrein, but I don't even think the Moonblast will be enough. And this is a Shadow Icicle Spear from a Shadow Walrein. This is going to do so much damage. A double super effective against this Altaria. Even if it doesn't take out, the Powder Snow should be enough, and it is going to knock out the Altaria there. So really great battles and really good energy and shield management from Godon there too. Not having switch advantage and having bad alignment in both the lead and the counter swap, but still making something out of it and winning.
Yeah, it looked like JB Yang was so far ahead once he got the alignment because he was going to have such good matchups in the back, but Shadow Walrein was just able to shield through it, and then the combo move saving that Weather Ball to knock out the Registeel, and that's why I thought that Altaria might not be the most effective tactic available, because just look at how vulnerable it is. That Shadow Walrein was just able to save one move and just completely knock it out. So, I mean, 2 Altarias making it this far, but you see the weaknesses firsthand.
Yeah, but the problem is how do you deal with that Cancel Ninetales, right? And Godon, a very talented battler. I would say that first battle is what I would describe as textbook precision play. Godon doesn't have switch advantage, doesn't win lead, makes the call to just sweep with the wall rain, go straight for the earthquake, even when there's a shield on JBA's side, understanding there is no reason to bait in that situation. I still come out on top. I'm not going to risk throwing an Icicle Spear. And I think that's something that a lot of very experienced trainers recognize is there is no lose condition for me if I play this perfectly. And Godon recognizing that and doing everything they can to beat JB Yang there in the end game and playing it well.
Right, and as you mentioned earlier, the Shadow Kanto Ninetales is completely walled by the Altario. So once you recognize, okay, it's a guarantee I'm stuck in that matchup, now the Kanto Ninetales does nothing for you. So you just bring it in and soak all the damage, never use a shield. This thing is almost just farm up for the opponent. This thing is just almost giving your opponent momentum. So you deny that momentum by getting it low health. You do save a Weather Ball, and you, most importantly, save 2 shields for the Pokemon that has a chance.
Yes, and Walrein is definitely the Pokemon with a chance here, too. If you look at the rest of the team there, you know, a Alolan Ninetales might have been a problem for the Walrein, but outside of that, it was going to be very, very strong. And leveraging that 2 shield to 1 advantage with the energy advantage on the Walrein as well there too really made it tough for JB Yang to adjust. I
mentioned before that they have 4 out of 6 the same Pokemon, and they both have Ninetales, but one Ninetales has an advantage over the other. Godon running the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and then JB Yang running the Alolan Ninetales, which is the Ice type versus the Fire type. So, I mean, even though these teams are so similar, maybe Godon has a slight advantage there.
Yeah, I would agree with you there too. You know, and looking at JB Yang's perspective from that game, what could JBA have done? You know, you don't want to give up switch advantage, so you have to shield the Medicham because you don't have the Power Punch nor Dynamic Punch there. But at the same time, you know, you couldn't have played that out any better. If you throw a Focus Blast or Zapkin, it doesn't matter what you throw there, the Walrein's still going to outpace you, especially with the 2-to-1 shield advantage. And you know, JBA is going to get, you know, taken out by the Kanto Ninetales there too. You don't know when they're going to swap, and you don't want to swap to your Altari into a Walrein either, right?
And I just wanted to point this out. I don't know if he gave a little rub to his phone from his plushie there for good luck, but yeah, I don't know if he could have done anything different. Maybe he could have given a rub on the plushie the first game instead of the second game, but I don't think in that situation when your backline is so dependent on alignment, it's specifically when you're running Altaria and the opponent is running Walrein, it's so dependent on alignment, and then you have to keep it with the Medicham. Maybe you need a better answer to Registeel Safe Swap because you won the lead, but then Registeel Safe Swap came in and you didn't have anything that could beat it. I mean, though Medicham is a good answer, but it can't beat it in the Zero Protect Shield.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So this is definitely a tough matchup for JB Yang. And, you know, we saw JB Yang put on quite a show early on, so definitely has skills and talents here. But sometimes you might just get outmatched based on what your opponents bring here. You know, something that I find very curious is Godon is running the Ember Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I wonder if Godon was already onto this strategy, or Godon was watching the Vancouver regionals and picked up the strategy from Cindy here. And I think this is so interesting here when we're in London at World Championships. You have everyone's worlds colliding, you know? It's like saying like, hey, I was watching you a few months ago and this is why I brought this team, or, you know, I've been watching you or battling you from, you know, remotely and stuff, or in Go Battle League, and now we're here in person. And it's such a cool little mesh of the community all in one spot.
That is amazing to think about, that, you know, a talented trainer from Korea could be tuning in to the stream and see Cindy just dominate with the Ember Ninetales and say, I'll try that out, and then master it yourself and then bring it here to the World Championships, and just doing a lot of work with it, even though last match he completely sacrificed it because it ran into literally the one bad matchup that it has. I think otherwise it's just kind of insane versus JB Yang's team. It has really good matchups across the board. The only thing it is threatened by is Altaria.
You know, that's actually a really good point you brought up. That was the best since Godon still made it look easy there, right? So how do you adjust if you're JB Yang there? You already had the best matchup possible. Like, you don't want that, you don't want that, Ninetales against your Registeel. You don't want it against your Walrein or your Alolan Ninetales. So what more can you do to adjust, right?
If you play it out kind of in a linear situation and just play for alignment, you probably don't have a good chance, because like you mentioned, it was your best case scenario and still you didn't pull it off. Maybe you have to change it up a bit. put a little stone collection in your game, get a little more fast paced, get a little more fluid, and try to move the pieces around and find opportunities to win matchups that are on paper bad against, you know, like we mentioned, full health versus full health. But maybe there's a matchup that you win when you're half health and they're half health, because everything changed.
Right, and I think a really great lesson is play out your battles, right? It's easy to quit midway through or early on, but sometimes you might find a win that you would have never expected yourself, or your third Pokemon just really strong there, or even your losses can be a great learning lesson to say, okay, next time I'm going to make this adjustment if I face the same team. Let's see if I can find a win condition there, right? I personally love losing because whenever I lose, I'm like, I can't wait to face that same team again and see if I can find a win condition there, because it makes it more exciting, right?
Yeah, and that's a beautiful thing about Pokemon Go PvP. There are so many decisions that you can make, and they happen so quickly, specifically in the in-game. And yeah, even if you don't have a win condition, you can still play it out to try to memorize, okay, how much is that fast move doing to me? You can memorize how much is this charge move doing to me. Memorize those dimensions, so then in a different situation, when you need to know that information, now you have that in your memory banked, and you...
Right, and I think that's a great example of the last matchup. Is there anything JBN could have done differently there? I don't think so, right? I think JBN played exactly as well as they could have in that situation, and unfortunately, just based on the team composition they ran into, there's just no way to win that, I think, right? Unless Godon makes an incredibly weird misplay, right? And I think those are the times where you're like, you're not going to win every battle, right? You're going to lose some and you're going to win some. The ones that you lose that you could have won, those are good ones to reflect on, but it's no, you know, it's nothing to sweat the losses there, right?
And that's the advantage of these Show 6 formats, right? Because, yeah, maybe you couldn't play that match out differently that you locked in, but you could have maybe brought a different line and then played something differently. So, you know, unlike Go Battle League where you lock in a team and that's your team, in these tournaments you can change your team up and your opponent knows what you have, and so it just puts another level on it, another level on the competition.
Yeah, I think preparation is always a very big part, especially of Show 6 tournaments too. So for those that are looking to join in on any of the regionals or international competitions next year, definitely keep that in mind. You know, team building and practice and understanding your matchups is really key. You know, there's no way Stone Collection was like, I'm gonna just throw a Samurai on my team and see how it goes, right? That person really thought it through, understood a lot of the matchups, and really thought out the remaining 5 Pokemon on how to construct and protect that Samurai so that he can feel comfortable bringing it into every single battle. I still don't know why. There's a reason.
And you said you encourage trainers to come out and try these events. I also encourage you to come be at these events too. They're so much fun. And if you are a hardcore Pokemon Go player, this is literally the best place to be. There are stops everywhere. There's spawns everywhere. There's double dust. It's amazing. You should see it. If you open your app while you're here, it's one of the best events. And that's what's so cool about Pokemon Go is these location-based events, right? Where a certain location has cool Pokemon, different shinies, or, you know, extra Stardust, and that's really fun. I highly encourage you to compete because that is amazing, but also come check it out. This is like the best place to play Pokemon Go right now.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And we were talking earlier too, not only are there a lot of in-game activities, you know, a lot of cool spawns and a lot of raids, a lot of Pokestops, a lot of nice Pokemon spawning around. There's also a lot of in-person events too. We were talking about this earlier. There's some side events, and I'm definitely going to, you know, try my hand at a couple of those too. You win some of the side events, you could redeem them for some plushies, for some real-life rewards, which would be pretty cool too.
Yeah, and the side event of actually having a global event throughout the game of Pokemon Go, because we know not everyone can make it to each event, so if you are at home, you still can participate in the festivities, still do a lot of what we are doing here. And
be on the lookout for that. Take a look on the website for Play Pokemon to see if there are any regionals or international championships near you. I know there's a lot more for Pokemon Go for this upcoming year. And the first one's starting sometime in September, I believe.
Yeah, mid-September. So, you know, just about a month away. And I saw on social media a lot of trainers already saying, like, I'm going to this event, this event, this event, you know, already booking their schedule, which is just fabulous to see. I highly recommend it. And yeah, go check out the schedule and see if you can attend any.
Yeah, that's actually kind of wild to think about here. After that event in September, there'll be at least one player that already knows that they've qualified for World Championships in 2023, almost maybe 8 months later from then too. So just think about that, right? Maybe you're that person and you could, you know, chill out and watch and prepare for the next 8 months for the big stage wherever it may be.
Yeah, and I mean, look at these trainers out here, and even if you aren't specifically, I know there are some online regionals as well. I know I think some of these Korean players, Japanese players played in some online tournaments to make it here today. And even if you're not participating in these in-person events, I mean, look at these Korean trainers are playing amazing. They're in winners round number 4. So even if you don't have the
Schedule, do you have a specific regional that you want to go to?
You know, I did look at the schedule. There's a lot more West Coast regionals, which is cool because I am located on the West Coast. I mean, I would love to go to all of them. You know, wouldn't that be the dream? You know, but I mean, it's so exciting. There's a lot more than there.
One in France and I believe one in Australia.
Wow. Okay, 4 international
But
championships.
please fact check me because I have that wrong.
Yeah,
Don't come out for anyone but me.
That's even more exciting. 4 international championships. Wow, yeah. A lot more events to cover, a lot more opportunity for these trainers to show their diverse creative strategies. I mean, I didn't think going into the Pokemon Go World Championships that I would be most impressed with a Samurai Master. I didn't think like, oh, like this is what's gonna impress me most at the World Championships. First, I didn't think I would see it. And secondly, it's just so cool to see each player create their own path in Pokemon, in the multiple games that we have here, and specifically in the inaugural season of Pokemon Go.
I got a question for you. If you're ever competing at one of these regionals, maybe a West Coast one, can I hold you to something here?
Okay.
You have to bring, I'm not even gonna say Electrode, you have to bring an electric Pokemon. At least one on your roster.
Deal.
Okay, all right.
Deal.
Everyone's seen this, right?
Deal, yeah.
So when Butters shows up to regionals and we're casting his battle, Electrode or electric Pokemon on the screen, we gotta call shenanigans.
A lot of bench pressure, but I will bring that electric type to the regional, and who knows, maybe I will do well. But I love my position here. I'm very happy that I'm in front of the cameras casting here instead of on this main stage. That's a tough stage to be on as you see these competitors are getting ready for the game number 2. I have a lot of respect for these trainers. It's the bright lights, there's a crowd, everyone's watching, people are watching back home, and you still have to perform at a really high level.
Yeah, you know, it's very easy to just watch the battles and be like, why would they do this? Why would they do that? But you have so much information. We have so much information too. You see both trainer screens. You see exactly what they bring. You see all the energy on both sides, whereas these trainers have to predict what's in the back lines, have to keep track of not only their own energy, but their opponent's energy too. Know which Pokemon will win charge room priority, know which ones won't. And it's just a lot to balance all in the short span of maybe 2 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, you know what's even more impressive about that? We see all the information, see part of the information. They only see their side, and they already have a full plan, full strategy, and they execute.
Yes, for sure. So very impressive, and a lot of things to juggle there too for these different trainers here. And yeah, I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. There's times where we're like, we didn't even see the win coming, but they somehow make it happen. So I think these trainers are getting back and getting ready to start game number 2 very soon.
Yeah, speaking of making it happen, we are going to be getting this game number 2 kind of iced each other out a little bit. One, we'll see what the adjustment is to deal with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales into game number 2. Looks like we are just about to have a lock-in with these 2 Korean trainers in the winners round number 4.
Yeah, you know, again, how does JB Yang address that Kanto Ninetales without the Altaria? I feel like you have to bring the Altaria every single time.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, because it's the only answer. I mean, you could just try to tag team the Ninetales and do the best you can, and this is not where the Altaria wants to be because it's met by the Registeel. You do see that Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the back. What do you swap into? You say swap the Medicham, and it's instantly met by the Altaria.
You know, this is an interesting position here too. The Medicham does have that double super effective Ice Punch. It is throwing resisted counters here, so the Altaria can forego not shielding at least one of these Ice Punches, but you also have super effective Sky Attack, and these Dragon Breaths are really adding up against this Medicham.
Yeah, I mean, it's double super effective. Look how much it did. You have to protect shield. Looks like, once again, JB Yang is going to try to go for the alignment. And if you couldn't match up the Altaria versus the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, maybe that is your win condition.
Yeah, and you see another Ice Punch come through here. I would expect a shield from Godon, an instant shield here, wanting to maintain switch advantage because that Ninetales is going to be really well positioned in avoiding that Altaria on JB Yang's side.
Yeah, and the next Sky Attack is going through, and it's another Protect Shield. Once again, JB Yang really trying to knock out this Altaria so it doesn't have to have his Altaria versus a Registeel, and instead on the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, which he is expecting. But the Ice Punch is going to get Protect Shield here, and you can't counter down. It's going to be a race between Ice Punch and Sky Attack.
Dude, you got to look at this, too. You're throwing resisted counters against the Altaria, and Altaria's throwing neutral Dragon Breaths, and it's almost still taking it out. And now we come in with a Registeel, though, and this is exactly the matchup that Godon wants for the Altaria here, wanting the Registeel locked in, and that way you have the Shadow Ninetales to avoid it.
I really like that play by JB Yang, though, knowing that he was going to lose the matchup. He tried to go Dragon Breath in and kind of just try to take out the Altaria before Godon could switch out, but Godon was too quick. It brought in the Registeel. Now one Zap Cannon has gone through, and it can be patient until it throws the next one.
Yeah, you know, and this is looking very bleak for JBN, but I think there is still a potential here to win, and throwing the Sky Attack right on charge from priority here is the CMP. If it's CMP, that's going to be absolutely huge for JB Yang.
And we do know that this Altaria is still switch locked, so do you undercharge this? This is going to be a skillful undercharge, or yes, it is going to be a skillful undercharge attempted by Godon, and it's perfect, no, but only gets one lock-on down.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting, actually coming in with the Medicham here instead of building up energy on the Trevenant, and now leaving with energy here. But this Trevenant is building energy quickly to Shadow Ball, doesn't get to it, and it is going to be throwing it on charge from priority right when the Weather Ball is reached, and that's the difficult part with Ember. It doesn't generate energy as quickly as Fire Spin.
And this does so much, and it almost knocks out, but Godon! 1 HP the Dream is able to hold on and Weather Ball this Trevenant to knock it out. Yeah, and now this Ninetales is really low. All three Pokemon to Godon have no health.
Oh, and let's not forget, and it's a simultaneous knockout there, unfortunately, and Godon playing really well, but JB Yang making it super close. They're having the energy for the Ice Punch. We're needing to keep the energy for the Altaria there.
Wow, what a intense matchup. I mean, JB Yang just tried to do everything that he could to get into these games. He was losing alignment, and then he was trying to double shield to get alignment, and then he realized he couldn't have it, so he tried to come in with the Altaria Dragon Breath really quick before the opponent can react, but Godon was too quick to switch and takes it 2-0 because of the key advantage of having the Kanto Ninetales instead of the Alolan.
Yeah, that was definitely a very tough matchup for JB Yang in general. The composition there was definitely on Godon's side there for sure. But that's not going to be the last time we're going to see JB Yang. JB Yang is moving to the losers bracket though, so still has a shot at making it into the top 8 for day number 2.
Yeah, impressive play. I mean, I know that he went 0-2 here, but it was a tough hill to climb. We mentioned how it was the most similar team I think I've seen with 4 Pokemon the same, but then just had a huge disadvantage with the wrong Ninetales running the Alolan instead of that Shadow Kanto Ninetales with Ember, maybe inspired by Cindy. So tough break, but we've seen earlier how well he can play. I think 2-0ing King earlier in the tournament and is in winners round 4. So now we'll drop to the loser bracket, but is not out quite yet.
Yes, absolutely. You know, something that I thought was really interesting is that Medicham actually brought the Altaria's health quite low, throwing resisted counters and taking neutral Dragon Breaths, but still almost able to take out the Altaria in the 2-shield scenario.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, if it possibly got a couple more counters of energy advantage, it could win that matchup, but I think Godon was just too quick. It swapped to Altaria really fast, and so it just was going to outpace that Sky Attack, but it was impressive because that Ice Punch is double super effective, and just those counters just keep wearing on that Cloud over there. I don't know how it is to counter a Cloud, but it was working. So
counter a Cloud and a Bird at the same time.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, counter one of the best moves in the game as well too, so definitely something to take note of if you're new to Go Battle League. I know there's a Fighting Cup right now too, so a lot of fighting Pokemon that may be utilizing that counter move, one of the best moves in the game for PvP.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, counter, Shadow Claw, Mud Shot, a lot of the Powdered Snow, a lot of these 2-turn fast moves seem to be very strong, and they generate energy quickly, plus they do a good amount of damage. Specifically, counter is good because there's so many things weak to fighting that are meta relevant, like the Wall Rain, the Registeel, the Lickitung. There's just, and then not a ton of things resist it, and sometimes if they do resist it, they're kind of a more risky Pokemon. So you almost see most teams have either a fighter or pseudo fighting type to try to deal with what we would call steel or tank types in a way of the opponent.
Yeah, Lickitung looks very strong without those fighting or counter users there too. And so it definitely exposes your team to quite a few weaknesses. But at the same time, you know, there's always a trade-off. Some players like to build very balanced teams of 6 Pokemon, whereas others like to build imbalanced teams. And sometimes the imbalanced teams are what throw your opponents off the most, because, you know, you may be able to kind of address like one leak, but then you have like 10 other leaks you have to address because they just overwhelm you with a certain type of Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean, most of these trainers are trying to have the most balanced team as possible, but that's what makes, I think, this inaugural Pokemon Go World Championship so difficult, is the variety. You mentioned that it may have like a couple of leaks over there that you didn't even realize. Like, oh, I didn't realize that Samurott was a big counter to my team because I never see Samurott.
Yes.
And then now suddenly you get here, you're looking down in the eyes of a Samurott and you're like, wait, I didn't prepare for this. My team is not necessarily balanced for this. So that's what makes it so difficult, because you can only show 6 Pokemon. You can only have 6 Pokemon on your team. And as we've seen today, there's been, I mean, how many Pokemon total do you think has been showcased here? I mean, I would guess like at least 30, like maybe even more. So there's so many options that you have to prepare for.
Yeah, you know, and I think this is one of the really cool things about Pokemon Go is the expanded roster of viable Pokemon in Open Great League especially is growing day to day. You know, we have more and more options. And so you have some Pokemon like Azumarill and Skarmory that have been really relevant in Pokemon Go PvP since the very beginning in 2019 when the PvP was first introduced. And some of those Pokemon you'll see are still around, but on top of that, now you got the Tapu Fini, now you got the Shadow Nidoqueen, now you got the Registeel with the Zap Cannon. So a lot of variety, and you know, maybe we'll see some more variety as we go into our next match. I believe it is ready. Yeah,
and speaking to that, one of the cool things is a Pokemon that maybe is not great now could get a move change or some new moves, and it could be meta relevant. So make sure to try to catch every Pokemon you can so that you never know which one will be meta relevant and can take you to the World Championships as we go into this next matchup here. Down on the stage, I believe it will be Crescent Angels versus Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah, Crescent Angels versus Lurgan Rocket. This is going to be in the winners round 4 as well, too. Both trainers have not lost a single battle here. And if you look at the bracket, both trainers went through quite the gauntlet to get here. Crescent Angels beating out Sir Panicalots, Andrew Manharis, who finished 2nd in North America International Championships, and Gobius. And we got Lurgan Rocket, who beat Pokesquirk and beat Dancing Rob as well, too. I believe we saw both Pokesquirk and Dancing Rob on stream earlier today. So really impressive battles for both trainers, and very excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, look at that shirt, too. It has all these signatures on it. I mean, boldness right there. I think we ran into him yesterday, and he was saying, like, oh, I'm going to have this shirt signed so you can see it on stage, calling out that he's going to make it far in the tournament. And look, here it is. The shirt is on stage with a lot of trainers' signatures. That's very impressive, calling his own destiny there.
No, I love it. I love it. And we're about to have the teams pulled up very soon here. You want to take away with Lurgan Rocket's team?
Yes, and just like before, when you were redeemed with your Shadow Victory Bell prediction, finally, a Cresselia is making it far, because I thought Cresselia was going to do okay in this tournament, but it is the Shadow Nidoqueen, the Walrein, Cresselia, Scrafty, Diggersby, and another Tapu Fini.
Yeah, and on Crescent Angel's side, we see the Alolan Ninetales, the Obstagoon, the Venusaur, not the Shadow Venusaur, the non-Shadow Venusaur, Purified Sableye, Swampert, and Registeel. Something really interesting about this matchup is there are 12 different Pokemon on both teams combined. There's no overlap at all, which is really interesting here. And I believe Lurgan Rocket also used the Cresselia and Diggersby core quite a bit in Liverpool, which was the regionals that Lurgan Rocket won.
I'm really glad you pointed that out. I don't think we've ever seen that, where it's 12 possible Pokemon here, completely different teams. The first thing I'm looking at is Crescent Angels Alolan Ninetales only has one thing that resists it, the Shadow Nidoqueen, and then it's pretty good against the Walrein, amazing against Scrafty, but at least Diggersby can fight back with those fire punches. Tapu should be okay, and Cresselia should be okay as well.
Yeah, even though there's only one hard check to Lone Ninetales, a lot of soft checks with Lurkin Rocket's team because it's just so much bulk. You got the Cresselia, the Diggersby, the Walrein, all very bulky. Shadow Nidoqueen, even though it's a Shadow variant, can still tank a bit of damage. Tapu Fini, a little bit on the frail side, and Scrafty, a pretty bulky fighter.
And I wonder if Venusaur is in a really good position here as well, because it's pretty good against the Scrafty, Diggersby, Tapu, and Cresselia, because it usually resists everything the Cresselia throws, except for the fast move Psycho Cuts, because most Cresselias do tend to run Grass Knot and Moonblast and not the Future Sight. And it's neutral against Nidoqueen and can still do super effective damage against the opposing Walrein.
Yeah, I think this Venusaur is actually very, very strong into Lurkin Rocket's team. Like you said, a lot of really solid matchups there, and you know, even against the Nidoqueen and the Walrein, you can still do neutral and super effective damage back to them. So I would expect this Venusaur to be in every single match.
Yeah, I mean, and how do you counter it? You probably have to bring that Walrein, so maybe the Obstagoon comes out. But the thing is, the pseudo fighter Obstagoon is very weak to fighting, and it's a dark type, and so is Scrafty. And so in this specific situation, these dark type fighters, Scrafty seems to take it because it just counters through the Obstagoon. But how scared will you be to run that Scrafty? Because it could be some kind of a Lonely Ninetales Venusaur core.
Yeah, you know, and it's kind of tough to bring that Scrafty, just like you said, because the low Ninetales is going to be doing a lot of damage to it, and expecting the Venusaur to show up in a lot of matches too. You definitely want to avoid that matchup as well. You can't really even bait it with Power Punch as much, because most Venusaur trainers know you can tank the foul play no problem, especially when it's a non-boosted Scrafty. And this is also the non-Shadow variant Venusaur. We saw a lot of Shadow Venusaur today and yesterday, but not so much non-Shadow.
Yeah, looking at this, I feel like Crescent Angels just has so many options, because the Registeel looks quite good too, because Registeel resists everything from the Cresselia, is really good against Tapu Fini, pretty good against Walrein, can still do things against Diggersby, although it does lose to Diggersby because Diggersby does have that Mudshot, Earthquake, Fire Punch. It can at least grab a shield from a Scrafty with that Focus Blast, and against Nidoqueen, yes, you do have everything resisted, but you resist the poison yourself.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right there too. So definitely very curious to see how both trainers played out. You know, I will say the Tapu Fini matchup against Registeel is not as bad as it may seem. If you have shields up, that water gun damage really starts adding up, and most Registeels do not shield that first surf. But then they're forced to start shielding the surfs when you start shielding, and then their shields become a little bit less valuable after that.
And it's important to know, because if it's okay against Reggie, then
Interesting spot there too. Alone Ninetales is very under as well, so Crescent Angels probably trying their best to protect that Swampert and the Venusaur there too.
yeah, I mean, Swampert at least has, well, the thing is, Cresselia is a quite good Swampert matchup as well, but I mean, I'm just so happy that we're seeing 12 unique Pokemon on the stage here, which is pretty rare, because I mean, a lot of the teams have these high usage Pokemon like the Sableye, the Registeel. You see them all across the screen, but they're just spread out a bit. And then Lurkin Rocket is decided to use an old core. I think I've mentioned this before, but the first regional that Play Pokemon has was the Liverpool regional, and the winner of that did run Cresselia and Diggersby.
Yeah, you know, and I thought maybe the meta changed enough that we weren't going to see that a lot too, because in Europe International Championships, you kind of stayed away from Cresselia and stayed away from Diggersby, and it seems like it never really made a big comeback. But Lurkin Rocket saying, you know what, I'm going to stay true to my roots, and this won me a Liverpool Regionals, and I'm going to try to win all of Worlds with it.
Yeah, exactly. And then bringing, I think, a new Pokemon, the Tapu Fini. So we're going to see how it matches up here. We're going to get into these games shortly. Just stay with us. We're going to be talking about this matchup a little more. But like I mentioned, we met Lurkin Rocket yesterday. We met him up here, and I didn't realize he was a competitor here. Did you realize he was?
I didn't recognize him with the mask on. But,
right.
Seeing that shirt, yes, my signature is somewhere around there, and I assume yours is too.
Yeah, mine I think is on his right shoulder, but he was just getting signatures from everyone, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then I think he did say like, oh, so you can see it on stage, and I kind of just went past me. It went over my head. I didn't think about it at all, but I mean, look at that. He is on stage with that shirt, so that's really impressive, thinking that, okay, I'm gonna play really well, I'm gonna make it on stage, and I'm gonna show off all these fellow trainers. So that's pretty cool from Lurkin Rocket.
Yeah, I wonder if his approach is after facing opponent. Do you get their signature, or do you get their signature before you face them?
Oh, that's true. That's a very good point because, I mean, especially if you're getting far in the tournament, you're going to be facing a lot of opponents.
Yeah.
I feel like he was just getting signatures but then, yeah, I guess it's kind of weird if you're facing an opponent that you have the signature on your T-shirt of, but who knows? Do you see Crescent Angels anywhere? No, I don't know.
We're going to need to zoom in a little bit on the shirt for that part, but yeah, very, very excited to see how this battle shakes out there too.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any obstruct from the Obstagoon yet. All the Obstagoons have been running that Night Slash and Cross Chop. None of the Community Day move obstruct. I believe it's the first move ever that buffs you and debuffs the opponent.
Yes, yeah, there's a couple moves such as Ancient Power that will buff your attack and your own defense, but so there's chances of buffing two different stats, but never one that buffs your own stats and debuffs your opponent's stats.
Right.
So it's going to be a first time and maybe one of first of many for the future of these moves. And I think that's one of the coolest things about Pokemon Go PvP is that you have different kinds of moves introduced constantly in the meta, and those things can shake up. Like you said, right? Some Pokemon have been around for a while. Beedrill, for example, has been around for a long, long time, but no one was really using it competitively until they gave it Drill Run during Community Day a few years ago, and now Beedrill's everywhere, and they have the Shadow variation of Beedrill, so doing even more damage. And there might be some Pokemon that you see that might not be so good, and all of a sudden they bring the Shadow variation of it.
As well, I think that's a little bit, Beedrill wasn't really used that much, but then now, like, it just seems like it's decent in the current meta, so it just kind of got inserted there. And I know King lost that matchup, but I was thoroughly impressed with the Beedrill. I think in game number 1,
Of course, I don't shield.
wow. I mean, you could use probably a Protect Shield, but that's impressive that the Drill Run, which is only single resisted because of the Fire subtype, and then just the Poison Jab just add up. Another one of those moves that's a 2-turn fast move that is just really good and go be well-statted move and good type.
Where the expertise of the bee handler really comes in handy because they know that they just need a shield after landing a Drill Run, and they know that I'm probably never going to shield the Drill Run there, and they can win switch advantage, and let's just say the match didn't go so well for me afterward.
Yeah, right. I mean, that comes down to the mastery that we've talked about. These trainers who key in on these specific Pokemon because they think they have a good opportunity in the meta, and they just get better and better through repetition, through learning matchups, and they just improve. And these other trainers might not be prepared for it, and you can use that to your advantage. If you're using the same Pokemon everyone else is using, you might not have as big as an advantage.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right there, too.
I think they are about set up. Oh, look, we see another competitor from the last chance qualifiers, Azure on the t-shirt there as well. Marcelo, look, a lot of these trainers have competed, so he might have some opponents on there. I think for sure this is another shirt.
And I went with wherever.
So who's one and who's number 2? Bastiodon or Gyarados?
Oh, Gyarados for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, have you seen the pin today? My Magikarp finally evolved into Gyarados.
It is beautiful. I did notice that.
Yes.
I did notice that.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Your pin game is on point, my friend.
And you have the Alolan. It's probably the best personification of you.
Yeah.
Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, some people are surprised. I am maybe. So these trainers have made number 2 and eventually become the first Pokemon champions.
Yeah, and I believe if we have this correct here, the winner of this matchup, round number 4 here for winners rounds, will move on to day 2, guaranteed.
Okay.
So this is a big match, even though this is still the winners bracket, and losing here is not going to knock you out of the tournament. This could definitely lift some stress off of you and say, whew, I'm done, I can rest up.
Prominent in his versus the Shadow Nidoqueen, which is probably one of the best matchups for Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah, and we actually see a Registeel swap into the Nidoqueen here. Going to be very interesting. We do have the Swampert in the back, so maybe that's the matchup that they really want here. But this Nidoqueen is going to resist all these charge moves from this Registeel.
I like this decision by Lurgan to take the Focus Blast before swapping to Scrafty. That was really smart because that Focus Blast will cause a shield from Lurgan.
Yes, and now these counters are going to start adding up again. I think a great call to absorb that damage there too. And then now these Focus Blasts are going to threaten, but Crescent Angels actually going for the Zap Cannon. I really like this play. It's going to debuff this Scrafty. Scrafty is up one attack stage earlier from the Power Punch, so they're back to their normal attack value here. Now charging up a little bit extra energy and now throwing another Power Punch to try to counter down this Registeel.
I believe the Power Punch plus counters will knock out this Registeel before it gets to a next move. And swapping, the Switch Timer came back on, trying to save that Registeel for later at literally 1 health, maybe for a sack swap. This is a best buddy Venusaur, and the foul play is going to be coming through. There are 2 Protect Shields remaining for Crescent Angel.
Yeah, and Crescent Angel going to spend this first, going to shield the Earth Power. This Venusaur is coming out with max energy here, and it's going to start throwing these Frenzy Plants. And this is a tough situation because you don't really want to shield this, but you do have the trusty Wall Ring in the back here.
And suddenly Crescent Angels doesn't have any Protect Shields. And yes, there is the Wall Ring in the back, but it's loaded on energy is the Venusaur. So it's going to force a Protect Shield here, and it's going to be very close to who gets the next charge move first. I think the Wall Ring is a little quicker to the move.
Yeah, and Walmart is going to have to throw his Icicle Spear very quickly and does throw it right away to avoid a charge from priority here against the Venusaur. And this is going to be really tough now because you have the Swampert now against the Wall Ring, but Swampert's Earthquakes are no joke as well.
Yeah, and look, Lurgan's Rocket, Scrafty is just pretty healthy. So this is an uphill battle for Crescent Angels. Has the Shiny Swampert here, decides to go for an Icicle Spear. Lurgan Rocket's going to need 2 of them to knock out the Swampert. But like you mentioned, this Wall Ring's probably in Earthquake range.
Yeah, and maybe we see a catch here. Both trainers farming a little extra, and Crescent Angels anticipating a catch. This could be disastrous for Lurgan Rocket, because if this Hydro Cannon does not knock out the Scrafty, can get even more extra energy, and it doesn't knock out. And we see, oh my God, the catch on the Registeel from Crescent Angels. What a catch there.
What a play, but did Crescent Angels need to save that sack swap for the Wall Rain? He needs 1 more mud shot for an Earthquake. Can he get to that mud shot? It's charge move priority. I can't believe it.
Does this knock out the Wall Ring? Wall Ring's not at full health here. This is not a Shadow Swampert, but Earthquake is still going to do a lot of damage, and it takes out the Wall Ring here. What a...
On your timing of the opponent, and they're not in just barely, and it was tough for the Scrafty. I think that Scrafty would have preferred to get knocked out because the Scrafty lived. Crescent Angel was able to get an extra mud shot, and then after another one, he was at the Earthquake to knock out the Wall Rain.
You know, and here's the incredible part too. These trainers are super dialed in. They know the entry count so well. Crescent Angels was aware that Lurgan's Rocket Scrafty was almost at that Power Punch. I completely forgot that there was a Power Punch ready. I was like, okay, the Scrafty's just going to get maybe farmed down from the Swampert, but no. Understanding exactly how much energy the opponent's Pokemon has there, and even anticipating the catch from the Scrafty. They're not throwing the Earthquake right away against the Wall Ring, throwing the Hydro Cannon after seeing the swap, and then maximizing more energy there and getting the Earthquake on charge move.
In a situation where it had 2 Protect Shield and started getting a little bit of energy, he did devote both Protect Shields to that Venusaur. So how is Lurgan Rocket going to adapt to that style in game number 2?
Yeah, Venusaur, like we said, looked really strong. And it seems like, you know, that strongest Pokemon, you might as well just bring into every game if you have played there. You have the Nidoqueen and the Wall Ring.
Lead against the Nidoqueen, which is kind of neutral, right? But instantly swapped it into Registeel. And I thought it was a brilliant play from it on energy on your Shadow Nidoqueen, and you make that energy on the Registeel not very efficient because it's not very effective on the Shadow Nidoqueen. And then Scrafty had a little bit of easier time, even though I think it did get baited on a Zap Cannon.
It did get baited on Zap Cannon, and Crescent Angels actually understanding that now the Switch Timers are misaligned, they could bring the Venusaur back into the Scratch and start farming energy a lot sooner, right? So countering Lurgan Rocket's play of staying in and tanking the focus buys and making Lurgan Rocket pay by mistiming the Switch Timers and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, excellent point, because he got all the way back to his Switch Timer to swap out the Registeel and then use that at the end of the game. As we get into game number 2 here, it is going to be Shadow Nidoqueen into a Swampert, so pretty terrible matchup for the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, and we see the lone Ninetales here too, and this is exactly what you don't want to see. A lone Ninetales, Charm Ninetales coming in. This Wall Ring is going to be in a ton of trouble. Even the Earthquake is not going to be enough here, and we might see Crescent Angels just no shield this Earthquake and just go straight for the Charm down, having energy for the Nidoqueen. That Nidoqueen needs to shield. No, actually deciding to shield the Earthquake.
Yeah, Lurgan Rocket is really far behind in this game already, as these charms are just wearing down on the Walrein. Can it get the one more? It did. It got the one more. Oh, and it's no shielded. Can Lurgan Rocket flip this? Will this Earthquake be enough to knock out the Alolan Ninetales? It's not.
Wow, look at the calculation from Crescent Angels too, knowing that you can't just charm down without tanking 2 different Earthquakes, thinking that the first Earthquake is probably one of the safest ones to shield here. And we do see the Poison Jab go through here. And let's see if we can get the second Weather Ball off or not. But this first Weather Ball is going to go no shielded from the Nidoqueen. And no, the second one doesn't come through.
Yeah, Crescent Angels tried to get the back-to-back, but the Poison Jab did knock out the Alolan Ninetales. And Swap tried to catch on a Hydro Cannon, and it's met by the Venusaur, but Venusaur is down a Protect Shield now.
Yeah, and we see Lurgan Rocket laughing a little bit here. This is tough because Venusaur is going to resist every move that this Tapu Fini can throw. The Water Gun, the Surf, and the Moonblast. Venusaur is really earning that Best Buddy ribbon today, really showing why it's a staple on Crescent Angels' team here.
And going for the big move here, and it's no shielded. This is resisted though, but we have seen Tapu Fini has higher attack stat than Azumarill, so did a decent amount there. Now all of Tapu Fini's hopes is to be able to water gun through this Venusaur before this might happen, Caleb. It might be able to water gun through this Venusaur. No, but just decided to let the Tapu Fini go.
Yeah, and I think this is a tough spot too because the Swampert has so much energy there, and Crescent Angels playing that perfectly there, leaving as little farm as possible for that Nidoqueen. And look at how much energy Swampert has. This is such a tough position here. You need to have so much energy, and I think Lurgan Rocket is going to concede to a very dominant performance from Crescent Angels. Yeah, really well played from both trainers, but Crescent Angels definitely coming out on top, especially with the advantage there too.
Yeah, Crescent Angels got some good alignment there and played it precisely. Kind of pulled the win out of the hat in game number 1. And then game number 2 just had that Venusaur in the back, was able to match up against the Tapu Fini, take that 2-0 to move on to day number 2.
Yeah, I believe Crescent Angels will be one of our first competitors to make it into the top 8 for day number 2 of World Championships in London for Pokemon Go. Well deserved, especially after that dominating performance from Crescent Angels, but definitely excited to see how Lurgan Rocket responds in the losers bracket. Lurgan Rocket is still not out of this tournament just yet.
Yeah, I really like Lurgan Rocket's team, so best of luck in that losers bracket. Very impressive there. A really close game number 1, almost pulled it off, but the amazing play by Crescent Angels was able to 2-0 win that series, go on to day number 2 here at the first ever Pokemon Go World Championships.
Yeah, and what a read there too, expecting the Walrein safe swap and having that lone Ninetales ready for it too. Having a team pretty weak to Shadow Nidoqueen, but again, able to maneuver around, especially with that Swampert into the Nidoqueen lead there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just tough. I mean, they're both ground types, but Swampert just dominates that matchup. And it just gets the Hydro Cannon so quickly. It's unlike the Walrein, where sometimes you know the Walrein wins that matchup versus Shadow Nidoqueen, but if you don't protect shield, the Shadow Nidoqueen can just poison jab through. But against the Swampert, you are resisting that poison damage, and you're just so quick to Hydro Cannons. It's just a hard counter.
Yes, absolutely. And we've seen a lot of great battles so far, and we still have a few more to go. We're rounding out our winners bracket, but we still have plenty of competitors in the losers bracket too. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back after a short break.
Hard. We can't wait to get there. We're ready to go, Gabby. I think we should.
As spicy and as amazingly as we can, since day one has been truly an incredible event so far.
We always want to end things on a high note, and we have two pairs of trainers that are really going to succeed in that regard. We can't wait to get there. We're ready to go, Gabby. I think we should head right down to the stage and take a look.
The amazing thing about this part of the tournament is that these trainers that we're featuring on stage just now, we've actually already seen already in the competition so far today. We're going to be featuring a match-up between It's Axon and Zardy. Both trainers we featured earlier. It's Axon actually running the same exact team he used to win the North American International Championships. And, you know, while we get these trainers loaded in and ready to battle, you know, I want to take a moment to talk about that, because a lot of times in competitive games, you don't necessarily bring the same team, you bring the same strategies as you used to win a major tournament that was also the most major tournament that all of these competitors were most likely looking at when trying to figure out what to play here. So the fact that he not only did that, but is still alive in this tournament, still in contention for Top Cut tomorrow, is truly incredible.
It's just a situation where one of these trainers is just a favorite to win it, winning NAIC. This trainer has won so many sets straight, I've lost count. It's Axon is absolutely on fire, and I think what this really speaks to is mastery. I think that's the key word here, mastering the team, knowing how your opponent is going to respond, and just taking on any challenge that comes your way, and just trusting in yourself to overcome your opponents time and time again. And these trainers have had time to study the film, the game tape, to look at this team, to build counter teams to It's Axon's team, because it was so significant and powerful at the North American International Championships. But again, It's Axon is not willing to change things up, as we've seen a lot of trainers change from the last chance qualifiers to day one of Worlds.
Yeah, and you know, when I'm personally analyzing a metagame, trying to figure out what trainers are going to be bringing into a tournament, and as a result, what I should be bringing into a tournament, you know, I do focus on those championship winning teams. And Zardy, if you recall from earlier, had a very interesting pick of Deoxys Defense Form, Kofagrigus, and the Obstagoon on his team. And that's just so spicy. You have to wonder if It's Axon's team was one of the influences that he was using when trying to figure out, okay, these are the Pokemon I want to run. Like, you know, he's practiced against this lineup. You know that he has a game plan. And I just can't help but wonder if some of the spice on his team is like an indication of, okay, this is how I handle this exact matchup.
Exactly right, and we do see some favorable situations here for It's Axon as well. If you look at that Lickitung, it's been such a force, such a staple of It's Axon's team compositions. It's got favorable matchups against that Kofagrigus. It can definitely stay in those matchups against Azumarill and the Walrein, and it will bring that defense form Deoxys perilously close to KO due to the super effective lick damage. So I don't know, I would actually venture to say that Zardy may be a little bit off guard here with It's Axon's team. It looks really powerful, especially the Lickitung.
It does, it does. does, but again, there's so much predictability in facing the previous North American International Champion, the most recent event at the World Championships. Like,
Yeah.
I really like to look at how trainers prepare for tournaments like this. I think that it's, you know, just as important as competing the day of. And I just don't see a situation where you're preparing for this tournament and you haven't practiced this matchup. I mean, Zardy certainly is taking his time to consider and, you know, figure out the line that he wants. But once he goes for it, I think we're going to jump into this battle real quickly. Again, this is most likely something that he's at least practiced, so we'll have to see if that game plan will pan out. As we get started with this game one, it's going to be the Deoxys defense form versus the Shadow Nidoqueen for winners round 4.
Now, the longer this matchup goes on, the better it is for that Shadow Nidoqueen. We know the Poison Fang effect is going to continue to kind of melt that defense form Deoxys, but actually opting to go straight for the Poison Fang and then the Psycho Boost on the same turn interval here. And what that means is that this defense form Deoxys will likely draw away the first shield from this Nidoqueen because this first Psycho Boost will do the most damage. Actually, no shielding. This is a lot of damage here, and we know Axon knows the counts. He knows that's a Psycho Boost. We do see that switch into the Wall Rain, counter swap, and there's a Lickitung.
Yeah, that Lickitung is going to enjoy being in front of this Wall Rain as those Power Whips will be super effective. Wall Rain does have the opportunity to build up to 2 Icicle Spheres or 1 Earthquakes, depending on how Zardy is feeling, but for now, forced to shield against the Power Whip.
Definitely a correct shield call there that will deal a lot of super effective damage as we do see the Icicle Spear start to get fired off here. Both of these Pokemon gathered some energy, and Wall Rain is going to start to deploy these charge attacks to try to chip away at the Lickitung, but it's a tough uphill climb here as the second Icicle Spear gets fired off.
Yeah, you need so much energy to break through this Lickitung and also to even get to the point where you apply shield pressure. Lickitung finally down in the red, has 2 shields available to it. Going for that last Power Whip is almost there. So if it's Axon wants to go for it, you just use that shield and then you are smooth sailing from here on out.
And we do see another Icicle Spear getting fired off here as well. Zardy, great counting there, throwing the initial Icicle Spear just before Lickitung had reached the Power Whip energy. We do see a shield here from its Axon as well, really wanting to pin down this matchup, but no way. Zardy switches in that defense from Deoxys, and its Axon is ready. Here comes the Sableye.
Yeah, Zardy possibly hoping to catch a charged move there, but was just a little bit too slow, and it's Axon able to adjust now, forced to throw the Thunderbolt, which is not going to do a ton of damage, but will bring Sableye down below half, which will be helpful for the Pokemon that Zardy has remaining in the back. One of them we still haven't seen revealed yet.
You're exactly right. One Pokemon is fresh and ready to go. We do see a Psycho Boost getting fired off here. This is not a lot of damage at all. Not very effective, as the screen there would indicate, and defense form Deoxys finally faints. The important note here is that the Sableye is loaded with energy, and it typically has a bad matchup against Obstagoon. However, if you can land that return, it does flip things. And we do see a shield bait as well.
That foul play will take away one of Zardy's shields. Wouldn't have done a ton of damage. Now both trainers are without shields. Sableye does have a quick opportunity to recover, though, with the return. This is going to connect.
This is going to connect absolutely and deal a lot of damage there as the Obstagoon does kind of shrug it off, but it's now in the yellow in terms of HP. 2 very weak Pokemon, though. Its Axon is down to his last legs.
It's all going to come down to how much energy its Axon has banked. Could possibly get to a Poison Fang, but instead that Body Slam, an instant switch into that attack. It will take out the Obstagoon, and now the Wall Rain is the last Pokemon remaining for Zardy.
It's Axon swapping in the middle of the counter that throws another Body Slam here. He has a charge attack loaded on his Nidoqueen as well. This might be it.
This might be it. It's gonna be close. Wall Rain able to hold on, and it looks like the Poison Fang is fired off first for the KO.
It's Axon coming in here, combo after combo, and delivering a strike here with the Poison Fang to secure the knockout. It's Axon, absolutely deadly.
Still on a winning streak ever since the North American International Championships. This is the winner's side of the bracket. That means that its Axon has not lost a single set since that tournament, which is absolutely insane. And with such a confident run in his team, you can see why that game was so close, but that Nidoqueen had just enough energy, just enough time to get to that Poison Fang. And Zardy, I think, is going to be forced to think very hard about the adjustments he needs to make going into this game.
I absolutely agree. Definitely some tough situations there, but it's Axon. All he does is win, 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 and we did see another win there, but it's not over yet. Zardy looking to bring this series back. I think he was very close, and there were some unconventional plays here made by It's Axon that really, I think, broke through the mold and threw Zardy for a loop. For example, in the middle of the counter, switching in the Lickitung to throw the body slam and negating almost 2 charge attacks worth of energy. That was such a clutch play, and this is a really interesting facet of It's Axon's play. We've seen him be very dynamic. We talked about changing up styles, being a dynamic and diverse player, and we see this here, a lot of late switches when It's Axon typically likes to play for switch advantage. He plays more calmly, energy advantage. He tries to kind of maneuver his way through the matchup and really kind of showing flashes of different styles in this game number 1.
Yeah, and I think that's what it takes to win a tournament like the North American International Championships and possibly even the World Championships. You have to have that flexibility and that confidence, not only in your team, but in yourself, to be able to recognize the situations where your other styles of gameplay may put you at a disadvantage. So Zardy, you know, I think possibly maybe expecting It's Axon to follow some early switches and follow that kind of gameplay style. Now the cat's out of the bag. You know, he knows this is how he's going to approach that matchup, barring any adjustments on It's Axon side of the field. So, you know, going into this game, it's going to be a tough adjustment. You have to think you are just one loss away from dropping down to the loser's side of the bracket. And as we go into game 2 of this set, it's going to be the Shadow Nidoqueen and the Walrein facing off.
Now this is a positive lead, and we do see the switch out there and into the Sableye. This is a bit tricky as well because you recognize that the Walrein is the best answer to the Nidoqueen, but you need to manage the Sableye, and you cannot reach for one of your reserve Pokemon because both of them will ultimately lose those matchups.
They will, but for now, that Sableye taking a little bit of chip damage, getting to the return and throwing a foul play, hoping to fake Zardy out and get one of his shields.
Now, this team information is important. It's Axon is probably already making some deductions. He recognizes that this Walrein is a stopping point here for the Sableye, and he will decide to shield it. He's going to test this water and ice-type Walrein.
I am very curious to see if we're going to see a second shield from Zardy as the return is almost ready. It's Axon throwing a split second too soon there, but gets the shield anyway. Zardy confirming, yes, the Walrein is the Pokemon I want to take out this Sableye, and it's only a couple of powdered snows away. Goes for the Icicle Sphere, and it looks like it's Axon not going to shield, lets the Sableye go.
Finally lets Sableye go, is very content with the shield advantage. He's got a very bulky Lickitung to bring in here as well, but switch advantage was secured by Zardy there, which could be critical as the matchup plays on. We do see this first Icicle Spear get deployed. Again, Lickitung just kind of bounces around, doesn't really mind the damage too much. It's going to need at least 2 or 3 more to knock out.
Yeah, it looks like Zardy is also very comfortable here, just letting this Walrein go down. Walrein got the knockout he needed in that Sableye, and now just going to keep throwing Icicle Spheres for the time being. Lickitung could certainly end this matchup quite quickly with a Power Whip, but Axon clicking the Body Slam instead, I think very smartly conserving energy for whatever Zardy has in the back.
This is actually a pretty good setup here for Zardy. If we kind of project forward, the Defense Form Deoxys comes in, the Nidoqueen responds. You can fire a Psycho Boost here and then switch into the Kofagrigus where you're resisting these poison-type attacks. After you strip away this Protect Shield, Kofagrigus might be able to close out this matchup.
Yeah, Kofagrigus also an adjustment from the previous matchup. And look, using the time that it takes for the attack animation to play to get that switch in. Just very, very confidently played by Zardy. This Kofagrigus isn't taking any damage whatsoever.
Now, if you're It's Axon, you're in a tough position because you know the Shadow Ball is pending. You throw that Earth Power, hopefully going to trigger a defense drop, and we don't get one, but here comes the Shadow Ball. But another Poison Fang piling on here as well. He actually is going to no-bubble it. He does not want to leave too little HP for the Lickitung to farm down.
All right, well, that Poison Fang will finally drop the Kofagrigus' defense. Here comes the Shadow Ball. Will pick up the KO on the Shadow Nidoqueen, but like you said, that Kofagrigus has a little bit of health left, and that's going to be very important energy for that Lickitung to get to the Body Slam.
Now, this is tough because that Defense Form Deoxys is very healthy. We see the HP trickling down, but that Psycho Boost is pending. Defense Form Deoxys goes up for it, and it's going to deliver a strike to bring this series to 1-1.
I love how Zardy just threw that Psycho Boost immediately as it was available. It looked like its Axon tried to force a charge move priority event to block that attack, but unfortunately did not tap that body slam in time. As a result, we're going into a game 3, and looking back, game 1 was such a decisive win for its Axon. Game 2, the Kofagrigus really was the star of the show, and that was the adjustment that Zardy needed in order to win. In game 3, how do you think its Axon responds to the Kofagrigus?
That's a really good question. We did see that Obstagoon come out there, for Zardy. In terms of beating that Kofagrigus, though, on its Axon side, the real answers are the Lickitung and the Sableye. I think both of those Pokemon are very strong. We might see those come into play as well. But Kofagrigus is a little bit slower to his charge attacks than other Ghost-type Pokemon. It does need all 7 of those Shadow Claws to get to the Shadow Ball. And then being a pure Ghost-type Pokemon, it does struggle a bit against those 2 counters that we just mentioned. So do you think Kofagrigus deserves a spot here, because it is such a good pair against that Nidoqueen?
I think it does. I also love the spice factor. Kofagrigus is one of those Pokemon that you don't typically see in Open Great League, but in some of the limited formats, it shines very brightly. And to see it bring Zardy into day 2 of the competition here at the World Championships would be absolutely incredible to watch. It's going to be a tough battle, though. It's Axon already locked into his Pokemon. Again, the confidence with his team is absolutely incredible.
You saw that. We have one trainer already locked in and ready to go, but another trainer is going to think things over for an extra few minutes, and that's fine. You can take these precious moments to kind of play out win conditions in your mind. Think about lead scenarios, what your opponent has shown you in terms of tendencies, how much they like to bait, how much they like to shield early on in a matchup. What do you think they're going to commit to? Are they going to change their strategy? And if you notice, we actually saw the same strategy from its Axon from game 1 and game 2, and Zardy was the one to make adjustments that paid off. I really thought that Defense Form Deoxys would have been left on the bench after game 1, after the Sableye came out and just hard countered it, loaded up with so much energy, and then deployed a couple of foul plays against the Walrein as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough call, but tough calls are what creates the next possible world champion. And again, I can't talk enough about just how much that title is on the line as we're wrapping up play here for day 1 of Pokemon Go. It really is just the World Championships, a few wins away for both of these trainers, and every single moment, every single thought counts when that much is on the line. I want to steal something that you said earlier. A lot of these trainers really only have one shot like this in their entire lives to get that crown, to get that title, to not only that, just to be the first world champion in Pokemon Go. And, if that win for you is just a couple of seconds, a couple minutes more of thought away, you take that time.
Exactly right. And we do see the trainers, again, thinking things over. Every step forward is written in history, and you definitely want to make the right movement when it counts. And this is a decisive game 3. We're going to need to see some hype in the chat, wherever you're watching, in the stadium as well. Let's get excited for these 2 battlers once they get queued up. We're going to take a couple more moments to think things over, though. Again, wanting to get every single thing right. Sometimes the formula is just a little bit off, so you need that perfect combination to win the match.
Yeah, and it's really awesome to just see these trainers taking their time with it too, because that means they respect it. They feel the weight that's on their shoulders, and they understand the importance of this moment in time. But the moment of thinking is over, and now it is time to battle as Lickitung and Azumarill are sent out in this game 3 of winners round 4 of the Pokemon Go World Championship.
Decisive game 3. Shadow Nidoqueen hard swaps into that Azumarill and pulls out the Kofagrigus, but I think this is all going according to plan, because you're drawing out that Ghost-type Pokemon for the Lickitung setup. But does Nidoqueen want more? Doesn't want the knockout here. Doesn't want to maintain advantage.
Well, it's going for some big damage with that Earth Power, and it finds it. Zardy throwing a Dark Pulse almost first shield.
That Dark Pulse just a little bit more costly in terms of, energy efficient in terms of cost, and he's able to get off that charge attack. But you see the Nidoqueen returning fire here with the Poison Fang and a shield coming up as well. This is a stress point for the matchup.
Yeah, Zardy scratching his head, knowing that shielding the Poison Fang there was not the optimal play, but is going for a second charged move of his own. It's Axon shields it, and shields are down for him. He's just taking raw damage from here on out.
And we do do see the Kofagrigus feint, and now a decision point here for Zardy on the right. Does he bring in the Azumarill, try to bubble down, or defense form Deoxys and throw a charge attack? He's coming in with the Azumarill into the Poison-type Pokemon. This damage is going to pile on quickly.
Yeah, but like we've seen so far in this competition, you don't need to shield the first Poison Fang, as the second one is going to do way more damage. But that Azumarill able to bubble down the Nidoqueen prior to the second Poison Fang.
And we see the counter swap into defense form Deoxys. Lickitung actually going to stay here for a moment as we see that defense form Deoxys HP really trickle down. Here comes a body slam from the Lickitung. No need to go for the power whip. You want that same type attack bonus.
Yeah, that body slam does a decent chunk of damage, but that Deoxys is catching up real quick, and here is the next Pokemon. It's going to be the Medicham for its Axon, coming in to take a Thunderbolt from the Deoxys.
That switch timer is not quite up yet, so we do see the Thunderbolt coming out here despite the double Psycho Boost being loaded up. You don't want to debuff your defense form Deoxys and then get stuck, but now we see the Psycho Boost trying to pile on some damage. Both of these trainers are trying to manage their Pokemon because these are the critical make or break moments.
Yeah, there's only a couple of seconds left on this switch timer, but unfortunately for that Deoxys, Zardy just letting it go, not shielding after those defensive drops. This Psychic is not even enough to pick up the knockout. It gets to the next Psycho Boost.
Another Psycho Boost here. Defense form Deoxys, the third charge attack in this series, is going to land this attack, and it does not KO the Medicham.
Oh man, this match is so close, going back and forth, back and forth. That Deoxys switches out into the back with just a sliver of health left, but no shield on the Ice Punch.
Calling the Ice Punch here. Resisted damage wants to get another bubble, but the Lickitung is going to come in here just in a moment. You need at least 2 play roughs. Can Zardy pull it off?
Well, here is that first play rough. Azumarill is just a couple of turns of energy away from the second. Lickitung down into the yellow. The Licks are firing, and the play rough is hit.
This is going to be razor thin margins. Azumarill, all the energy, all the bubbles. Azumarill's trying to knock out the Lickitung. Can it do it? Lickitung.
No, it misses.
It misses.
Holds on, but these Pokemon are going down, and the bubble connects and picks up the KO.
Zardy with the fist bump. Victory there, 2-1. Back against the wall. Incredible, incredible plays.
Yeah, what an insanely close matchup coming down to that final turn, but the bubble was just aligned perfectly, able to connect with that Lickitung, pick up the knockout before the next lick was fired off.
Incredibly, incredibly close. I thought what we saw there as well with its Axon, maybe trying to throw that body slam and deal that 1 HP damage through that Protect Shield that may have flipped the matchup, but the bubble damage applied, and that secured the KO. That was decisive, and this is a new feeling for our North American champion. They do not like losing.
Yeah, if its Axon wants to move on to day 2 of the competition tomorrow, they will have to do it via the loser's side of the bracket. I believe with this win, Zardy has actually locked in his spot in day 2 of the competition tomorrow. And we're talking about confidence from its Axon. What's a confidence boosting way of getting into day 2 of the competition than knocking out the undefeated North American International Champion?
I agree completely. I think that was incredibly impressive. And Zardy, again, qualifying from a regional tournament in Brazil, was able to come in here and take down the North American International Champion. It's always fun to see these different play styles collide. And Zardy, I don't know, after that dominant Game 1 victory from its Axon, I don't know, I'm sure a lot of people in the stadium were counting Zardy out, but he did not go away into the night.
I know, I mean, we were saying the team might be too spicy, but I think it was just spicy enough with that Kofagrigus really coming in clutch. So congratulations to Zardy. He is the first of a couple of trainers moving on to day 2 of the competition tomorrow. And what an incredible day 2 it's going to be. We're going to be featuring the losers finals, the winner finals, and the grand finals. And there's just going to be so much incredible Pokemon Go action. You are not going to want to miss it, because just like today, it's going to be all go. We're just going to go, 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 go until we finally have our first world champion.
All we do is go no matter what. And we did see that last chance qualifier on Thursday. This was the day 1 of the World Championships, and then day 2, like you said, Gabby, we will actually crown a champion, the first ever Pokemon Go champion. Once you have that title, nobody can take it away from you.
Yeah, so as we wrap up day 1 here of the World Championship competition, Will, I gotta ask you, were there any moments that really just stood out to you and have become part of your favorite memory for Pokemon Go?
It's all moved so fast. I think I'll have to go look back at the VOD and rewatch the stream, but just such incredible moments, such clutch plays. I really like that Swampert play earlier that we saw, getting to those extra Hydro Cannons, able to secure the victory, but it's so hard to recall everything. It's just been incredible.
I know, it goes by very quickly, and quite frankly, some of it is a blur, but if you're watching along at home and you want a souvenir so you can help remember the incredible times that you've had here watching the first ever Pokemon Go World Championship, we have a lovely t-shirt code to give away to you. You can get an exclusive avatar shirt featuring the world's key art. It says London, it has Pikachu and Roserade on it. It's absolutely gorgeous. You can go ahead and get that shirt by redeeming the code below on your screen, and please be advised that you only have until August 22nd to redeem this code. So if you're hearing me talk about it right now and you haven't done it, I highly recommend you just go ahead and do it, because you're going to regret not doing it.
Absolutely. You can definitely tell there's a lot of swagger here in the stadium. You can hear it in the music. You can get some in-game swagger yourself with this awesome World Championships 2022 t-shirt. It's free. It's easy. Just take it. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a free shirt. I mean, nobody says no to a free t-shirt, at least in my experience.
Exactly right.
But you know, Will, we were talking about earlier about combos. You know, you were talking about possible combos and wanting to learn combos. Well, if you want to learn combos from, let's say, the next Pokémon World Champion, we're actually going to be going over to the Pokémon World Championships. We're going to crown their final world champion coming up a little bit later on. So while we're done here for today for Pokemon Go, Pokken has some incredible action coming. You know, I've heard them cheering and screaming and just having a great time in the hall.
It looks so intense.
It's so much fun to watch.
If you like Pokemon Go, fast-paced battling, we've seen all kinds of combos. You have a Mewtwo flying up into the sky and delivering these shadow balls from orbit. It's so intense. Definitely stick around and watch it. This is Pokken's Hurrah here. Let's show them some support and some love from all of our Pokemon Go friends and family.
Yeah.